Yes, thank you, Mr. Loffer. Good morning, everyone. My name is Joaquin Esquivel. I'm chair of the State Water Resources Control Board. Today is Tuesday, May 18th. It is 9:02 a.m., and I would like to call this meeting to order. I'd first like to begin by quickly introducing my fellow colleagues. With me today is Vice Chair Doreen Diadamo, Board Member Sean McGuire, and Board Member Laurel Firestone. With us today is also our Chief Counsel, Michael Loffer, our Executive Director, Eileen Sobek, our two Chief Deputies, Eric Oppenheimer and Jonathan Bishop. Joining us today is also Janine Townsend, the Clerk of the Board, and assisting her are Margie Argel and Courtney Tyler. I want to begin by the obvious. This webcast is being recorded and webcast, obviously. And so please do speak clearly into the microphone or your phone when you come up to speak. Everyone is currently muted and off camera. We do have today, I will note, somewhere on the order of, it's looking like nearly 80 public commenters for all of our items. That includes about 20 public comment items here at the top. So in a moment, we'll discuss how best to walk through those. But as you can see, this is a remote meeting. We're here in the Zoom platform. You're either tuning in one of two ways. You're viewing through one of our webcasts on the Cal EPA website or YouTube Live, or you're here on the Zoom platform with us. If you intend to comment on any item on today's agenda, you need to be here on the platform with us. There are instructions at the top of today's agenda on how to get a password and enter in a speaker card so we can appropriately match your name with who you are and call you up when your time is ready to do so on your item. With that out of the way, let's just go ahead and move into public forum. As we've been indicating on our agenda for a few meetings now, it is at the discretion of the chair to take at this point 30 minutes of public comment and then have to, and I apologize for this, likely move a number of folks either to, and I notice on public forum here, there may be a number of folks wanting to discuss drought and or current operations or everything that we know is complicatedly happening currently. And I would say that it is best to discuss that at the drought item. If there are other things that folks want to bring up now in public forum that aren't going to be discussed later at our drought item or likely to be, or maybe best fitted, I would just ask folks look to try to move their public forum comment to item number 5. And that is scheduled to begin at about 2 o'clock. We may have to reorder today's agenda. We have a SACWIS update here, our once through cooling policy. There, we have a pretty large tranche of folks that are looking to comment. And so we'll likely, take us into early afternoon just to get through those. So I want to be quick here with public comment. I apologize, public forum is here as a courtesy to allow folks to bring things up to the board that we wouldn't necessarily hear otherwise, or that we don't have calendared or are going to speak to at another moment. So as to allow everybody to be prepared for various discussions. I know the drought item is a little vague and was hard to, I think, for most folks understand if it's going to be about operations or Sacramento River temperature management or, all of it. And we're going to do our best to try to bring folks up to speed with what has been a lot of discussion since certainly the governor's executive order just last week. And then otherwise, a lot of drought activity happening. So that being said, we can move then into public forum. And again, I'm going to try to limit it to about 30 minutes. I see here, at least at this time, we have about 23 public commenters. And so we will just take them in order as received. And as I call you up, if you do feel, and please do, if this is more appropriate to be part of the drought item, just let us know that and we can move on to the next person who may be flagging something that won't be part of a discussion later today. With that, let's begin. I believe our first person up is Davis Harper.
Chair Esquivel, I just just wondering if you had a time limit that you wanted to establish for the public forum speakers today.
Yeah, we can go ahead and say if folks, if people can keep it to 3 minutes, that'd be best. And then otherwise, even 2 minutes would be very helpful to everybody. We have, it's not just here in public forum, we're hearing from folks. We again have a number of items. We have 75 individuals today that will be looking to speak before the board. So I'm really asking everyone to please try to be succinct and try to be additive as well. And thank you for that, board member. So 3 minutes and otherwise, try to keep it to 2, please. And so we'll start with Mr. Davis Harper. And as you can see, for those of you on the platform with us, there is a scroll here, so it can help you sort of prepare and know kind of when you'll be coming up. And at some point here, we'll be just watching the clock. At about 9:40, we'll try to transition to actual board business here. Mr. Harper, good morning. Glad you can join us.
Thank you. Good morning, Chair Esquivel and board members. My name is Davis Harper. I live in Stockton and I'm here to express my concern about proposed management of the Delta as we face a severe drought. With extreme heat projected to continually increase in one of the hottest parts of the state here in Stockton, toxic algal blooms are proliferating in our waterways, especially in the summer. And this is far more than just an aesthetic or a recreational issue. It's a water and air quality crisis that would be exacerbated by installing the new salt barriers. A significant number of unsheltered people who live along the waterways here in Stockton are exposed to these algal blooms. They emit neurogenic toxins that make it harder to breathe. So I'm sure you're aware that formerly redline communities in Stockton already endure some of the most toxic air quality and highest rates of respiratory illnesses, poverty, housing insecurity, and unemployment in California. Suspending Delta water quality standards would lead to further air and water pollution for communities who live in and around the Delta. And we understand the need to share drinking water with San Joaquin Valley communities, and especially those who lack access to clean water, but Southern California has enough water in stores to temporarily fill that need. Our water rights system was designed in an era with a drastically different climate to serve the interests of an unsustainable cattle empire. We relied on a full Sierra snowpack to melt in the spring and summer to feed streams and meet irrigation needs. That reliability no longer exists. What we're left with today is an inequitable, inefficient system that leaves communities with polluted air and water, devastated fisheries, and a biologically depleted estuary. To address these concerns, I'm requesting that the State Water Board implement the first phase of the Bay Delta Plan passed by this board at the end of 2018 to establish standards to protect our communities, because drought conditions are the new normal. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you for joining us this morning, Mr. Harper, and thank you for your comments. Next, we have Barbara Barragan-Perea.
Good morning. Thank you, Chair Esquivel, and board members Barbara Barragan-Perea with Restore the Delta. I would like to say that we want to echo the comments that was made, the comments that were just made by Davis Harper. And you know what? I think I will hold my comments for the 2 o'clock session.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Thank you, Ms. Barragan-Perea. And then we'll see you then at 2 o'clock. Thank you. Next, we have Matt Holmes.
All right, there it goes. Thanks, Chair Esquivel and members of the board. I'll start my video as well. Yeah, thanks for this opportunity to comment. I'm commenting as a resident of Stockton and someone who works in the nonprofit sector in South Stockton on environmental justice issues. And so I'm not surprised that our side of town and our region of the state seems to be a lower concern than many of the other parts of the state when it comes to this agency's decisions on how to allocate water quality. And I'm also a member of the Delta National Heritage Area Advisory Committee. And so, I'm on the one hand trying to advocate for the preservation of the Delta and its historic uses, and at the same time seeing this looming drought crisis come to a head here in California. I go back to the Bay Delta Plan, and I'm thinking, there is sort of a solution for prioritizing this region. And so, actually Davis made a lot of the comments that I would probably make about water flows and harmful algal blooms. I just want to highlight that those of us that live here don't really get to access the Delta, but it seems like the Delta is freely shipped all over the state to address other people's problems. We're all in this together. We absolutely appreciate that Delta water is necessary for, our fellow communities around the state as drinking water. But when it comes to profiteering industries like nut ranchers and, cattle ranchers and the wine peddlers, business, if everybody else has to come to a screeching halt, maybe business does too. And I actually think there's some missing cost benefit analysis in all of this. We know those guys are, they're in it for the money. So it might be easier just to pay them and have them forego their water this year, or at least help them trigger their insurance. I think this estuary that you see behind me here has so much more potential, and it's being used as sort of a credit account that people get to draw down on and ship off to other folks that are just pocketing their cash out of this region. And I'm just here to let you know that we're taking a greater interest in our Delta, and we want to be seen as one of the first-class regions of California. We're tired of being a second-class California. We're an environmental justice community. We deserve equal treatment with, Imperial, Fresno, Los Angeles, and the Bay Area. And so here to lend my voice to this cause. We're starting to watch the ball. Thank you.
Glad for your participation. And thank you, Mr. Holmes. Appreciate your time this morning. Next, we have Susan Little.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay, so thank you very much, Mr. Chair and members of the board. I'm here, hold on. Excuse me, I'm sorry, some technical thing. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chair and members of the board. I'm here to express concerns about the board's handling of lead service line removals in California. We raised these concerns in a letter to the board dated May 11th. First, I'd like to reiterate the well-documented effects of lead exposure. Small amounts of lead in children can cause lasting neurological harm and learning and behavioral problems. It can also slow growth and damage hearing. Lead in adults can also cause an array of problems, including cardiovascular, kidney, and reproductive problems, as well as high blood pressure and higher cholesterol. Again, the terrible health effects caused by lead are well documented. I think we can all agree then that we don't want lead in our water or plumbing system, but how we go about removing the lead from our pipes and fittings is the challenge. If leaded parts are not removed in a health protective manner, lead can dislodge from the pipes, fittings, and corrosive materials and contaminate water during and well after replacement activity. Depending on what's replaced, lead can continue to contaminate water for many months. If a partial lead line replacement is done, in which part of the lead line remains in the ground, then lead levels can remain high for as long as 18 months. And we fear both of these things are happening in California right now. Although the state law requiring systems to inventory and plan to replace their lines does not impose any health and safety requirement on systems, state law does require systems to, quote, provide a reliable and adequate supply of pure, wholesome, healthful, and potable water. We've asked the board and its Division of Drinking Water to ensure that systems comply with this very reasonable mandate. I'm here today on behalf of the Environmental Working Group and others to verbally ask the board and the division to do so. Because the board and division did not fully inform or engage the public in its decisions surrounding lead service line replacements, the Environmental Working Group and the Natural Resources Defense Council submitted numerous Public Records Act requests to the board and to individual water systems to find out more about lead service line replacements occurring in the state. What we've discovered from the Public Records Act responses greatly concerns us. First, the Division of Drinking Water's approvals of more than 96 systems lead service line replacements imposed inadequate and inconsistent health and safety requirements from one system to another. Some systems were required to notify customers about replacements and others were not. Some systems were required to provide filters and then only 3 months of refills to customers and others were not. Some systems had to receive prior approval from the division to perform partial replacements and others did not. In whole, the approvals arbitrarily provided health and safety protections to some communities, but not to others. Secondly, because the division did not direct systems to comply with any health and safety protections until the summer of 2020, over 3 years after inventories began, some water systems began replacing lead lines without any directions. Sacramento in particular is an example of this problem. The city's many lead service lines are now gone, but it appears that citizens were not informed of the lead line removal activity. Over 5,000 lines were recently removed or investigated in East Sacramento, and that homeowners association representing the community has informed us that residents were not made aware of the activity. Finally, the information the board and division relied upon when approving the lead service line removals was sparse. All of the lead lines and fittings, more than 100,000, were categorized as unknown. As a result, consumers cannot ascertain their level of risk when reviewing the lead replacement timelines or maps. Overall, we view the board's and division's management of the state's lead service line removal effort as more than problematic. At this point, given the inconsistent approvals, lack of public health protections, and incomplete information, as well as public engagement about public risk, we would consider the effort to be a failure. It has not protected public health, and it does not comply with state law. But changes can be made to ensure that the remaining replacements occur in a health protective manner. We would ask that the board and division, 1, stop any partial lead service line replacements, the most dangerous activity. Funds are available to ensure that all of the lead in the service line is replaced simultaneously. This is until funds are available to ensure that all of the lead in the service line is replaced simultaneously. And the board should also support our budget request for more funding for this. Also ensure that any more replacement activity be done in a transparent manner with public notice happening well in advance, the provision of filters, and many months of refills. Finally, we would ask the board to place the issue of lead service line removal in California on the board's next agenda to discuss publicly. Thank you very much for giving me the opportunity to make these comments.
Thank you, Ms. Little. Really appreciate your comments this morning and bringing this to my attention. It's, I think, the first time I had heard that there was such systemic concern with the program. So really appreciate the flag and look forward to hearing from the Division of Drinking Water about the issue, and look forward to further discussion with you as well about this. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Next, we have Evan Fern.
Hello. So Chair Esquivel and board members, I'm Evan Fern and I work for Little Manila Rising and I do environmental justice work in South Stockton. I live in Stockton and I'm present to express my disappointment over management of the Delta as the drought crisis worsens. Much of your focus has been on the profits of companies that use large quantities of water unsustainably and are essentially shipping it out of California when we need it the most. But you should focus also on the people in California who need this water for all other uses. When you suspend water quality standards in the Delta, you cause a direct negative impact on the people who live here. It shows a lack of care for our well-being in many cases. People in Stockton deserve water that we can enjoy using, let alone be around safely. We should be able to swim and ride boats and fish, but we're surrounded by water that we can't even use. There aren't enough flows, so a buildup of harmful algal blooms can make us sick and even kill our most vulnerable. When you only think about agricultural economic interests, you're ignoring every other Californian who deserves clean and safe water, especially in environmental justice communities like most of Stockton. I'm asking that you enact the Bay Delta Plan. Drought measures without a plan or funding for the Delta's air and water quality crisis will continue to harm us. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Fern. And I do want to say that I know that it can seem, or at least I'm hearing from a couple of our public commenters, that this board is overly concerned with any one sector or any one impact, particularly in the middle of this drought. And just, you know, for record, at least very personally to me, take the balance that we're called to make and strike as a whole, but certainly in these tough conditions where the drought is causing extreme circumstances, not just in California and the West. But I'm hearing the frustration, and so take the criticism well as well. But just do know, I think for me particularly, it is an incredibly difficult balance. But we'll certainly talk more about it on item number 5. Next, I'd like to call up Natalia Barraza.
Hello. Hi, Chair Esquivel and board members. I am Natalia Barraza, and I'm a climate water advocate with Restore the Delta. I've spoken to the board twice before about the need to pass the Bay Delta Plan, and this plan is important now more than ever. I'm speaking here today to ask that you please move forward with finishing this plan and stop waiting for others who don't live in the Delta to make decisions about the Delta's water quality conditions. Our fisheries are crashing, and the water quality is getting more toxic and harmful for the communities in the Delta and for the animals that live in the water. Despite the declaration of a drought that Governor Gavin Newsom stated, the governor and the Department of Water Resources are making crucial mistakes in the management of the Delta. The state of California has violated water quality standards in the Delta 3 in the last 10 years using drought emergency orders, but 7 of those 10 years, the state has violated water quality standards. Harmful algal blooms worsen year after year, and yet the governor's drought plan has no funding to deal with this water and air quality crisis in the Delta. In Stockton, Black and brown communities have the highest rates of asthma, and HABs will only worsen the air quality. We are the ones who have to live with the pollution. Orders to suspend water quality standards for the Delta shows how little the state cares about the people of the estuary. Saltwater barriers during the last drought made water conditions worse. The board needs to implement and complete the Bay Delta Plan, because without proper water quality, there will be a mass extinction of the fisheries in the Delta. Our people and communities matter, and we understand the need to share the drinking water with San Joaquin Valley and environmental justice communities during this drought. We need this board to be courageous to enforce the law and to follow the science, and to stop caving to political pressure. My generation deserves better. California deserves a restored and protected estuary. Thank you for the opportunity to comment.
Thank you, Ms. Barraza. I appreciate it. Much of the comments and concerns that you shared with us here we'll be exploring further and actually discussing on item number 5. And so just want to know that it's not for a lack of desire that I'm not wanting to respond to some of your concerns, and know that it will be central to our discussion later today. Next, we have Dylan Delvo.
Hello, Chair Esquivel and board members. My name is Dylan Delvo, and I'm the Executive Director of Little Manila Rising in Stockton. I'm here to comment on the Bay Delta Plan as well, and echo some of the thoughts that have been shared and the management of Delta water. My comments are rooted in the fact that residents of South Stockton die years earlier than the rest of the state as a direct result of environmental pollution. As a member of Stockton's AB 617 Community Steering Committee, we know that decades of chronic air pollution are made worse by harmful algal blooms that are a direct result of water exports. HABs worsen air quality. Our people already live with the highest rates of asthma in California, and so we're asking, where is your plan to protect us? And yet somehow the current plan has no funding to deal with this constant water and air quality crisis in the Delta. I understand that Delta Water helps provide emergency drinking water in the San Joaquin Valley. We seem to get Delta water pumped out every time there's a crisis because ag interests never have to tighten their belt. We do not object to deliveries when it comes to drinking water for people and our brothers and sisters, but thirsty corporate interests should not outweigh our community's health. Here at Little Manila Rising, we fight for the dignity of the human lives who live in South Stockton. We come from a history of marginalization and racial injustice. It is a history we don't want to take into our future. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Delvo. Appreciate your time this morning. Next, we have Catherine Perea.
Good morning, Chair Esquivel and board members. My name is Catherine Perea, and I am a climate water advocate with Restore the Delta. As a resident of Stockton, I am here speaking today to express my concern regarding the current management of our Bay Delta estuary during the worsening drought crisis and the lack of implementation of the Bay Delta Plan. Each year we witness an increase in the toxic algal blooms and worsening air conditions, and yet the government's drought plan addresses neither of these issues in the Delta. Orders to suspend water quality standards for the Delta shows how little the state cares about the people of the estuary, and yet we are the ones who have to live with the pollution. Stockton residents recognize the importance of sharing our water with other impacted environmental justice communities of San Joaquin Valley. However, urbanized Southern California currently has a record 3.2 million acre feet of water in reserve, enough to serve the population's needs for most of the next 2 years, which begs the question as to why we are sending 650,000 acre feet of Delta water to exchange contractors due to a water rights system meant to maintain institutionalized racism from the Reconstruction era. To Stockton residents, it appears that our state government, and by extension this board, are perfectly fine with maintaining systems of oppression that will severely impact our Black and brown residents, both economically and environmentally. For many Stocktonians, their lives and the existence of the Bay Delta are intertwined. And without aid, we are at risk of a serious environmental and public health crisis. Furthermore, if our fisheries and water quality are destroyed, these issues will not only be contained to Stockton, but will spread throughout the Delta. So I would like to ask today if that's what you have all decided to represent. I think it's time to prioritize residents over profit, and frankly, for you to care about us. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Perea. I appreciate your comments this morning. Next, we have Mike Berry.
And Chair Esquivel, we have asked Mr. Berry to unmute. He appears to be on a phone. So Mr. Berry on the phone, it would be, I believe, *6 to unmute. Chair Esquivel, I'd recommend moving on and maybe we can try Mr. Berry again.
Yep, thank you. Next, we have Jasmine Leak.
And we've likewise asked and provided the opportunity to unmute. And I would probably move on to the next speaker at this point.
Yeah, thank you. Next, we have Alexandra Beering.
Good morning, Chair Esquivel and board members. I will defer my comments to the drought section because they primarily deal with operations during drought. So thank you.
Thank you. Much appreciated. See you this afternoon. Next, we have Davis Harper. Oh, I apologize. Mr. Harper is actually twice on my list, so we do not have Mr. Harper. Or this is a different David Harper, so I apologize a second time. And perhaps
I don't know what happened.
Okay, I think it's just on there twice.
Sorry about that.
Okay. Okay, then it's Moro Oi.
Good morning. Good morning, Chair Esquivel and board members. Thank you for giving me this opportunity to make a comment. My name is Morkat Ui. It was a good try. I am with Third City Coalition in Stockton, California. I am here today commenting as a resident of, the Delta communities. I am with Third City as Rise Stockton Engagement Coordinator. Rise Stockton Coalition is a coalition of environmental justice organizations in Stockton. And so I am very, very well aware and very well informed of the environmental justice concerns in my community. And some of those concerns are being brought up with the management of the Delta, especially as the drought crisis worsens. In my work, we've come across a lot of reports. The Delta Stewardship Council released their Delta Adapts vulnerability assessment of the Delta. And so, there's science, there's research around the disproportionate impacts that EJ communities in Stockton face, whether it's from the drought crisis, whether it's from flood risk. A lot of the concerns that Stockton residents have already voiced around harmful algal blooms, air quality pollution are also mentioned, in this vulnerability assessment. And so we are well aware of the high health risks that people in my community face. And so I would just like to see the health of my community, the needs of my community prioritized. I reiterate what people have already mentioned in terms of the Bay Delta Plan being an existing document that identifies and outlines, enforcement standards for flows of the San Joaquin River that would protect my community. And I would like to see this board, and I would like to see the state take into account already existing assessments and measures that would protect my community. Thank you.
For the time this morning, much appreciated. Next, we have Francisco Rago.
And Chair Esquivel, Francisco appears to have submitted a speaker card for public forum, but it appears to be actually related to item number 4. So I'm going to confirm.
Okay.
We'll provide Francisco the opportunity to unmute at this point. but I believe you wanted to speak on item number 4, the cooling water intake issue. Is that correct?
Good morning. Yes, that is correct.
Okay, so we'll get you into the queue for that item. Thanks.
Thank you very much.
Appreciate that. Thank you both. Then I believe next we have Conrad Fisher.
Hi, thank you. Trying to fix this. So at the last meeting, we all heard heartfelt testimony about the impacts of inadequate flows in the Klamath River and Klamath River tributaries. I kind of wanted to follow up on that and ask the board what it will take to take action on this. This has been going on for 30 years in terms of science being going on and the water board being asked to take action. And I would like to request that you put it on the next agenda or explain what it will take to get it on the agenda to take action. The science is on our side, the law is on your side. So please let us know what is left. Chair Esquivel has rightfully quoted Martin Luther King in previous meetings. The arc of the moral universe is long but bends towards justice. In this particular case, there is a historic injustice in terms of how much water was allocated in California. So if we are going to have justice now, this body needs to take action. It is up to you to address the historic injustice. And there is one example where it's on your doorstep on a silver platter. On May 3rd, California Fish and Game gave you a letter summarizing all of the science and asking specifically, historically, please take immediate action on the Scott River. It goes dry every summer. 3 days later, the water board sent a notice of unavailability to certain water users, but that was not intended to, nor will it keep the river flowing. That notice of unavailability is a great first step. It will not keep the river flowing. Please use your existing power to make curtailments to keep the Shasta River flowing. Right now, today, there is an insane amount of waste going on in the Shasta River. It's almost as if people are using more just to spite California and to spite people. I would encourage you, take a drive to Fort Jones, take a drive around there, see what's happening. Hopefully it will impact you. Also, right now, Sigma implementation is occurring on the Scott and the Shasta, and it's not happening properly because you have not quantified in-stream flow requirements. So now it's up to the local GSAs to try to guess what the law requires. Well, it's your job to say what the law requires, so please do it. And the same goes for the Shasta River, and there are opportunities in the upper Sacramento. There's waste and unreasonable use going on. So my question, can you answer, what will it take to have this board put it on the agenda and take a vote and take action on what everybody was asking you to do at the last meeting? What will it take?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Fisher. Regrettably, it's not as easy as a vote for the board currently, but those notices of water unavailability are a first step to curtailment and a really important one. It's ministerial, but it is really important because we have to do that to get to then a space where we're curtailing. And we're doing our best with the resources we have to really try to drive what are a number of issues throughout our watersheds through this drought. Mr. Lawfer, is there anything you wanted to add?
No, it was more a housekeeping issue. We do have both Mike Berry and Jasmine Leak appear to have been successful in unmuting. So if you wanted to resume with them when you get a chance.
Okay, thank you. Yes, let's transition back to them. And thank you, Mr. Fisher, for your comments this morning, though, and for continuing to be a partner in the watershed. So I think we can go back to, I believe it was Mr. Mike Berry.
Hello.
Good morning.
Can you hear me now?
We can.
Good morning. Hi, I'm Mike Berry. I'm retired senior environmental scientist with California Department of Fish and Wildlife and the Department of Water Resources. I just wanted to talk a bit about cooperation instead of regulation. You know, in years of drought like this, there's not enough water to go around, period. For fish or ag or human consumption. You know, one of the things that we've done over the years is restoration projects on the upper river to mitigate for the lower flows by opening up several miles of side channel, which creates several hundred acres of juvenile rearing habitat. And by reaching out to partners like the water users, GCID in particular, we found that we can put a team together, educate the irrigation districts on what fish need, work with them on why it's important to cooperate instead of just be regulated. And through that, we're also learning more about the ag community and what they need. So, when we get into our camps and each want 100% and try to do it through lawyers and regulations, et cetera, I've found over 30 years of doing restoration projects that it's a lot better to reach across the aisle, find the common goals for each industry, from ag to fish to the regulatory agencies, and really just wanted to express that during these droughts, we all need to come together and learn about each other's industries, what's needed. Folks like GCID have been great partners, in this, and I think we need to reach out more, to that type of thing.
Thank you, Mr. Berry. I appreciate your comments this morning. I think for me, I think you hear a lot about collaboration, certainly from this board and from this seat, but just caution that it's not a false dichotomy between collaboration and regulatory approaches. I think it's always about all the tools that we have, and always premised on common outcomes amongst us all that we can better drive to by knowing each other's self-interest, but importantly, understanding what it is above all our self-interest it is that we're driving toward. So thank you, Mr. Berry. Next, we have Jasmine Leak.
And in the intervening few moments there, Jasmine appears to have dropped off the line. So
I apologize, Jasmine. Do try to get on back if you would like to make sure and comment. I'll flag now. We are approaching 9:40. When I said we would begin to cut folks off, and I apologize. We'll have to either take the rest of the comments at some point interspersed here in our items once we get through a few items here and get to our agenda, and we can see where things are landing. I don't mean to. Hopefully, it won't be pushed toward the back here. Let me quickly just count up how many folks we have, I think, left. Starting with Linda Webb, it's like 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay. I mean, if it looks like a couple of these may be around drought, and then I encourage folks to really join us for our discussion on item number 5, because it'll be a little more fulfilling than just kind of hearing you here at public comment. It looks like there's about 6 or so folks left. So if we can kind of commit to about 2 minutes or 3 minutes apiece, I'm fine just quickly getting through these so that we can get on to the rest of our agenda and not leave folks hanging out. But I ask that we move through quickly. And if it is, again, about drought, about operations, then let's please tuck that into item number 5. So we'll go ahead and quickly go to, I think next was Linda Webb on, yes, on the comment cards.
Yes, hi, good morning. Thank you, Chair Escobar. I'll be brief, and I could come back at 2 because I am talking about the drought in the Shasta River where I live.
It's probably best to deliver them now. I think it's going to be maybe more Delta focused. So yeah, so okay. Please take your time now. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yeah, my husband and I bought a piece of property at the mouth of the Shasta River years ago because we could see that wildlife was going to need a place where the water rights were left in the river rather than taking the water out. And this year that has certainly come to be true. We were down there at our place a couple of weeks ago where we've given access for scientific studies to the tribes, numerous universities. The USGS has its gauging station there. California Fish and Wildlife have their rotary screw trap there. We were at that trap and watched juvenile coho and Chinook salmon trying to get out of the river, some of them dying because of the high water temperatures that have led to the algal bloom, which is choking the river and choking the fish. They're dying before they can get out. Those coho salmon are threatened. They're hanging by just a thinnest thread. And I don't want any of us to be standing by while we watch another species go extinct. I'm here to ask you to make sure that doesn't happen on your watch and demand an interim in-stream flow now for the Shasta River, please, before it's too late for one more species. Right now, we are watching water diverted, sitting in the sun in cattle fields, getting hot, getting dirty. What tailwater is allowed to return to the river is filthy and too hot for the fish to survive. And now we have a river that used to be one of the highest producing salmon streams on the West Coast. And now it's barely surviving to put any fish out into the ocean again. We need an interim in-stream flow requirement now. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ms. Webb. Appreciate your time this morning. Next we have Larry Domenici. Apologize.
Oh, that's okay. Can you hear me?
We can. Good morning.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chair and members of the board for this opportunity to comment. My name is Larry Domenici. I'm part of a third-generation family farm in the Willows area. We raise rice, corn, wheat, alfalfa, and almonds. Part of our family farm is in the Glenclusa Irrigation District. I'm speaking today in support of the efforts of GCID and its fellow irrigation districts in the Sacramento Valley in managing their operations in order to balance the diverse needs of our region. Let me be clear, we all recognize and support the efforts to provide water for our environmental needs. How that is achieved is a question to be answered. I've been around long enough to remember when Phase 8 and CalFed were going to be the solutions to our need to balance the demands of both agriculture and the environment, but here we are today. However, I have been around long enough to see the development of a flexible partnering and collaborative approach to solve our needs. Water managers have learned how to better manage critically dry years and avoid redirecting impacts to communities, the environment, the species, the farming, and the groundwater in the Sacramento Valley. Solution-based environmental organizations are also leading efforts to provide results through a collaborative approach. This has enabled the various agencies in the Sac Valley community to work together to improve our fishery and waterfowl conditions. This partnership approach is showing results and it must be continued. It is the solution that has demonstrated that flexibility will work. We embrace a flexible approach and must move away from a confrontational us versus them or a rigid either or type of framework that is ultimately counterproductive. I'm the board president of the Colusa Glen Subwatershed Program, part of the Sacramento Valley Water Quality Coalition. For almost 20 years, we have been implementing the requirements of the Irrigated Lands Regulatory Program with much success. This has been achieved because of the flexibility in the implementation of the program. Flexibility has been the key to success. It always is. I use the phrase Sacramento Valley community. We are a community in the Valley with many various components that need to be taken care of. Besides wearing a farmer hat for my day job, my other job is as the mayor of the city of Willows. Agriculture is a $1.5 billion industry in Glenn County, provides over 5,500 jobs, and is a vital component of the Willows economy. The communities in the valley are economically, socially, and culturally dependent upon agriculture in various degrees. Willows and the Sacramento Valley as a whole require that the needs of our environment, our industry, and our communities be met in a balanced, flexible method. I have heard that in the military, there is a saying that, quote, no battle plan survives contact with the enemy, unquote. I would alter that to say that, quote, no rigid regulatory framework will survive contact with Mother Nature, unquote. I urge the board to embrace a collaborative, innovative, flexible, and solution-based approach that GCID, the other Sac River settlement contractors, and their environmental organization partners and governmental agency partners have been engaged in. It is the approach that is showing positive results in the Sacramento Valley. It is vital to the eventual success of our Sac Valley community that this is how we approach not just Sacramento River temperature management, but all of the many complicated issues before you. Thank you for this opportunity.
Thank you for your time this morning. Much appreciated. Next, we have Lorraine Marsh.
Hello, my name is Lorraine Marsh. I'm a retired economist from the California Department of Water Resources. I'm also a family farmer in Arbuckle, California. About 20 years ago, my husband and I would grab our 1-year-old child after we got home from work, put her in a playpen while we fixed up an old rental house. We were able to trade that rental house for a small old orchard, which we tore out the old orchard, installed state-of-the-art for the time irrigation equipment, new trees, and we began our journey to our currently medium-sized commercial farm. I'm here to speak in support of how GCID and other districts up and down the Sacramento Valley manage operations to balance the many important needs for water. Much has been learned from the last several droughts. I have been involved on both sides, both with the Department of Water Resources and as a farmer. The key to solving our water problems is for both the environmental groups, the cities, and the agricultural community to work together. We all know there isn't enough water for any one group to win. And if we spend all our energies focused on winning, we won't solve any of the problems. We strongly support efforts to provide water for birds and environmental uses. Our own operation has engaged in several habitat restoration projects with the Natural Resource Conservation Service and with the California Department of Food and Ag. GCID has been a leader in this. We've been encouraged to see a shift occurred that identified critical priorities to move water conversations from an either-or framework that pits farmers against fish into more productive solutions and projects. And these efforts have included creating practical multi-benefit projects that allow for a more reliable water source for communities, wildlife, farmers, ranchers, and rivers. I would ask and encourage the board to consider solutions that are collaborative, and rather than generating winners and losers, look for win-win solutions that can benefit everyone. We do have an agricultural community up here. We are part of the entire state. The entire state is our community. And with courage and determination and imagination, there are ways to get through this drought while minimizing the harm to all communities in the state. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Marsh. I appreciate your time this morning. Next, we have Darius Waiters. Morning.
Oh, can you see me?
Yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry. Hi, I'm Darius Waiters. Thank you for allowing me to speak today, Chair Esquivel, as well as other board members. I am a climate and water advocate with Restore the Delta. And today I am again speaking to you all to encourage you to move forward with the Bay Delta Plan. As many of my colleagues and supporters have stated today, the drought is really emphasizing the algal blooms that we are experiencing in the Stockton area. People in our community are dependent on the water that is here. There are homeless people and encampments that are along these water bodies, and they're very unhelpful to even very unhealthy to even physically interact with. Our community has been consistently overlooked, consistently not attended to, and I am imploring you to move forward with the Bay Delta Plan so that the environmental justice that our community deserves can be given to us. Oh, I'm sorry. Water here is really, I feel, being mishandled. We definitely need to increase the flows that are present within our water body, the Delta, and stop giving it to political bodies that are outside of our Delta that are not here to support us and really don't care about us. Another example of that would be the almond industry, which contributes less than 1%, actually less than 0.33% to our state's GDP, yet is also responsible for taking an immense amount of the water from the Delta. And if you were to just think about that, that's just not a very environmentally or even economically intelligent position for us to be in. And I do implore you to move forward with the Bay Delta Plan and to explore other ideas for increasing the Delta flows so that communities can get what they deserve. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Waiters. I appreciate your time this morning. Thank you. Next, we have Jay Smith.
Chair Esquivel and board members, thank you for having me. I am Jay Smith. Can everyone hear me?
We can. Good morning. Okay. Good to see you.
Good morning. I'm with Restore the Delta. So the past few years of environmental efforts towards the Delta have been extraordinarily unbalanced, and it's time to really acknowledge that we are truly running out of time. Who is being represented when work isn't being done to solve Delta water quality issues? Toxic waterways are filled with algal blooms that make water unhealthy for the community and fish. The fish matter, and so do our communities. The governor is spending big money to fix infrastructures for the industrial age, but there is no planning, funding, large-scale science, or efforts for HABs mitigation or to protect our water quality during this drought. The Bay Delta Plan has never been implemented. Our fisheries are collapsing, and we have crumbs of sand left in the hourglass. Youth like us, starting out in our careers, do not have the power to sign off on these decisions. So we say to you today, solve the unsolved. Show us that you really care about our water source, the fisheries, and our homes. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Smith. Really appreciate your time this morning and for addressing the board. Thank you. Next, we have David Webb.
Oh, thank you. So I'm here representing Friends of the Shasta River. And while I want to speak to the Shasta specifically, no doubt our issues are shared by many other small streams throughout the state. I worked for over 25 years pursuing voluntary measures to try to restore the salmon productivity of the Shasta River while minimizing impacts on agricultural water uses. During those 25 years, I was the primarily instrumental person behind securing over $25 million for what amounts to little more than a stream. And despite the fact that we did make substantial progress in some areas, the one area we were unable to make a real dent in was securing in-stream flows. And if there was one lesson learned from those 25 years, it was this despite massive efforts, huge amounts of money, that trying to negotiate to secure water from a position of weakness simply isn't sufficient to overcome the economic forces hanging on to the water as a way to make a living or as a way to make money. And so what I've concluded since then is that we need to balance the equation to bring more to the table than just voluntary measures. And so that was what was behind forming the Friends of the Shasta River. And we are now here to fight for the needs of that river and really need your help to restore some balance to how water is used in the Shasta. As the governing body, you have the laws, you have the science, and you have the ability, as you've demonstrated by your actions, to return a defined percentage of in-stream flows to the San Joaquin River. To do the same for a smaller stream like the Shasta, where the need is the same, the laws are the same, the opportunity is the same, to create an interim in-stream flow measure while we wait for the findings of the California Water Action Plan that will help us do a better job of it for more long term. But the Shasta River needs water now, not in a few years. And at this point, I have to point out that with the Shasta, this is not a drought issue. The Shasta is in a drought every year because more than 90% of the water is taken out of the river at some point in nearly every year. And the Shasta isn't just now hanging on life support. The Shasta is being strangled by overallocation of water, strangled by the return of manure-laden tailwater, strangled by hot water flowing across fields back to the river, strangled by inaction that needs to now be rectified. We really need your help to bring back some balance to the use of water from the Shasta River and every other small stream in the basin. And I want to echo the request by Conrad Fisher. We need an open discussion at this board explaining why and what more is needed before you can take those actions. We need to understand that so that we can do our job of providing the information you need or the support you need or whatever it is you need to help us and help you restore the balance that we need. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Webb. I appreciate your time. Thank you for commenting here at the board. Next, we have Mr. John McManus, and then looking like just a few more folks. So thank you, everyone, for the patience. Oh, Mr. McManus, I apologize. You're still on mute. You should be asked to unmute here. There we are.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, we can. Thank you. Good morning.
Yeah, good morning. I would like to defer the afternoon, but I'm afraid I can't. We're being called away to another meeting. So real briefly.
That's fair. Yeah, thank you.
I would just like to flag a comment just made by David Webb that actually struck me about not being able to get to just settlement up on the Shasta voluntarily without some action on behalf of the board. And I think we're looking at the same thing in the Central Valley with phase 1 and actually with phase 2. Water quality standards need to be set. We need you guys to take some action. If there's any hope that voluntary agreements might ultimately get us out of this mess, it's not going to come voluntarily without some kind of regulatory action on your part. But I want to address a couple of other things this morning. One of them is the need for carryover storage this summer. Very much concerned about what we're going to be looking at next year if we find ourselves in another really bad drought year. And I don't know that California has any other agency other than you all to save us from ourselves next year if we let too much of the water go that's currently in the reservoirs. So that's perhaps one of the highest priorities. But I also want to flag a couple of other things. You've heard quite a few speakers this morning out of the Delta, and I'm hearing it all up and down the state, and certainly with our membership, that what's happening with water allocation here is starting to look like a series of social injustice actions, whereby there are downstream communities that are on the receiving end of social injustices. Certainly on the salmon fishing side, we've got people again this week out on the high seas risking life and limb. We've got the wind coming back up starting today, and it's going to blow hard all week. There's going to be people out there trying to make a buck because they have to. They basically have an economic gun to their head. But it's not just us downstream users that are being treated unjustly. You've heard from people in the Delta, and I think we know from the history in this state that we can expect later this summer to see drinking water wells in the San Joaquin River in the San Joaquin Valley go dry as some of the big growers down there punch their wells ever deeper and basically take their neighbors' water. So water allocation and balance throughout this state kind of look Machiavellian to quite a few people. Might appears to be right. You all are in a position to do something about that. We very much hope that you do, because it's hard to imagine that social injustice on downstream users really reflects the values of this board or this governor who's made a big deal about caring about social injustices. One other comment and I'll wrap up. One of the earlier speakers said there's not enough water for everyone to win in a drought. We completely agree. And I just want to flag that where we're coming from, we're simply trying to survive. We're not trying to win. We're just trying to survive. No one has made the case that rebalancing water allocation this summer is going to put irrigated agriculture out of business. But it could easily put others, like in the salmon fishing community, out of business. So I'll stop there, and I appreciate you. Oh, one other comment. Your chief counsel, when we see him from time to time, he looks really lonely in that gigantic room all by himself. But thank you for giving me the time.
Thank you, Mr. McManus. And not to break any news, but we'll definitely be looking to transition back into that room, I think, here in the month of June. So thank you. And I appreciate that you won't be able to join us for 2 o'clock. Do know that we will go into the issue of how we're looking at the system and how it's being balanced out, and actually have the directors from the projects and the Fish and Wildlife agencies here to discuss with us. So thank you. Next, we have Peter Jackman. Good morning.
Good morning, Chair Esquivel and board members. Good to see you. It's been almost 2.5 years since the Water Board adopted phase 1 of the Bay Delta Plan, and it's been stalled. It's very disappointing. I think the last activity was the release of the draft goals and objectives. That was more than 1.5 years ago. And meanwhile, the Tuolumne is getting in worse and worse shape. You know, historically, there were well over 100,000 salmon. This year, barely 1,000. Worst river in Central Valley. And the voluntary agreements have been a real distraction. Appears to us to be a stall tactic by the water agencies. Doesn't sound like they're cooperating too much. I sent you a response that I provided to BOSCA on the Tuolumne River Voluntary Agreement. Their general manager gave a presentation to the board in December. I found it so incredibly misleading. We submitted 15 pages of response, and all they could say is, well, you know, this is over our heads. We'll send it to the SFPUC and maybe they'll respond. And obviously they didn't. You probably have heard San Francisco has now sued you over the water quality certification for the relicensing of Don Pedro and licensing of LaGrange dams. And earlier, the irrigation districts had petitioned FERC to waive your authority to issue that water quality certification. It's really crazy, the information that's coming out of the SFPUC. It's just wrong. And whenever we get an audience and have a chance to present our narrative, we get unanimous votes supporting the right path forward, which is the Bay Delta Plan. For example, right now, the SFPUC has 4.5 years worth of water in storage. And if next year is an average water year, they'll have water for that year and they'll end the year with full storage. They have really good water rights in average and wet years. And in dry years, they've got a buffer because they have Hetch Hetchy is 1/4 of their storage. We can show that the SFPUC could manage a repeat of the driest 6-year period on record, 1987 to 1992, with the Bay Delta Plan in place without requiring any rationing and without bringing any new water online. But I think you know about their design drought, double drought, that combines the 2 worst droughts from the last century. They got caught 2 months ago trying to cook the books on their urban water management plan. They were trying to use the sales cap, contractual obligations, as demand. And we caught them and they were forced to change it. That reduced rationing by 27%. And yet still people listen to them as if they're a credible source. You have the authority to restart the Bay Delta Plan, and I implore you to do that. The river and all the critters, the salmon-based ecosystem depend on you. Thank you very much for the opportunity to comment.
Thank you, Mr. Dreckmeyer. Appreciate your time and comments this morning. Next, we have Nathaniel Kane, and then last we'll have Jasmine Leak. I believe Ms. Leak is here with us again. Good morning, Mr. Kane.
Good morning, Chair Esquivel and members of the board. My name is Nathaniel Kane. I'm here with Environmental Law Foundation. I'll try to keep it quick. I'm here to talk about the unfolding emergency on the Scott River. There's a little bit of water in the river right now. There's a decent return of fish from the 2018 cohort that's up there right now. It's already getting hot. There's almost no snowpack, and flows are going to drop very quickly as the irrigation season gets going up there. And it's going to be a disaster for the fish. We're going to see disease, we're going to see strandings, we're going to see the stream disconnect. It's going to be a disaster for the fish and the communities that depend on those fish. I was really heartened to see the board issue the notices of unavailability a few weeks ago. I think that's a really good first step. It's not going to fix the problem by itself. For many reasons, including that senior water users can just continue to divert, and that won't protect the Forest Service right. And groundwater users outside the adjudication zone will be able to continue to extract water. Right now, no agency has taken the role of overseeing groundwater and surface water use from the entire Scott Basin because the adjudication cuts the basin in two. This just leads to a tragedy of the commons in the Scott. This board has the authority to act. The courts in recent years have confirmed that under emergency drought regulations, under the public trust, under waste and unreasonable use, this board has the authority to take action. CDFW, as has been discussed, has given the board an interim stream flow target that should be adopted. And I'm looking forward to engaging with the board and staff over the coming weeks to talk about all of these options. But ultimately, action needs to happen. My first priority would always be to see voluntary reductions in use to preserve these species. But I think that voluntary reductions are a lot more likely to happen if it's backstopped by regulatory action by this board. So we're asking for action. I'm hoping to be in touch, and thank you for your time.
Thank you as well, Mr. Kane. Appreciate your time this morning. Thank you. And then last, we have Jasmine Leak. Ms. Leak, thank you for your patience, and glad hopefully you're still here with us and can comment.
I am. Thank you very much, Chair Esquivel. My name is Jasmine Leak, and I am the Managing Director at Third City Coalition. We're a civic nonprofit based in Stockton, California, formerly Northern Valley Yogurt's land. I'm here today really to advocate for my community. I'm a community organizer in Stockton, and I've, for the last 7 years, worked to better understand the issues of the people here in Stockton, and was fortunate to be able to participate in the Delta Leadership Program. And currently our organization heads up an organization called, a coalition called Rise Stockton, where we are advocating for and working with our environmental justice community in Stockton. And I just really want to express my disappointment and also concern, and as a community member who's involved in a multitude of issues, just the questions that we as residents have about the work that you all are doing. And just want to remind you that in Stockton, I think someone earlier mentioned that, you know, we have a lot of unhoused and unsheltered folks living along the waterways. And while we consider this drought crisis, I just want to remind you all that there's when we were dealing with multiple intersecting crises. And so it's of the utmost importance that you prioritize the folks who are here in Stockton and in their Delta. The harmful algal blooms, which I know everyone has been talking about this morning, keep getting worse. And I think from my perspective, something that I would like to see change is, you know, further investment in community groups who are actually on the ground, who can try to help implement some of these policies and ideas. I realize that you all are one agency and you're tasked with this enormous state and all the issues, but folks on the ground are dealing with the impacts, and there is a lot of untapped resources here in our communities that can help alleviate the problem. So I just, you know, want to make sure that it's clear that the water quality in our Delta is extremely important, not just for the health and safety of others, but you know, some of us have, like places like Stockton who are on the water, depend on it for our economy, and have a lot of people who want to be able to recreate but have never even had the opportunity. And so I think when you start to think about you know, people who have the luxury of recreating on our waterways and the people who are actually using it as necessities, I think that's going to be what you all should consider as you begin to address the drought. Thank you for the opportunity to make these comments this morning, and apologies for the issues earlier.
Oh, no apologies in the least. And thank you for your time this morning as well, and your advocacy. You know, it's definitely not lost on me that the success of any effort is always incumbent upon the local leadership, and we're here to support. We can't replace that at the state level. And it's always about the partners we have in our watersheds to help balance out. It's not just the board that's called to balance these resources, it's in our state constitution. Us in common all are here called to figure out how we deal with very difficult circumstance. And certainly looking forward to item number 5 and being able to explore a little more deeply amongst us how we do just that.
Thank
So
you.
thank you,
And
Ms. Leek.
just one more quick thing, if I may. I just want to thank the groups like Restore the Delta who have been doing the hard work on the ground with community organizations that have completely unrelated missions. I think you know, every community should have someone like Restore the Delta in their backyard. So thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Lee. That concludes public forum. Thank you, everyone. I know I was tempted to try to limit for the first time, I think, but we, I think, appropriately got through them all. And again, much of the comment I heard we'll actually dive into in more detail on item number 5. So thank you, everyone. We can now move on. And I will just say that because of the number of folks we still have remaining to comment on item number 4 and then also on item number 5 and our agenda generally, I will try to break, but everyone should feel very comfortable to take care of their needs here as we try to get through a thick agenda. So thank you, everyone. Okay, item number 1, it is consideration of adoption of the May 4th board meeting minutes. Do I have a motion or any comment or edit from folks?
I'll move to adopt item 1.
Thank you.
I'll second.
And do I have, and can we do a roll call vote, please, Ms. Townsend?
Certainly. Board Member McGuire.
Aye.
Board Member Firestone.
Aye.
Vice Chair Diadamo.
Aye.
And Chair Esquivel.
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you as well. The item carries and the board meeting minutes are adopted. I apologize. I actually, before, meant to just launch into our items, kick it over to Mr. Lawfer because we have some housekeeping items to help us here with both identifying individuals on our list. And I see we have a couple hands up. So Mr. Lawfer, if you can.
Sure, I appreciate that. Thank you, Chair Esquivel. And I also appreciate the call out from Mr. McManus. It is kind of lonely here at times. So we do have a number of people who have called in today and whose phone numbers were not, or the last 3 digits of their phone numbers had not been provided when they registered for the Zoom meeting. So if you have a phone number ending in either 977, 531, or 600, if you can please send an email to Janine Townsend, clerk of the board. She was the one who emailed the credentials for the Zoom meeting. We need to know what your name is so we can make sure you're assigned to the correct item. Otherwise, you may not be called on today. And if you have a hand up, if you can just send your question to Ms. Townsend as well, we will deal with it offline so we can keep the meeting moving. So appreciate it, everybody.
Thank you so much, Mr. Lawfer, for helping continue to have very productive meetings here for us. So thank you. Next, okay, so we took care of item number 1 on our agenda. That brings us to our tranche of uncontested items on item number 2 and 3. Ms. Townsend, do we have any public commenters for those? Are they still uncontested?
They are still uncontested.
Great. And I just want to thank at the top, of course, all the great work I know that went into these. The fact that we aren't talking or hearing about them doesn't mean that they aren't critical or important to us. But at this point are uncontested and so can be taken both and or if any board members have any comments, they can also make them.
Move adoption of both of the uncontested items.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Is there a second?
I'll second.
And Ms. Townsend, can you please call the roll call vote?
Yes. Vice Chair Diadamo.
Aye.
Board Member Firestone.
Aye.
Board Member McGuire.
Aye.
And Chair Esquivel.
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you as well. Items 2 and 3 are passed and adopted. So thank you, everyone. That now brings us to a tranche of informational items. And the first being on the report for the statewide advisory committee on cooling water intake structures with recommendations regarding Redondo Beach generating stations compliant state. I believe we have our folks from the program to give a brief presentation, and then we have a panel of representatives from the CEC, the Air Board, the CPUC, and other state agency partners. Good morning. Ms. Fitzgerald, are you going to kick us off here then? Great. Hopefully everyone should be able to unmute. Here, let me.
There we go. Okay, great. Well, good morning, Chair Esquivel, members of the board. This is item 4. My name is Rebecca Fitzgerald. I am an environmental program manager on your staff in the Department of Water, Division of Water Quality. This is a report for you on the statewide advisory committee on cooling water intake structures, also known as the SWRCB, providing recommendations regarding how the once-through cooling policy and the compliance dates associated with that policy may need to be considered in light of grid reliability needs, energy grid reliability needs throughout the state. I'm going to turn over the majority of the presentation to colleagues in the energy agencies, Mr. Ed Randolph from the California Public Utilities Commission and Mr. Neil Mueller from the California Independent System Operator. Alicia Gutierrez is also available from the Energy Commission. And then the last part of our presentation, I'll turn it over to a senior environmental scientist on your team, Kat Walsh, to talk about what is likely to be an amendment upcoming for the once-through cooling policy. Can you please advance to the next slide? I just wanted to take a moment to what I already kind of touched on, an outline of the presentation focused on the information that we've gotten from our advisory committee from SWRCB, followed by staff presentation. There'll be questions and opportunity for discussion after as well. I do want to take a moment and highlight that our representatives from the CPUC and Cal ISO both have a legislative commitment this afternoon, and they'll be available to have a discussion after the presentation, but may not be able to stay through all of the public comments. So with that, Mr. Randolph, Mr. Miller, I will turn it over to you.
Okay. Good afternoon, Chair and board members. First off, sound check. You're hearing me okay?
We can.
Great, okay.
Good morning. Good to see you.
Good morning. Thank you. I do actually apologize that we have to be in front of you on this again this year. I'll go through the timeline of events here, but I know this was a very tough decision when we were talking about OTC extensions last year. And we had talked about some reasons to come where we may need to come back and look at further extensions. But just to set this up, those reasons haven't actually materialized, but due to events of last summer, other analysis, other events have materialized where we've had to do a deeper focus on the OTC plants and specifically on Redondo Beach. But going through a quick timeline here, on this, back in August of 2009, SWRCB, that is the State Advisory Committee on Cooling Water Intake Structures, which is made up of representatives from multiple state agencies to look at reliability needs combined with the directives to shut down or repower power plants using once-through cooling technologies out there. The SWRCB identified a local capacity need in the LA basin. This is back in August 2019. And based on that local capacity need and an emerging system capacity need, recommended an extension of 2 or more years for Alamitos and 1 or more of the other once-through cooling resources to meet those capacity needs going forward. In November of that year, my agency, the California Public Utilities Commission, issued a decision ordering the utilities and community choice aggregators and energy service providers in California, oftentimes referred to as the load serving entities, to procure 3,300 megawatts of new energy resources to be online in 2021, 2022, and 2023. And recommending an extension of the permits for Alamitos, Huntington Beach, Redondo Beach, and Ormond as a bridge while that other procurement was coming online out there. And then in January 2020, the SACWIS recommended extensions of Alamitos, Huntington Beach, and Ormond Beach for 3 years and Redondo Beach for 1 year. Then in August of 2020, last year, we had severe west-wide heat waves that resulted in, on August 14th and 15th, what is oftentimes referred to technically as a load shed event, when the California system operator ordered the load serving entities to reduce their load because there was not enough generation available to meet that. Most people know load shed events as the term rolling blackouts. We also, not noted in this deck, but on the 14th and the 15th were Friday and a Saturday. On the 17th, 18th, and 19th, while there were no additional load shed events, forecasted demand on each of those days, far exceeded our planning reserve margins that we planned for in advance. And we only avoided additional load shed events those days because of massive statewide conservation and a number of other efforts, including a number of entities that have fossil fuel generation, diesel backup generation, firing up those resources to meet their own loads and reduce the impact on the grid. Then shortly after that, in September 2020, you approved extensions according to the SACWIS recommendations of the once-through cooling plants. In January of 2021, and I'll get to some details on this in a second, the joint energy agencies, that's the Public Utilities Commission, the California Energy Commission, and the California Independent System Operator, released a root cause analysis on the causes of those rotating outages in August and the near shortages of energy we had on other days. And then on March of 2021, the SACWIS adopted the 2021 report on SACWIS, which we'll talk a little bit more today on the specific recommendations. Next slide, please. And then the SACWIS recommendations. SACWIS recommends the State Water Board amend the once-through cooling policy to extend the compliance date of Redondo Beach units 5, 6, and 8 for 2 years from December 31, 2021 to December 31, 2023. The extension would help meet system reliability needs in September of 2022 at the hours ending at 8 p.m. As demonstrated by system-wide grid shortfalls in the 2022 stack analysis, which we will talk about later in this deck. The second year of the extension is necessary to address the uncertainty of the 2023 resource supply and the CEC's forecasted 500 megawatt increase in demand between 2020 and 2023. Furthermore, a 2-year extension would minimize the regulatory risk of returning to the State Water Board should the power generated by Redondo Beach be needed in 2023. Should it be determined there is no need for Redondo Beach in 2023, the unit may retire earlier than its compliance date deadline. Next slide, please. So talking a little bit about the findings from the joint agency root cause analysis. That joint root cause analysis had 3 main conclusions on what what led to the rotating outages and then to the tightness in the other days during that west-wide heat wave. First, climate change induced extreme heat wave across the western United States resulted in demand for electricity exceeding existing resource adequacy planning targets. To put that in context, that was a 1 in 30 year heat event based off of 35 years of weather data that we have. And our planning targets at that point did not plan for a 1 in 30 heat wave event. Second, in transitioning to reliable, clean, and affordable resource mix, resource planning targets have not kept pace to ensure sufficient resources that can be relied upon to meet demand in the early evening hours. This makes balancing demand and supply more challenging during the extreme heat waves. Put a little bit more in English and a little bit more detail behind that. The challenge is in late August and then in getting into September, when solar is less available in those evening hours, since the sun is going down earlier. You continue to have high demand during heat waves that you have that time of year. And thus we need to rely on other resources other than solar at that time frames, and need to, over time, look for a more diverse resource mix that can meet those targets. And then finally, some practices in the CAISO's day-ahead energy market exacerbated the supply challenges under high stress conditions. Neil can get into more detail on those and some of the corrective actions we've taken on those in later slides. Slide 6, please. Thanks. And then looking at responses to the root cause analysis, what are the agencies doing to make sure we don't have a repeat of what happened in 2020? First, the California Energy Commission is focusing on additional reliability actions in 2021. In the 2021 Integrated Energy Policy Report, they recently held a workshop with the joint agencies on May 4th to look at some of these issues. They are updating some of their forecasting techniques and methodologies, and are developing other tools so that we have more contingency plans in place in the event of other shortfalls. The CPUC opened a proceeding and issued 2 decisions in this last winter, setting requirements and parameters for expedited procurement in the summer of 21 and the summer of 2022. These 2 decisions combined should result in approximately 1,000 megawatts of additional resources being available this summer and a little bit more available in 2022. The CAISO's Board of Governors approved on March 24th and April 21st a package of market operational improvements to support grid reliability in California and throughout the West during tight supply conditions to be implemented before the start of this summer. And then CAISO designated approximately 400 megawatts of resources that were at risk of retiring before this summer as what's designated as reliability must run resources, which prevents their retirement. It prevents their retirement for this summer. Next slide, please. Additionally, it's worth noting other efforts outside of this winter's efforts to bring more resources online that impact the timeframes we're talking about here, this coming summer 2021, 2022, and 2023. First and foremost, and I have already mentioned this decision, in 2019, the PUC ordered 3,300 megawatts of incremental procurement that needed to be online by 2023, but that's supposed to come online in tranches, with 50% online by this summer, 75% online by the summer of 2022, and the remainder of that online by the summer of 2023. We have required the load serving entities to report progress towards procurement milestones in September and February and August of each tranche period. So we are tracking that progress towards meeting those milestones. From a contract basis, actually the load serving entities will be a little ahead of target for 2021, but there may be some other issues where while on contract they're ahead, they still aren't ahead on 2021 procurement. Energy Division staff at the Public Utilities Commission is analyzing the most recent February 2021 filings and some supplemental filings that needed to be filed and resolved in errors of the initial filings. And staff is still working through some of that to develop a full progress report. However, nothing in the staff review so far indicates that the load serving entities will not meet their obligations. After that analysis, the commission will determine whether backstop procurement is needed, meaning that we may step in, and if some of the load serving entities have not met their obligations, we would direct the 3 investor-owned utilities to go do additional procurement to fill that gap. And we sent a quarterly report on these issues to the Water Board on March 16th of this year. Next slide, please. And this slide actually gets into more detail on a little bit of what I was talking about 2 slides ago in terms of incremental procurement for this summer. I'm just kind of looking through it to make sure I think I've covered most of this slide already. So yeah, I think we can skip to slide 7. I've covered this and talking about the other slides. And with this, I will hand it over to Neil Miller at the CAISO.
Okay, thank you, Ed. And good morning, commissioners. Thank you for a chance to present today. I should also do a sound check. So Ed, would you please nod if you can hear me? Thank you. So as Ed indicated, this is not a request we wanted to be bringing back to the board, but we do feel it's necessary. The other issue that we wanted to address head on is that we wanted to keep the assumptions and the basis for the analysis as straightforward and transparent as possible, recognizing the concerns associated with this analysis and request. So first, I'd just like to walk through the analysis that led us to this point that was performed by the performed and vetted with the 3 energy agencies here, and just walk through the detail on some of the assumptions that underpin this work. So this focus was on a stack analysis that really had us sharpening our pencils on looking at that critical 8 p.m. window, the time period, as Ed indicated, where the solar resources on the system and behind the meter are dropping off, but the load levels continue to remain high for several hours past when the solar output has been tailing down. So the stack analysis we performed is really comparing the capacity of the fleet of available generators, and we consider all available generators to meet the expected need. We assume a 1 in 2 average load from the Energy Commission as the basis for the analysis, and the probability of exceeding that is built into our margins, but we start off as the basis using the 1 in 2 forecast. We are focusing on the most critical hour after peak, which is generally the hour ending 8 p.m. for the June to October timeframe. And because of that, we removed the solar from the analysis because it's generally not available at hour ending 8 p.m. We assume all resources using their net qualifying capacity, the amount that's proven to be valuable from each unit for contributing to meeting peak load, and have, of course, done this analysis with and without Redondo Beach. We also make and have been making slightly more optimistic assumptions about the amount of demand response performance based on the total that is shown or credited that load serving entities have indicated they have available in terms of how much is contracted, but how much can actually appear on any given day, any given hour. We've also used the 5-year average historical resource adequacy import levels, the contracted amounts for each month, to establish a baseline. And we use the incremental non-solar resources coming online based on the CPUC's analysis of the progress the load serving entities are making in their procurement. And in particular, this was focusing on a November 2020 update that we believe is still relatively consistent with what we're seeing to this point. We do also assume that the incremental procurement that Ed referred to in one of the decisions is moving forward, which is practically the range has been discussed of 1,000 to 1,500. We've been focusing on the 1,500 of additional capacity. And we've been looking at the analysis meeting both a 15% and a 17.5% planning reserve margin, as well as looking at an illustrative August 2020 day-ahead forecast. And the 15 and 17.5% planning reserve margins, I should spend a minute on that. The 15% was the historical approach. And given the last several years of actual performance for generation, the 17.5% we believe is actually a more realistic number that should be planned for. Next slide, please. So this series of bar charts demonstrates the available capacity that we would expect to see in summer of 2022 and how they compare against that 8 p.m. load level. As you can see from the charts, the September chart is the largest concern, where all the resources, including Redondo Beach and the expedited procurement, are necessary to almost reach the 17.5% margin. But we're counting on either the expedited procurement or the Redondo Beach even to reach the 15%. These also demonstrate the risk compared to this illustrative August 18th day that we provided as a comparator, which was taking the day-ahead forecast load for that date, adding in operating reserves and forced outages, but not adding in the additional margin to account for forecast variability because we were picking a very specific forecast. Now, if I could move to the next page, please. This table sets out numerically the results that we showed on the graphs and really just help highlight the particular points where we see risk. This chart is focusing on, does not include the expedited procurement underway and shows the gaps in that case without Redondo or the expedited procurement, and shows that the September timeframe is the largest concern, although you'll also see challenges in meeting the July requirements as well. If I could turn to the next slide, please. This is another way of presenting the same results. These do include the expedited procurement, but show the impact that Redondo Beach would have in helping us close, but not entirely eliminate the shortfall in reaching the 17.5% targeted planning reserve margin. Next slide, please. So when we're looking at the 2022 analysis, which we did in more detail, we also then had to look forward to see if the situation would be materially different in 2023. Well, there is some additional procurement being undertaken that should be closing the gap. We also do see an additional 500 megawatt increase in the demand for loads forecasted for the 8 p.m. window. And we also continue to have concerns around the certainty regarding the actual incremental procurement. And if I could turn to the last slide, please, or the next slide. So just to reiterate the concerns we identified in the SACWIS report overall, there is a period, like we are entering into with climate change and a number of other moving parts. There is considerably more uncertainty than there would normally be around the authorized procurement, how it will be realized and how effectively some of it will perform, whether the average level of imports can be delivered as these wider spread heat wave events are becoming more common, whether actual operating conditions continue to stay within planning targets, also concern around the susceptibility for higher forced outage rates, given that we are retaining a fleet of resources that are aging, and while maintenance is being done on them, they are an aging fleet and often on generators that are being held back from otherwise that would have been retiring, and the ability to keep the rest of the fleet online, especially at a time when, if some of this generation experiences any sort of major failure, it's often a very real issue about putting major capital dollars into restoring some units to service if they experience any other sort of major failure. There's also a concern about the ability for load serving entities to contract for all necessary resources and how well some of these new programs will actually perform. So there's a significant number of uncertainties that we're having to take into account in the consideration and applying judgment to the supply situation, where we really feel it's again necessary to keep Redondo Beach available as an insurance policy against the steadily increasing range of uncertainties that we're dealing with. I will stop there, and I believe I'll now turn it over to Kat to talk about the rest of the considerations.
And Neil, my name is Kat Walsh. I am the Senior Environmental Scientist supervising the Ocean Standards Unit in the Division of Water Quality here at the State Water Resources Control Board. Now I'll talk a little bit about the forthcoming proposed amendment to the OTC policy, permits and other regulatory documents for Redondo Beach Generating Station, and the current project timeline. Next slide, please. So this graph shows the historic and current projected water use for all OTC facilities as a daily average in million gallons per day. Water use is on the y-axis and time in years is on the x-axis. As you can see, daily average water use decreases over time as power plants come into compliance with the OTC policy. The red line depicts the actual flow data reported by these facilities to the US EPA. The blue line represents the design flow rate based on the compliance schedules in the OTC policy, and the green line represents the design flow rates based on owner actions and proposals. I'd like to draw your attention to the blue and green lines for the years of 2022 and 2023. Next slide, please. Similarly, this graph shows the projected water usage based on the 2-year extension of Redondo Beach Generating Station as recommended by the SAC list. As shown in this figure, the projected fleet water use, the green line, is still at or below the design flow rates based on the compliance schedule in the OTC policy, the blue line. Therefore, if the compliance date for Redondo Beach Generating Station is extended for 2 years, we would still be on track to meet the intended intake flow reduction per the OTC policy. Next slide, please. So based on the recommendation of the SAC list, State Water Board staff is preparing a proposed amendment to the OTC policy to extend the compliance date for Redondo Beach Generating Station for 2 years through December 31st, 2023. In order for Redondo Beach Generating Station to remain in compliance with the OTC policy, the amendment would need to be adopted by the State Water Board and approved by the Office of Administrative Law by December 31st of this year. However, should there be any unforeseen delays to this schedule, the CAISO could request a suspension of Redondo Beach Generating Station's compliance date for more than 90 days under Section 2B of the OTC policy. Next slide, please. So the MPDS permit for Redondo Beach Generating Station expires on September 30th of this year. The Los Angeles Regional Water Quality Control Board is considering an administrative extension of this permit. Additionally, the time schedule order, or TSO, for Redondo Beach Generating Station expires on December 31st of this year. And the Los Angeles Regional Water Quality Control Board is concurrently preparing a new TSO for its board's consideration this fall. Next slide, please. As our presentation draws to a close, here's a quick look at our project timeline. We intend to release the draft amendment and staff report on June 16th for public comment. The public comment period will span from June 16th through August 16th, and we are planning to re-release documents and our responses to comments on October 14th, and intend to bring this amendment to the State Water Board for a public hearing and consideration of adoption on November 2nd. Next slide, please. That concludes our presentation. Thank you for your time and attention. We will now take questions from members of the board, followed by public comment.
Thank you so much, Ms. Walsh, and thank you, Mr. Randolph and Mr. Miller. Any questions from fellow board members? You know, in hearing the numbers and hearing the analysis and the modeling and the planning, you know, what also comes to mind certainly is the drought that we're experiencing and similar work in trying to just best balance out and prepare and weigh what are a number of difficult considerations for all of us, but particularly with the climate crisis at hand, you know, all this work is incredibly important. So we appreciate the analysis and work and the rationale and justification for the request. And I know we have a number of public commenters. I'll just say, I believe it's hovering around 40 or so. We can quickly get into those, but first want to make sure my fellow board colleagues didn't have any questions. Nothing comes to mind. I want to remind everyone, the board is not acting on anything today. This was an informational item on an update on the SACWIS report. And as you saw from the timeline, there's still further public comment and discussion and work that will go on before the board takes official action. But fellow board colleagues, any questions?
I have a quick question, and I know we don't have all of the folks from SACWIS committee here. So I know in previous hearings, we've heard a lot of concerns around air quality when the Redondo Beach plant boots up. It's not the right word, but so I'm just wondering if, I know we don't have somebody from CARB here today or the local air quality district, but I'm just wondering if anyone can just speak to that concern. If not, maybe that can be it for a future hearing.
Ms. Fitzgerald.
Yeah, I believe actually we do have Ms. Carrie Byland from the Air Resources Board in attendance today. Are you able to share some input?
Yes, and I believe we have someone from South Coast on as well. So certainly want to defer, and I could give an answer that provides general information regarding permitting at that facility, but if the South Coast representative wants to speak first.
Hi, good morning. Yes, I'm Jason Aspel. I'm Deputy Executive Officer for Engineering and Permitting at South Coast AQMD. I believe some of the questions was about startup shutdown, or was it just?
Yeah, I mean, that's when I've heard concerns arise, right. Is really from that.
Yeah, so what we have on the permits for AES Redondo is a continuous emissions monitor. We do have an allowance for startup and shutdown of the equipment, but what that monitor measures is just the emissions continuously, and they're part of our reclaim program, which is the cap and trade. So they do have to account for all those NOx emissions from the stacks of the facility when they operate.
Do you know, I apologize to just be lobbing questions, and it's okay if you don't, but do you know how many times the facility had to start up, say, just in this last year's extension? So we get a sense of, and I think what Board Member Firestone's maybe sort of general question was just if there was any sort of analysis done as to, what would be the, potential, I guess, impacts on hearing, again, that we've heard and will likely hear about the air quality impacts to the local community, just if there's a sense of what that will be and if there was any maybe analysis done. And if not, we can just make sure we get a better understanding of that.
Yeah, I don't have that the number available to me. Essentially, what we look at is they get a cap. and they either have to comply with that or purchase additional credits. So as long as they're within those that emission cap, they comply with our rule. I am joined today by one of our enforcement managers. I don't know if they have that handy, but yeah, I don't have that information with me.
Yeah, that's fair. Thank you. So board member, maybe that's something that we can follow up on, I guess.
Yep.
Happy to do so.
Thank
I
you.
have a question for
Please.
Mr. Miller, I believe. Appreciate you sharing the analysis here, the stack analysis and the planning reserve margin and some of the calculations that went into addressing the just inherent uncertainty that we're facing. It seems like in so many different issues that we're dealing with, and a lot of it's driven towards, sounds like climate change. And certainly we're going to be talking about that a lot more today. But, I was looking at your charts and just reflecting on the fact that, historically you did use a 15% planning reserve margin, and it just, I don't have a solid understanding of where the 17.5% number came from, but I do recognize that it's awfully close to the Redondo Beach plant capacity. So I just feel like while you're here with us, I believe you have to leave. So I was hoping you could just share a little bit more about where that 17.5% came from. And then are you or are the agencies doing anything to fill the rest of the gap that was identified for 2022?
I'd be happy to. Thanks. I'll start with that, and there may be part that Ed also wants to jump in on following. But the way we've been looking at the 15% planning reserve margin was that it was a relative to us at this point, and looking back over history, because the record gets a little blurry. But the 15% at this point really provided us the simple sum of a 6% contingency reserve margin that's a requirement for people operating in the Western footprint. Approximately 4% allowing for load variability, which would take you from a 1 in 2 to about a 1 in 5, but not much further. And about a 5% margin to count for forced outage rates for the generating facilities. And when we've been looking over, especially last summer, but also sharpening our pencils before then, we've been seeing that the forced outage rates are more appropriately in the 7.5% range. So that's really where we've seen the need for some additional margin to be more realistic about the forced outage rates. And when we were at a time when we were surplus to some extent anyway, where renewable resources were being developed, but the older units hadn't been retiring away yet, we were comfortably above that margin. So to some extent, it didn't matter. It didn't get the sharper focus until we actually started to approach those limits. And we have provided that input as well into the various CPUC proceedings on resource procurement. And we have seen adjustments made in the longer term procurement direction being set, recognizing those higher requirements. And Ed, I don't know if you'd prefer to jump in and comment on that.
Yeah, I will. Thanks, Neil. I think there's two questions there, and I can add in a little bit more on the changes to the planning reserve margin, but then also a question on what are all the agencies doing to fill in those gaps more. So yeah, Neil detailed some of the factors that are going into that recommended 17.5% planning reserve margin. More broadly, that is a regulatory provision that was last revisited 2005 timeframe. And it does take into a number of factors, but a key factor in that is the weather availability and to account for more extreme weather events. And the PUC now in actually two different proceedings is looking at changes to the planning reserve margin going forward, with the more extreme weather events being a driving factor of those conversations. What the 17.5% margin there represents is an interim approach, while the commission develops a broader record and a broader understanding of how we should account for weather going forward. that covers for the next few years what the investor-owned utilities need to procure. And is based on the factors that Neil had done, had laid on what we're continuing to learn about both weather changes and changes in the fleet as we move to more and more clean energy resources. Because we don't want to make massive new investment in fossil fuel plants, acknowledging that some of the resources that we are relying on until we can make a complete transition to a carbon-free grid are going to be a little less reliable. So we need to account for that in our planning there. In terms of what are we doing to fill in the gaps, I went into some of that in the slides. I'll point out also that there is a commission proceeding right now looking at midterm reliability needs. That's through 2026, in which a proposal from one of our administrative law judges recommended procurement of 7,500 megawatts of qualifying capacity be built by 2026. The CAISO in that proceeding has actually, based on their analysis, recommended 10,000 megawatts of procurement. There will be a draft decision in that proceeding coming out in the next week or so that will address a number of party comments on what we should be procuring, what types of resources should be procured to meet that. So that's an additional effort there. All the agencies going into this summer and going into the next summer, I think priority number 1, 2, and 3 is to make sure we have resources online, across the board to meet needs if we have another extreme heat wave. And that includes tracking all the orders we've already issued, making sure that the load serving entities are meeting their compliance dates. As we've seen in a bunch of different sectors now, there's starting to be supply chain issues with a bunch of different resources out there as shipping gets more constrained, as factories and across the United States and across the world are ramping back up, and we're keeping a really close eye on those supply chain issues. And up until recently, we weren't seeing any, but we're starting to see some supply chain issues. But trying to stay on top of those, make sure it's there, make sure that that 2,000 megawatts of new batteries that are supposed to come online before this summer actually come online, and making sure that 8,000 plus megawatts of new clean energy resources supposed to come online the next 3 years do come online.
Thank you. That's helpful.
Thank you. Any other questions from fellow board colleagues? And if not, we can begin to get to commenters. Just to note, again, we have about 40 individuals. I would like to see if folks can keep their comments to about 3 minutes, and do try to be additive, but please just try to be succinct as well. We have a lot of folks to try to get through. That would bring us at about 2 hours worth of public comment. I'll note that in about an hour, we can go ahead and take a 30-minute lunch. And then so we would come back and then continue on through those public comments. And again, trying to hit a 2 o'clock drought item. If we are still in this item and have significant individuals to get through, I may pause it and then so that we can hit the drought item and then get back to finishing off some comment on the item. We'll see. Hopefully everyone can help work with me here to manage. I know what are a lot of individuals wanting to comment and would like to make sure we all respectfully have time for each of those. So let's go ahead and begin. And I believe our first commenter is actually from Public Forum. Francesco, thank you for being willing to wait a bit there. And now you are up for comment. Thank you.
Hey, good morning, everybody. Thank you for having me, and thank you for providing the opportunity to speak. My name is Francisco Arago. I'm with the International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers, Local 11. So we appreciate the thoughtful analysis by the CPUC and other energy agencies and their efforts to reevaluate the resource needs to promote reliability, electric services statewide that was published in their most current report and which was presented to you today. The blackouts last summer were a wake-up call and an important reminder that we must keep all existing resources in place during the transition to renewable energy. And this includes the AES power plant at Redondo Beach. We are seeing drought conditions, hotter, longer heat events across the Western US, more load requirements in the West, less energy imports available, transmission constraints, and retiring baseload assets in California and the West. We urge the Water Board to consider the recommendation today by SWRCB, which was also reflected in their March report, and encourage you are able to extend the operations of all OTC power plants through 2023. Thank you for your time.
Thank you as well. Next, we have Jan Smutny-Jones. I apologize, you're still muted. You should be invited to unmute here, and it should allow you then.
There you go. Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the board. My name is Jan Smutny-Jones. I'm with the Independent Energy Producers, whose members include AES, but also a number of renewable energy companies, storage companies, and other fossil companies. We've invested heavily in the California energy sector, provide reliable and affordable and clean electricity. We are urging the board to extend operations of AES Redondo Beach through 2023. As the energy agencies indicated last summer, we had 2 outages and we came close a couple of times in September as well. A recurrence of these events must be avoided. We do have the capability of avoiding those. The Redondo Beach units were available for service during the 2020 summer months. It is prudent to keep those units available for dispatch through 2023. And I think the energy agencies earlier have established that need, and I won't repeat what they have already reviewed. The Redondo Beach units have a low capacity factor of around 4%. This means they do not operate most of the time and therefore have a limited impact on marine life or air quality. And I think as the Water Board staff has indicated, the daily average OTC use on the statewide scale is projected to be at or below average flow rates from the original OTC policy. In other words, the OTC goals, subject to this board's purview, have been met, and extending the operation of Redondo Beach facilities can be accomplished within these OTC goals. As indicated, the energy agencies have been active in addressing the root causes of last year, and this includes the market procurements, market improvements, and efforts to better coordinate in the extreme heat events with not only in California, but with our neighbors in the West, in the entire West. However, even with this proactive work, the supply system may experience difficulties in meeting our needs in the Western heat event. The Redondo Beach units the level of insurance to meet these events. I know concern was expressed in earlier meetings last year about climate change. The California energy sector is on a path to meet all of the GHG goals, with current GHG emissions at about 40% below 1990 levels. We are leading all other sectors in this. This has been accomplished by modernizing our fossil fleet, rapidly expanding renewable resources and storage, and the closure of coal plants importing into California. Other Western states are also engaged in lowering their GHG emissions. And this is great news for those of us working on climate change over the last few years. However, there are new challenges with low hydro generation, reduced Western energy surplus that potentially affects meeting the net energy needs of California. The continued operation of Redondo Beach facilities will help meet this. To be clear, we need to keep the grid reliable as we move through the transition to a carbon neutral energy sector. We would encourage you to approve the continued operation of the Redondo Beach facilities. Thank you, Mr. Chairman and the board.
Thank you for your time this morning. Thank you. Next, we have Scott Miller.
Good morning, and I want to thank the board for having me. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Good morning.
My name is Scott Miller. I'm the Executive Director of the Western Power Trading Forum, or WPTF. WPTF is a California nonprofit public benefit corporation, and we're a broad-based membership of power generators, financial institutions, energy consultants, public utilities, and we all participate actively in the California market, and importantly in other such markets in the rest of the West. I'm here to give a brief overview of the California power market, as well as the conditions of the remaining Western region, which are integrally linked together. California, as many know, has long been a net importer of power from other Western states during peak usage times. In years past, this was not that much of a problem, as there was normally enough variability in usage and resources in the region. California could just pay a bit more money and when needed, and import normally plentiful power from other states. The existence of hydropower assets in the Columbia River Basin and even British Columbia, along with the large thermal assets in Washington, Oregon, Idaho, Montana, and other states, was normally sufficient to ensure adequate supply to meet the demand in almost all circumstances. Recently, however, for a variety of public policy reasons that Jan just enumerated, a lot of legacy generation has been retired in the Western Electric Coordinating Council, or WEC area. This has meant that there's not nearly as much surplus capacity in the Western region that traditionally supplied California's needs at peak times. The situation has meant that both California and the entire Western region have considerably fewer resources available to meet customers' demands. This situation was most notably apparent when heat spread over the wide area of the West, as it did in August 2020, when stage 1 emergencies meant that some customers in California experienced power shutoffs due to shortages, and the power prices in the adjoining West saw prices for power that they had not seen in over 20 years. The events of last summer have had a profound and immediate effect on the market for power, and the ability to call on something known as resource adequacy, or RA, for the upcoming summer. During that difficult time in August, California Independent System Operator, CAISO, suspended sales of power outside of California on August 17th to make sure that load or customer demand could be met in California. The immediate reaction of companies in the Western states adjoining California who are representing customers was to begin to contract for greater and greater levels of power for summer 2021. Naturally, with so much of the West having experienced either power interruptions, the threat of power interruptions, or extremely high prices to meet demand, there was a regional scramble for available resources. The situation has already been reflected in the forward market traded, the index known as ICE, in the form of spreads or differences between power prices at related trading hubs. Most years, the spread between the node, Palo Verde nuclear power plant in Arizona, the trading node in Southern California known as SP15 for late summer, is around a difference of $25 per megawatt hour. For this summer, the part of and particularly the part of the August to September timeframe, the forward market spread between Palo Verde and SP15 has been as high as $100 per megawatt hour. The wideness of this spread, or the difference, is indicative of buyers of power being very concerned about the availability of enough power to meet reliability and customers' needs. Regional demands are similar to August of last year. In closing, let me say that everyone involved in power procurement and investment in California and the rest of the West are aware the resources that make up the grid are changing. However, as California considers resources necessary to meet demands in the future, it must contemplate resources available right now, both within the state and what is available in the other parts of the West that have been a traditional resource to ensure reliability and customers' needs. The CAISO, the CEC, and the CPUC have made extraordinary efforts to plan for the upcoming summer. Depending on the conditions both in California and neighboring states, we may need all the help we can get. Consequently, I strongly support the recommendations of the energy agencies. And I want to close with one final note. The November decision is maybe a little bit too late, as I've outlined. We need a September or at the latest October decision to make sure that we have enough power in the event that conditions are similar to what they were in August of last year. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Miller. Appreciate your time. Next, I'd like to call up Sean Silva.
And Sean, we've invited you to unmute, which on a phone, there you go.
Hello, can you hear me?
We can. Good morning.
Good morning. My name is Sean Silva, and I'm speaking on behalf of Creed LA today. We're here to support the extension of operations at the AES power plant at Redondo Beach for an additional 2 years. That's in line with the extensions already granted by the State Water Resources Control Board and in place for the other 3 power plants. As been highlighted before, not only in meeting rooms like this one, but by nature itself over the last year, California's energy independence and resource adequacy are at risk. It has become abundantly clear that the projected shortfalls in California's energy grid will be a detriment to our state as we enter another hot summer athwart a drought. With the additional pressures of the pandemic and with many people remaining at home, the energy uncertainty exceeds reasonable limits. I urge the members of the board to address this issue head on and allow this power plant to keep functioning by approving the proposed 2-year extension. Thank you.
Thank you as well. Appreciate your comments this morning. Next, we have Chad Mainder.
Good morning. Can you hear me?
We can. Good morning.
Good morning, Board Chair Esquivel and the Water Board members. My name is Chad Mender, and I'm here on behalf of the LAX Coastal Chamber of Commerce, representing the communities just north of the Los Angeles International Airport. I'm here today speaking in support of the extension of the AES Redondo Beach Power Plant through the end of 2023. The SACWIZ reports recommends the extension to guarantee grid reliability. Other once-through cooling facilities have extended through 2023. Why not Redondo Beach? This plant helps provide energy for the entire Los Angeles County region, so we are all invested in making sure that energy is available when it is needed. The Water Board's OTC policy was created a decade ago to help reduce impacts on the marine environment along the coast where plants use ocean water to cool their facility. Since then, great strides have been made and the goal has been largely met. In fact, in 2020, the Water Board issued a report that said any operation extension of Redondo Beach plant would have minimal impacts on the marine environment given how little it runs. Extending the plant's operation for 2 additional years is a small price to pay for the insurance it will provide in terms of guaranteeing that the lights stay on during the highest demand times. We need to think regionally, not just locally, about how to make sure we can keep the lights on as we transition to renewable energy. We all want to see these plants like this close, but closing them too soon creates an unnecessary risk and may even undermine the public's confidence in renewables. Moving towards renewables is a goal we all share, but as last year's outage showed, we are not quite ready to power our cities on renewables alone. Extending Redondo Beach provides a reliable and cost-effective bridge to the low-carbon grid that we are all striving to create. I highly encourage you to support the extension of the AES Redondo Beach Power Plant through the end of 2023. Thank you so much.
You as well. Appreciate your time this morning. Next, we have Desiree.
Good morning, all. My name is Desiree, and I'm speaking for all those who could not make it today. The people of Los Angeles support the 2-year extension at the AES power plant in Redondo Beach, as recommended by Statewide Advisory Committee and on cooling water intake structures. Summer will be another hot one, like last summer. Most likely, there will be another summer at home for most elderly, sick, and young people. Last summer, California's energy shortfalls caused over 2,000 people in my community to be without power for days, lost food, medicine, and suffered through the heat without real options. Please use your authority and support the 2-year extension and do not let us be in this position to go through another blackout again. Thank you.
Thank you as well. Next, then we have, apologize, I lost myself on my scroll here. Ron Miller.
And Chair Esquivel, at this point in time, we do not appear to have Mr. Miller, although there are multiple Mr. Millers on the call today. We do not have Ron Miller in our queue.
Okay, thank you. Next, I believe we have Cindy Hench.
Okay.
Good morning.
Hi, good morning. My name is Cindy Hench. I'm a resident of Los Angeles County, and I'm speaking in support of the extension of the Redondo Beach Power Plant through the end of 2023. As our state transitions to renewables, we need to be careful not to get ahead of ourselves and overestimate what our renewable capabilities can actually deliver. It's our experience that our grid has let Californians down, resulting in power outages of the summer of 2020. With the recommendation from the state's experts warning that our power grid is still susceptible to stress during extreme heat waves, the smart choice here seems to be to follow the recommendations to extend the operations at the Redondo Beach Power Plant through 2023. I respect that you guys have a really tough decision on this because the political pressures are real, but the risk of power outages cannot be understated. This is an issue of balancing the demands of the local community with the needs of the greater region. This plant is part of a much needed insurance plan for the state's power grid. And until there is reliable and adequate alternative resources, getting rid of what works now in exchange for something that doesn't yet exist will literally leave us in the dark. Thank you.
Thank you as well. I appreciate your time this morning. Next, we have Samuel Nieto.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning, board chair and board members. My name is Samuel Nieto, and I am here to express my support for the 2-year extension of the EAS power plant in Redondo Beach as recommended by the statewide advisory committee on cooling water intakes and structures. I'm not from Redondo Beach, but that doesn't mean this does not affect me personally. Last year, my community in East Los Angeles suffered days of blackouts during the heat wave in July. This board must show that it represents the needs of everyone in Southern California, not just the affluent. You can affirm your commitment to every Southern Californian by approving the extension for the Redondo Beach power plant, just like the other power plants that all receive full extensions. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you as well, Mr. Nieto. Appreciate your time this morning. Next, we have Mark Miller.
Do a quick sound check, Chair.
Yeah, good morning.
Very good. Good morning, Chair. Chair Escobar, board members, thank you very much for the opportunity to speak today. My name is Mark Miller, and I'm the AES Market Business Leader for California and General Manager for AES's Southland Generation portfolio. I'm responsible for our overall energy market development activities in California, including support for the development of our solar, wind, and battery energy storage activities, as well as the overall management of our Southland Generation portfolio in California, which includes the Redondo Beach generating facility. We're all well aware that 2020 was an important benchmark year for California's transition away from fossil fuel electric generation resources and towards a new renewable energy fleet. As with any transition in wholesale infrastructure replacement, there will be challenges, some of which we experienced last August. The SACWIS indicated in its report, even with the extension of the Redondo Beach compliance date to align with other once-through cooling or other OTC power plant extensions, California may still experience blackouts or brownouts during times when electrical demand is high and imports are unreliable due to similar demands in other states or balancing areas, such as during extreme and prolonged heat waves like we experienced last year. However, this risk would be significantly decreased due to the availability of all remaining coastal power plants, including AES's 834 megawatt Redondo Beach generating facility. During August 14th and 15th rolling blackouts, Redondo Beach had 79% of its capacity available to serve the load and generated at a total plant capacity of 71%. Most notably, its available capacity operated at 90% to serve load and support the reliability grid at critical hours last year during CAISO RMO declarations. Even though Redondo Beach only operates at about 3% of its available capacity during the year, it helps provide energy at critical times. Redondo Beach generating facilities needed to operate through December 31st, 2023 to provide responsible transition to a carbon-free energy future. We at AES are committed to working with each of you and other state and local officials to continue to make this facility available. As we indicated last year to the Water Board, we asked for timely notice of the potential need to maintain the Redondo Beach facility for operations post-21 and secure the required NPDES and TSO permits before the end of this year. From an air perspective, the current Title V operating permit is valid through February 4th, 2024, fully supporting the operation of the facility through an OTC extension at the end of 2023. It's also critically important that we maintain the skilled operations and maintenance staff and continue the investment to maintenance activities to ensure the facility remains in a high state of operational readiness. Our customers, also known as load serving entities, for example, CCAs, investor-owned utilities, and other public electric service providers like Merced Irrigation District and others serving load in CAISO, all require resource adequacy capacity, or RA, to meet their generation resource requirements to ensure electric system reliability in the CAISO balancing area. These customers require identification of specific generation units that will provide this RA. The CPUC and the CAISO require load-serving entities to demonstrate that they have sufficient RA capacity for the upcoming year by November 1st. With only 6 months to go until 2022 RA load-serving entities showing this year, we would like to advise that the timeline for the Water Board action is extremely tight to ensure availability for 2022. Any advancement of this schedule would bring important visibility and stability to the RA market. Although AES sold the 50 acres of the Redondo Beach property, including the site of the OTC units in March of 2020, AES signed a lease with the new owner as part of the sale transaction to allow for continued operation of the Redondo Beach OTC units through 2023. This lease will allow the Redondo Beach facility to continue to operate through the end of 2023 should the Water Board determine it is necessary to support electric system reliability. Finally, the entire AES team and I look forward to working with our customers, local communities, and within which we operate, the Water Board and its staff, and other key stakeholders to continue to support electric system reliability and a responsible transition to carbon-free energy by authorizing a 2-year OTC extension of the Redondo Beach facility. Thank you once again for the opportunity to speak today.
You as well, Mr. Miller. I appreciate your comments today. Next, we have Brian Germain, but I don't believe he is in the meeting with us. And so, Mr. Germain, if you're watching from one of the web streams, please do email the clerk of the board to receive the link to get in here. I think then we can move on to Tommy Fave. Apologies.
Yes, thank you, Board Chair. Good morning. And fellow board members, my name is Tommy Falvai. I represent IBEW, Electrical Workers Local Union 11 in Los Angeles. On behalf of our 13,000 members, we urge the approval of item 4 when it comes to the recommendation from SACWES on their approved and recommendation to extend the OTC policy for 2 years. I understand this is not an actionable item today, but when it does become an actionable item in the near future, we urge your support to extend the OTC policy. Thank you.
Thank you as well. Really appreciate you taking the time this morning. Next, we have Hector Rosales. Good morning.
Good morning. How's everyone doing today?
Doing well, thank you. Thank you for joining us.
My name is Hector Rosales, and I'm speaking on behalf of Local 78 today. We fully support the extension of the operations at the AES power plant in Redondo Beach for another 2 years. Like the other power plants, California needs to be able to draw on reliable sources of energy to meet its needs. Now is not the right time, with summer around the corner, to limit our energy resources. Please approve the 2-year extension at the Redondo Beach plant. Thank you for your time.
Thank you as well. Next, we have Doug Summers. Mr. Summers,
good morning, board members.
Good morning. Good morning.
My name is Doug Summers. I'm speaking on behalf of UA Local 709 Sprinkler Fitters. We are in support of the extension of the operations at the AES power plant in Redondo Beach for an additional 2 years. Now more than ever, we must maintain and strengthen California's energy independence. This power plant provides good jobs and keeps our state responsive to power needs. This power plant is an asset to the state. The extension will help keep our state's power grid ready for the coming months. Please approve the 2-year extension at the Redondo Beach power plant. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Summers. Next, we have Gus Torres.
So Chair Esquivel, Mr. Torres does not show up in the Zoom platform as having a microphone. However, we do have a phone number that has never been tied to a name. Mr. Torres, if you are on a phone and wish to speak, can you press *9 now? All right, so I'm going to go ahead and ask him to unmute with a *6, and we think we have our last unidentified speaker then. So, Mr. Torres, go ahead and, yep, there you go.
Good morning, Mr. Torres. Mr. Torres, if you're speaking, it shows you're unmuted on our end. Hello, are you there now? I believe we lost him.
Can you hear me?
Oh, yes, we can. Good morning.
Good morning. My name is Gus Torres. I'm speaking on behalf of UA Local 250. There are 6,300 members, pipefitters, welders, and apprentices. And we are in full support of the extension of the operations at the AES plant on the beach for additional 2 years. This will be a critical change for the present moment. The plant needs to be able to draw on reliable sources of energy to meet its needs. Now is not the right time with summer around the corner to limit our energy resources. Please approve the 2-year extension at the Redondo Beach plant. God bless.
Thank you, Mr. Torres. Thank you in speaking in support today of it sounding like extension. Sorry, I think your audio was a little low, but I think I heard most of it. So thank you very much. Next, then we have Zach Strasters.
Hi, good afternoon, Chair Esquivel and committee. My name is Pastor Zach with Anchor Church downtown LA, and here's what's at stake. 10,000 megawatts are up in the air for the summer with a potential 500 megawatt increased demand. That's 10,500 megawatts estimated. Now, based on what we expect with our environment, we are going to continue to be experiencing strong heat waves. The 30-year peak simply exposed what's to come. The communities affected nearby, such as Lawndale, Gardena, and Hawthorne, that are pulling from shared grids, will be the ones hit hardest. It's sad that in this racial climate, these predominantly Black and Latino communities will get the de facto shrug in favor of a political push for another park. Edison handles Redondo Beach's electricity, and a 500 megawatt upward demand and an unknown number of unknowns sounds like the apologies are going to roll downhill. Black, brown, and all lives matter. The first death will be the last word in the wisdom or lack thereof in this decision. Contracting from all necessary resources and how these new resources will perform, to quote, is what we know by experience will impact those most vulnerable. All the way back in 2019, the statewide advisory committee on cooling water intake structures determined that those closures may cause power grid shortages. 2 years is sufficient potentially to build another power supply to protect the nearby communities. We recognize that there is an unavoidable and probably even an encouraged termination date for this plan. However, deferring to some African wisdom in support of our Black brothers and sisters who would be most likely to be hit hardest, haraka, haraka, hyena, baraka. It means hasty, hasty is without the blessing. Convince us people won't lose their power, their medicine go bad, their children and elderly be suffering in the heat. Convince us that you won't once again threaten the health of the underprivileged in favor of what will undoubtedly become a city park. Remember Jesus' words in Matthew 22:39. Love your neighbor as you love yourself. Staff mentioned the hearing for November, but given the urgency and need, we strongly urge this board take up the item no later than September. Support the extension to December 2023. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Strasters. Next, we have Christine Bose.
Good morning. My name is Christine Boss, and I'm calling in on behalf of the Long Beach Area Chamber of Commerce to support the 2-year extension of the AES power plant. The Chamber understands that our businesses cannot operate to their total capacity without reliable energy supplies, threatening jobs, innovation, and economic growth. To support local energy production, we need reliable energy 24/7. Implications of power shutoffs, should the state fail to adequately plan for the shortfalls, are concerning. These shutoffs can have significant negative effects on the ability of businesses to operate successfully. Our businesses rely on electrical energy to keep the lights on and our power operations going. A power disruption, even a small one, can cost thousands of dollars. The Long Beach Area Chamber of Commerce urges the State Water Resource Control Board to ensure that the state has an adequate plan for reliability. We support the modest extension of the power plant as the state works to secure additional resources for addressing the long-term reliability solution. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Bose. Appreciate your time and comments today. Next, we have Paula Garez.
Hi, thank you so much for letting me speak today. I really appreciate it. I want to give my support to keeping the plant open to avoid blackouts, and that it's an important insurance policy for the energy grid reliability. So I hope that you will extend it the 2 years that is asked for. Thank you very much.
Thank you as well. Thank you for your time this morning. Next, we have David Voss. Good morning.
Muted?
You are.
Thank you. Good morning. Board Chairman Esquivel and board members, my name is David Voss. I'm a resident of Playa del Rey, just to the north of the plant. I'm also an avid user of the bay that would be potentially impacted, but not so much anymore. Board Chairman, you made a comment as a preamble to today's meeting about a lot of what you do is how we deal with difficult circumstances. Those were your words. And I listened to that because without getting this extension for 2 years, we simply don't have the capacity to deal with difficult circumstances. We don't have the options that we need when there's a quote unquote load shed event. A load shed event is a euphemism. It's when the power goes out. It's what happens in third world countries, not what should be happening in the United States. The SACWIZ report recommended the extension to guarantee grid reliability, and we're entitled to have that. And it's important to note that when I was commenting about the Bay, the Water Board's OTC, the once through cooling policy that was created a decade ago to help reduce impacts on the marine environment along the coast where plants use ocean water to cool the facilities, that since then great strides have been made and the goal has been largely met. In fact, in 2020, the Water Board issued a report that said any operational extension of the Redondo Beach plant would have minimal impacts on the marine environment, given how little it runs. So given the fact that other OTC facilities have been extended already through 2023, why not Redondo? Extending the plant's operation for 2 additional years is a small price to pay for the insurance it provides in terms of guaranteeing that those lights stay on during high demand periods. This power plant operates only at 3 to 5% capacity, but when we need it, we need it. When there's a heat wave event, it's throughout the West, and trying to rely on imported power has proven just last summer to be a false idea, because when we want to buy power from Nevada, but Nevada is hot too, they don't have power to sell us. So we need to be able to be prepared to be able to survive on our own. Cal ISO just came out on May 12 with their press release, and I'm sure you've all seen it. But the Cal ISO report said that Southern California grid is susceptible to stress during extreme heat waves like the one we experienced last summer. It says, and I quote, "There are remaining risks to reliability." That Cal also noting that California hydroelectric supplies will be significantly lower than normal this year. And in particular, talked about the probability, not possibility, probability of rotating power outages. The energy regulators seem to think that Redondo is an important part of the strategy to keep the lights on. They're the experts. We should listen to them. So I urge you, when it comes time, to support the extension of Redondo. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Voss. Appreciate your time and comments this morning. Next, we have Christopher Ortega. Mr.
Chair Escobar, we have given Mr. Ortega the opportunity to unmute, and at this point he is not, so I'd suggest moving on to the next speaker.
Yeah, thank you. Next, we then have Mike Costigan.
Mr. Costigan, on a phone, you would hit *6 to unmute. And again, at this point, he's had multiple opportunities, Chair Escobar.
Yep, we will continue to move on. And anyone that is maybe just having a hard time unmuting or such, we can come back to you. Just we'll just keep moving on for the interest of time. Next, we have Veronica Martinez. Martinez.
Hello, my name is Veronica Martinez, and I'm representing the International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers, Local 11. We represent over 12,000 electrical professional workers in Los Angeles County. First, I want to thank you and other energy agencies for this opportunity and for their commitment to statewide electric reliability. It's an important step towards the right direction, but we need a smooth transition, and we need to build confidence in California's energy reliability. At this time, the most prudent path forward and for the years to come is to preserve existing baseload and RA resources to mitigate future energy shortages. We urge the Water Board to consider the recommendation today by SWRCB, which was also reflected in their March report, and encourage the extension of operations of all OTC power plants through 2023. Thank you so much.
Thank you as well. I appreciate your comments this morning. Next, we have Rodney Cabos.
Hi, good
morning.
Good morning. Can you hear me?
We can. Thank you.
Yeah. First of all, I want to thank Chair Escobar and the board for allowing me to speak this morning, and all those behind the scenes that make these meetings possible. So again, my name is Rodney Cabos. I represent the Southern California Pipe Trades, which consists of over 18,000 members in the piping industry. And if I could combine all the previous speakers' comments in one, I would. But again, I'm pretty much straightforward. You know, the thing of having energy reliability and the many jobs that the AES power plant supports, and I can't urge the board enough to approve the extension. So again, I thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak this morning.
Thank you as well, Mr. Cabos. I believe Joel Barton is not on the platform with us currently, and so we would move on to Joe Raymond.
And Chair Escobar, we have given Mr. Raymond a couple opportunities to unmute at this point in time.
Okay, thank you. Then we will move on to Nicholas Harvey. And you should be asked to unmute here, Mr. Harvey, as well. There we are. Good morning.
Oh, there we go. I think you guys can hear me now.
We can.
Good morning, everybody. Thank you for having me. I am Nicholas Harvey, representing United Association Local 114. And I'm just going to make my comments really brief, as I know there are a lot of people that are here to speak, and just say that I do stand with Southern California Pipe Trades in support of keeping the AES Redondo Beach power plant open. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Harvey. Appreciate you taking the time this morning. Next, we have Wyatt Stiles.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can. Good morning.
Thank you, board chair, board members. My name is Wyatt Stiles, representing over 1,000 members in local union 398. And I stand in support with Southern California Pipe Trades in keeping the AES Redondo Beach power plant open.
Great. Thank you so much, Mr. Stiles. Appreciate your time this morning.
Thank you.
Next, we have Sean Keone Ellis. Oh, I apologize. I should look at my ticker as well, I believe. And then we'll go to Ron Miller.
Good morning, everybody, and board members. I hope you guys are having a great morning and a blessed morning. My name is Sean Ellis. I'm representing Local 230 and all of our members across Southern California. Look, I'm a South Bay resident. I used to be before I joined the Marine Corps. I grew up in Carson, California, which is a neighboring city to Redondo Beach. And I'm going to talk about a little something that I haven't really heard yet in this great meeting. I'm talking about the workers and what that plant brings to our community. And I'll just share real quickly. The median household income of Redondo Beach, California is $112,000 a year. Okay. And if you shut that plant down, you effectively have removed a job, a career, the ability to have living wages and to be able to afford that home. It's a lot of the reason why our membership and a lot of these pipe fitters, plumbers are working across United States, actually in states that don't share the same labor laws that we do in California or the same dignity on the job site. So I support the Southern California pipe trades and keeping this power plant open for the next 2 years and coming up with solutions for the future in this climate crisis. And I just want to urge you guys that the majority of these workers that are going to work in these plants are not from Redondo Beach. They're going to be from Carson, California, Wilmington, California, where the median income is $50,000 a year within the Los Angeles County. And I want to urge you guys that you shut that down. We lost Toyota's plant in Torrance, which cost us thousands of jobs. And if you're going to shut down another powerhouse, you potentially could be doing that. So thank you for your time, board members. I appreciate you giving me the opportunity to speak. And thank you so much, everybody.
Thank you, Mr. Ellis. I appreciate your time this morning. Next, we have Ron Miller. And Mr. Miller, you should be invited to unmute. There you are. Good morning.
Thank you, and thanks for having me. I'm Ron Miller, Executive Secretary of the LA Orange County Building Trades. We represent 140,000 skilled and trained men and women in LA and Orange County. A few of them you've heard today. It's 48 local unions and district councils. And I urge you to support the staff's recommendation for the power plants. You know, in this time of transition, we're deeply immersed in building the alternative energy projects. We've just completed a nice battery storage component in the city of Long Beach to go along with an AES plant. And these are very important in the time of transition to make sure that we keep the grid up and running. And you just have to read the news to see how important it is. So please support the staff's recommendation. Let's keep these power plants open until we don't need them anymore. Thank you very much.
Thank you as well, Mr. Miller. Really appreciate your time this morning. Next, we have Adolfo Navarro. And Mr. Navarro, you should be invited here to either share your camera and unmute.
Good morning, board members. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Good morning.
Yeah, hi. My name is Adolfo Navarro. I'm representing Plumbers and Fitters Local 761. And I also stand with Southern California Pipe Trades in support of keeping the AES Redondo Beach power plant open. Thank you.
Thank you as well. Appreciate your time this morning. Next, we have Ben Perez.
Good morning. Can you hear me?
We can. Good morning.
Good morning. My name is Ben Perez. I'm a resident of LA County, representing Local 345, and I stand in support of keeping the AES power plant open. Thank you very much. Have a good day.
Thank you as well. Next, we have William Estes.
Good morning. I am William Estes, representing Plumbers and Pipe Fitters Local 460. I stand with the Southern California Pipe Trades in support of keeping the AES Redondo Beach power plant open. Thank you.
Thank you as well. And then next we have Tim Redondo. And Mr. Redondo, you should be invited here to unmute and or share your camera.
How we doing there?
There we
You
go.
got me?
Yeah, now we have you. Good morning.
Okay, thank you, board chair and board members, for letting me speak this morning. Again, my name is Tim Redondo. I'm representing UA Local 484, plumbers, pipe fitters, welders, and apprentices, and I stand with the Southern California Pipe Trades in support of keeping the AES, Redondo Beach Power Plant, open. And that's all I've got. Thank you for your time.
Thank you as well, Mr. Redondo. Next, then, we have Caitlin Kalua.
Sorry, Ms. Kalua, go ahead and try to unmute again.
All right, there we are.
Good morning.
Good morning. Good morning, Chair Escobar and members of the board. My name is Caitlin Kalua, and I'm the policy manager for the California Coastkeeper Alliance. My comments today concern the mitigation requirements for the proposed OTC extension, and that while today's agenda item is an informational item, we ask the board to use its authority to direct staff to consult with the Ocean Protection Council and relevant energy agencies to impose an additional annual fee for the continued use of this facility if an extension is approved. Imposing additional mitigation is the minimum the State Water Board can do to address both grid reliability and address the ongoing comprehensive harm caused by OTC power plants. The existing interim mitigation was designed to bring OTC power plants into compliance before the original compliance deadline. And we encourage the board, when the time comes to take action and potentially adopt this extension, to essentially impose two mitigation fees. The first being the existing ongoing interim mitigation fee, and second, an additional mitigation fee for each year that the plant remains online with the updated cooling system. We ultimately suggest that this additional fee be based either on a flat yearly fee or an additional fee based on a percentage of the interim mitigation that is assigned for the actual use of the facility. And that concludes my comment. Thank you this morning.
Thank you as well, Ms. Kalua. Really appreciate you taking the time and your continued engagement on these issues. Next, we have Justin Walters.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Glad to be here. I just want to say that my name is Justin Walters. I'm representing UA Plumbers, Local 78, and that I also stand with the Southern California Pipe Trades in support of keeping the AES Redondo Beach Power Plant open. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your comment this morning. Next, then, we have Brandon Dawson.
Good morning, Chair members. Brandon Dawson, Acting Director of Sierra from California. Thanks so much for the opportunity to speak today on this item. We have concerns about the granting of an extension and would be happy to have further conversations with you all about those concerns prior to the time you take action. But today I'm here to ask that you all inquire more about the status of leak remediation that was supposed to be the result of a settlement between CARB and the Redondo Beach facility. In 2014, CARB and two AES facilities, Alamitos and Redondo, settled after CARB discovered that the facilities exceeded their SF6 air pollutant criteria due to the facilities leaking SF6. For those of you unaware, SF6 is nearly 24,000 times more potent than CO2. And unfortunately, it's not clear from the public record that these facilities have fixed those leaks. So I'm asking you all and the other relevant state agencies that are part of SWRCB, how can we ensure that the agencies are protecting the environment as you contemplate an extension if the public is unaware of whether or not those leaks have been remedied or not? We'd love to have further conversations with SWRCB and the other agencies that are part of this, especially CARB. We really want to see whether or not these leaks have been remedied before we even consider granting an extension further. Thank you.
Thank you as well. Appreciate your comments. Board Member Firestone.
I was just going to add a note for the air districts when they come back for future ones, if they could just help address that issue in their comments and presentation. Thanks.
Yeah, thank you, Board Member. Next, we have Luis Perez.
And Chair Escobar, we have given Mr. Perez a couple opportunities to unmute at this point.
Okay, thank you. And then we'll move on to Kyler Joaquin.
And Mr. Joaquin, you are unmuted at this point. And just in case you're at a computer, in the lower left corner of your Zoom window where there was the button you used to unmute, there is a little arrow next to it that you can select an alternate. You can click on that arrow and select an alternate input, like a different microphone or headset if you have one. You want to try again?
Yeah, still not hearing your audio.
So again, next to the little microphone in the lower left corner of your Zoom window, there's a little, it's like a caret pointing up. It's right before you see the start video or stop video button. And if you click on that arrow, it'll give you
live now.
There you go.
Yep, there you are.
My apologies. It was saying that I need to be let in by the administrator, and then I was not in, and then I turned my video on. My apologies for the confusion. Now, out of brevity, I'm going to align my comments with the International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers who called in the UA Plumbers and Pipe Fitters. My name is Kyler Joaquin, calling in on behalf of the California State Association of Electrical Workers, the Coalition of Utility Employees, the California State Pipe Trades Council, and Western States Council of Sheet Metal Workers. We as well appreciate the analysis conducted by the CPUC and other state agencies and the efforts to reevaluate the resource adequacies needed to promote reliability in the electric sector in California. Nothing is more important than to build confidence in our energy future, and that is, to simply stated, make sure we keep the power and lights on in the state of California. We respectfully urge the Water Board to consider the recommendations today made by SACWIS, which encourage the board to extend the operations of all OTC power plants, specifically the AES power plant in Redondo Beach, through 2023, thereby extending our members the ability to earn well-paying, sustainable livings and providing Californians with reliable power in our ever-changing ongoing climate. Thank you very much, and my apologies for the technical difficulties.
Oh, no apologies in the least. Just thank you. I really appreciate you taking the time today, Mr.
Thank you very much, Chair Escobar. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And then that brings us to Todd Golden. And Mr. Golden, was that you, Mr. Laffer?
I was going to say, we have given Mr. Golden multiple opportunities to unmute at this point in time.
Okay, thank you. And then Mr. Golden, again, if you, we can come back to folks that are in the queue that, again, we had to pass over because there was maybe a technical difficulty. So I think that brings us to Joe Raymond.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, board members. Thank you for seeing me this morning. I'm Joe Raymond, representing UA Local 364, Plumbers and Pipe Fitters. I too stand with the Southern California pipe trades as well as the other trades in support of keeping the AES Redondo Beach power plant open and running. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you as well. Appreciate your time this morning. I believe that brings us actually to the end of our public commenters. And so I want to actually thank very much folks that kind of were succinct, helped us get through this because we're running a little ahead of schedule as I was anticipating. So that's good. We are coming to the 12 o'clock here. I'd like to go ahead and let's continue to just close out this item amongst us. Any other feedback or thoughts from folks, please do share questions as well. Although we know, I believe, at least Mr. Randolph and some others had to head off to other budget items. So I don't, to my mind right now, I don't have an immediate question. I'm hearing concern about the impact, certainly about the extension. Some of those outside, candidly, of really the purview of what the once through cooling policy is. There are, embedded here discussions certainly around climate change, our responses to it, grid reliability, and then also the balance of continuing to transition into the 21st century and the energy systems of them, but realizing that there are a lot of fast moving challenges for us. And so this board certainly, when it comes to this plant and its extension of use, is called to have a question that, again, is, you look at the once through cooling policy, you look at the goals and what the intention of the board was then, which wasn't to pull us off of fossil fuels, but instead to address the impacts of these plants on near ocean conditions. So Yeah, I don't have current any questions I think that would be answerable. I share my concern with my fellow board colleague, board member Firestone, when it comes to just the community impacts. And here, I mean, it is not lost on me that these are impacts ultimately when we talk about extension or not, that are across the state when we talk about energy reliability, and that the functioning of this this plant is in the Redondo community. And I think for us, it's balancing everyone's interests and needs, and or at least for myself certainly, which I can speak for. But I know my colleagues are also, very much, as you heard, not just on this item, but we'll hear on item number 5 and others. It's a balance. There are incredible pressures and competing needs here. And so just anyway, thank very much everyone's comments today, going quickly, but still being additive and helping us understand the importance and impacts of this potential vote, which will be here in the fall and we will be working toward. Colleagues, any questions, follow-up, direction, please?
I think the only thing I'd add, just in terms of requests for information for our next hearing, I don't have any comments more on this one, and I appreciate the information and engagement. For the next one, I just would love to get some more information on what we've learned and reflections from our sister agencies on how the mitigation program has worked in terms of its original intent when we adopted it. I think, to some degree, that's a best guess on what's going to mitigate impacts, and I think it would help us to understand whether that was successful in this case. So that's that, and the air quality impacts are ones just I would request that we get some more information in the next agenda item on this. Thanks.
Yeah, thank you, board member. Vice Chair or board member McGuire?
Sure. So for me, I'll make this brief as well. I just want to reflect on the fact that last year we did go through a very extensive process to amend the once through cooling policy, and Redondo was a big part of that conversation. And so here, I completely understand the presentation from the SACWIS committee members today and their concerns about grid reliability and all the different competing factors here. And I appreciate all the stakeholder comments as well. And so for me, what we have, I believe that staff will be working on is a 2-year recommended extension. And so an area that I would like to better understand, I understand there's significant concerns about 2022, and that there was, there's ongoing concerns because of growing demand for 2023 and some uncertainty about procurement. But there was a caveat there, which is that if it was determined that Redondo would not be needed in 2023, it could still potentially be decommissioned earlier. And so I guess I'd be interested in hearing more about that and what those triggers might be that we might learn more about sometime in 2022, I suppose, to better understand how we can monitor and have assurances that, if there is a window or factors change favorably, such that, the plant compliance deadline could be moved up, what would those look like? So no need to respond today, just something I'd like to flag for future discussion. Thank you.
Thank you, board member. Vice Chair.
Just a few quick comments. Just want to thank everyone for their comments and remembering that this was a really tough process that we went through last year. And then not too long after our decision, we ended up seeing these issues with grid reliability. For me, grid reliability is probably the top issue that I will be looking at. And so I just really appreciate that we have this information item coming out early. There's lots of information in there from SACWIS. And so just really want to encourage those that are concerned with this extension to go through what's been reported on. And if you have any concerns or challenges, please comment accordingly. We know that you don't want the extension, and I understand that. If I lived in the community, I think I would have those concerns as well. But really, just want to encourage folks to help us to hone in on the decision related to grid reliability. And if commenters have concerns with what's coming out of SACWIS, please provide, a different view and the evidence upon which that different view is based. So with that, I just really look forward to further updates and appreciate some of the comments that my fellow board members made as well regarding the additional information.
Thank you, Vice Chair, and thank you all. Again, it's going to, I'm sure, be another difficult decision, but here, having information, understanding and weighing, and bringing other folks along as well, so everyone can see how we're doing our homework, how we're making our decision making on something not easy, but that's just, there's no shortage of not easy things, and that's just the way that is. So we're here to keep the faith in that decision making, weigh these issues appropriately, and just thank everyone's engagement around it. And on this, there's no decision today. And to Vice Chair's point, I'm glad this is before us on an informational item sooner rather than later, so that we can spend these next months engaged as appropriate and otherwise evaluating the decision and coming to a decision point then in the fall. So thank you, everyone. That concludes, I think, this item then. We are on time and on track. And again, I appreciate everyone cooperating and helping do so, to have a 30-minute lunch. And then we will actually, because we said we will hit item number 5 at 2 o'clock, we want to keep that to help for everyone's scheduling purposes. So that'll bring us to about an hour and a half before that would happen after lunch. Maybe an hour and 15, because it can give us an extra 15 for lunch at least. And maybe we would either take item number 6 or number 7, and looking to my fellow board colleagues here, and maybe even the advice of our chief counsel on what would fit best for, I guess, that hour or so prior to getting to number 2, if we should go ahead and take item number 7 or item number 6 out of order. I'm thinking perhaps item number 6 can be probably something that we can take up the hour and get to 2 o'clock on. Item number 7 might, we don't have commenters on either one, I will notice. So it will just be our board discussion amongst us. Do you have any preferences from my colleagues or from Mr. Lawfer?
Well, certainly defer to the pleasure of the board. However, I will say, I think you probably could get both items 6 and 7 done in an hour and 15-minute block. So if the board wanted to go that route, I think that'd be fair, and we can make sure staff are ready to roll.
Let's do that then.
That's what I was thinking as well.
Okay,
great. See if we can squeeze them both in.
All right, let's squeeze. And so we will return here at 12:35. We'll give us all, 12:45. Let's give ourselves a little more time then, an extra 10 minutes, because we didn't take a break this morning. And so 12:45 we'll return here, and then we will continue on to we'll skip item number 5, continue on to item 6 and 7, and try to get those done before we hit 2 o'clock with item number 5. Thank you, everybody. Really appreciate the flexibility and the good morning, and what I know will be a great afternoon. So thank you. We'll see you soon. All right, everyone. I think we can start to gather back. I obviously have a change of scenery here. I'm actually now in my office. I quickly made it over here. I wasn't actually feeling sensitive about leaving Michael alone down in the board hearing room, although I was tempted to go down there and join him. Sean, can you say something just so I can make sure I can hear folks?
Yeah, you're coming through loud and clear.
Okay, thank you. Okay, I think that brings us back here to our next item then, which is an update on urban water conservation.
Okay, I can unmute myself this time. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Good to have you with us again.
Thank you. Happy to be here. My name is Marielle Pinheiro, and I am a research data specialist with the Office of Research Planning and Performance. I'll be providing the urban water conservation update for the March 2021 data set. Next slide, please. As of last week, the report completion rate for March 2021 data is slightly above 90%. We're still not at 100% report completion, but the vast majority of agencies are only behind by 1 or 2 months at this point. So progress. Next slide, please. The March 2021 total production is estimated to be about 124 billion gallons for the 411 urban water systems suppliers reporting. While this value is not quite as high as that seen in March of 2015, it does exceed production volumes for the post-drought years. The upcoming summer months will be the true test of the state's overall supply, especially given historically low precipitation and snowpack. Next slide, please. In contrast to March 2020, which saw partial relief from dry conditions due to some rain, March 2021 had almost no rain. This is reflected in the calculated statewide RGPCD, with per capita use increasing to a statewide average of 73 gallons per day. It's worth noting that this residential number includes both indoor and outdoor use, so without March rain, it's likely that there was an early uptick in outdoor irrigation. Next slide, please. When the update to the reporting regulation was finalized, we added a simple yes/no question that allows reporters to indicate whether their agency experienced a shortage of 10% or more during the reporting month. Responding yes to this question reveals a supplemental section of the survey that asks reporters what types of strategies their agency is using to address the reported shortage, which I'll be talking about in future slides. This new question has revealed that since September 2020, a consistent fifth of suppliers are reporting shortages. Next slide, please. The figure on the right shows the statewide distribution of responses to the water shortage question, with yes responses indicated in red. Mapping the responses doesn't appear to reveal any immediate spatial trends in shortages, as there are agencies responding yes directly next to agencies that have not done so. The image on the left zooms into the South Coast region, where a large percentage of the yes responses come from. The colors of the dots in this image are RGPCD values, with dots in red and yellow representing higher per capita residential use, and black outlines around the dots denoting a response of yes to the shortage question. We see in this image that there is also no apparent connection between RGPCD and declaring a shortage, except to note that none of the agencies with the highest per capita use in the region have declared a shortage yet. Without having more information about agencies' water sources, we have to rely on reported responses to gauge the resiliency of the water supply. Next slide, please.
Hi, Ms. Pinheiro. Go ahead.
I was just going to flag that that's something I think we could readily get from the Division of Drinking Water cross-checked. I know the Division of Drinking Water checks, and as now with the new executive order, actually has some ability to find out more detail about sources. like how many, what, and of what sort of known quantity or quality as well. So just a flag for you, Ms. Pinheiro, and then also the Division of Drinking Water, that's an area I think that we could probably generate some further data. And Mr. McGuire.
Yeah,
oh, sorry. And you can.
No, I was just going to say, I think that's a good point to make, and I'll reach out to them.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, I was just when I saw these slides, it just for me brought up the question of what really constitutes a shortage, I guess, by the way it's defined here. And I asked that only because I haven't heard, other than a few small systems, I haven't heard of any, and particularly in the Russian River watershed and some other areas in Northern California, I haven't heard a lot of actual shortages being reported, especially by agencies in Southern California as of yet. So I was wondering if you could just expand a little bit on what shortage means by the way you define it.
Yeah, so it's actually, I know that it's somewhere in code, and I don't have the actual part of it in front of me, but it is something that is specifically defined, and that is in the question that we ask.
Okay, I think just maybe for future updates, it'll be good to, because as this drought continues to evolve, and we really start to get a more acute sense of what systems and communities are struggling here with providing reliable water supply. It'll just be, and how that then dovetails with, mandatory versus voluntary conservation efforts. It'll just be important to have a good, clear picture of what we're looking at here. But thank you for your information.
Yes,
yeah, definitely. Yeah, and I'm sorry, Ms. Perrin, I was going to just perhaps make the point, as I understand it, this is self-reported, identification of a shortage, but with some criteria, because it's obviously built into the question, at least, that we're asking. And so to Board Member McGuire's point, we'll just want to get a little more detail into that.
That is correct. And it is, well, I'll get into it in later slides, but yes, the shortages are, sort of self-determined. So that does factor into this. Okay. All right, so the supplemental shortage response section of the monthly report, it's a series of checkboxes that ask reporters what kinds of strategies their agencies currently using to address the reported shortage. So these strategies are divided into a few overarching categories, which are the top 10 are shown here. Restrictions on use, shown in blue, are the most common type of conservation strategy among these agencies, whether it be restrictions on types of water use or on the timing of water use. The second most common type of conservation strategy is public communication, whether to the general public via their website and social media, or with more targeted messages, such as emails to their customers. 20% of agencies, that's the red circle, notify customers who are using water inefficiently, such as people who consistently irrigate to the point of water running into the street. On the demand side, which is the orange circle, 14% of agencies offer residential or CII water audits to customers to identify any possible opportunities to reduce water use. Next slide, please. So this next segment of the presentation will take a more regional focus as requested by the board members last month. The Russian River Basin was one of the first areas in the state to fall under the emergency drought declaration at the end of April. Many of the cities within the region have proposed or committed to reductions relative to 2020 already, and this region has experienced a 5 GPCD drop in the regional March RGPCD, while overall statewide use went up relative to March 2020. Next slide, please. The city of Santa Rosa is one of the impacted service areas in the Russian River Basin. As of the beginning of May, it has only received 38% of historical average rain. Santa Rosa purchases 95% of its water from Sonoma Water, which is experiencing its own issues due to correspondingly low supply in Lake Sonoma and Lake Mendocino. Sonoma Water adopted a 20% voluntary conservation resolution on May 3rd, and the Santa Rosa City Council is discussing a similar measure today. Next slide, please. During the last drought, Santa Rosa did not experience supply shortages, but the City Council passed an initial voluntary 20% conservation resolution nonetheless, which later became mandatory. This resulted in an overall 25% reduction in customer use relative to 2013. As of this March, Santa Rosa's per capita residential use is 48.3 GPCD. And as previously mentioned, the city is considering a 20% voluntary reduction resolution. The council will wait to invoke any state of the water shortage contingency plan until Sonoma Water determines Santa Rosa's allocation in July, at which point it will take action based on the corresponding stage. Possible actions will be contingent on the stage invoked. For example, hiring temporary staff to help implement the shortage plan. Communication protocols will involve both constant dialogue with state regulators and public information campaigns via a diverse array of media and ad buys. Water waste patrols and use restrictions will help reduce demand for less drastic shortage levels. And if the shortage is more than 30%, then there will be per sector water allocations. Next slide, please. And just finally, some updates on the water conservation legislation. On Earth Day, the department and the State Water Board announced our joint recommendations. For the 2020 standard, we recommend no change to the indoor standard, so it will remain at 55 GPCD. In 2025, that will be 47 GPCD, and then for the 2030 standard, we will be recommending 42 GPCD. Last week, the department made the draft report available on its website. To access the appendices, members of the public must email the department and request them. Later this week, on the 21st of May, DWR will be hosting a public workshop on the indoor residential water use standard. Per statute, DWR is to provide their recommendations on the remaining standards, such as the outdoor residential water use standard, by October 1st of this year. Meanwhile, the State Water Board's conservation team is completing analyses and developing the rulemaking documents required as part of the regular rulemaking process. So we anticipate starting the formal rulemaking process sometime this fall. With that, I am finished and I'm happy to take any questions.
Hi, just a follow up on your discussion of the indoor standard recommendations. Those are indeed just recommendations at this point. My understanding is that any changes to the indoor standard are actually subject to a decision by the legislature at this point. I'm just hoping you can clarify that.
Charlotte, do you want to take this one?
Yeah, sure. Hi. Good afternoon, everybody. To confirm, yes, they are recommendations from our agencies, so a joint recommendation from the department and the State Water Board to the legislature for consideration. And if the legislature decides to adjust the residential indoor standard in statute, it would be done so via legislation.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thanks, everyone. Apologies, had to take a quick call. Ms. Sobeck?
Yeah, I just wanted to just add a little bit of information from the Division of Drinking Water about the Russian River area. The Division of Drinking Water has issued about 22 technical report orders to public water systems that withdraw water from or near the Russian River. And the purpose of these orders is to get weekly information on levels and water production, since we know that that whole watershed, which is covered by the first drought emergency declaration, is in dire straits. And so the idea is to have a pretty precise, pretty real-time understanding of their status. And we are working with our Division of IT on a portal for receiving that data electronically from the technical reports, so that we'll be able to have that available very quickly. And we are, the Division of Drinking Water, they're not quite there yet, but they are working on trying to identify other water systems of concern. And when they have identified those systems, they will be issuing similar technical report orders. So I think that we're moving forward into developing a sort of a more robust monitoring system, and we'll be working to get the Division of Drinking Water coordinated with the data that was just reported to you in today's report.
Thank you, Ms. Sobek. Board Member Firestone.
Yeah, no, thank you for that. I just was going to continue to follow up, but I think that answered my questions on that. The one takeaway for me on this is just that, this doesn't include most of the drinking water systems that are really small and that this regulation doesn't apply to. So, but as we know, those are the most vulnerable. So I appreciate the, incorporation of that information as we're continuing through this drought and trying to understand, shortage impacts in the urban water arena or drinking water provider arena. And I wonder if, if there's maybe a little bit we could provide on the drought and water shortage vulnerability that we did with, DWR did, and we did it with our needs assessment of just pulling that out and being able to understand that in this context in the future. So, but I appreciate all of the discussion that already happened on that. I guess I just, reflect on this as two things that really stand out to me. One is it's so helpful to see this outcome data and really be able to understand how things are changing over time towards this goal of making conservation a way of life, and just creating this kind of fundamental resiliency that needs to be there. And I'm so heartened by how much the cutbacks that were really that were done and required, and then done in the past in the last drought have really continued to large part now, and I think obviously put us in a much better place, and I think just created this sort of structural and long-term resiliency in the sector that is, allowing us not to be in the same crisis that we were before that. And just sort of manage in this new reality. So even in the Russian River watershed, just seeing how they've done this before. They know now they're in this crisis. They can do these kinds of really severe water reductions. And, they even exceeded those in the last drought. So I just, really stands out to me as we're looking at drought and trying to figure out how to manage in this new normal, how I think the sector has really been able to do those kinds of structural changes, and also just the investments in terms of water supply and recycled water and resiliency. So it's all folks know, but I just can't help but reiterate that as I hear it.
Yeah, thank you, board member. On the data side of things, we do have so many more tools between the work that we did with the Department of Water Resources that they led when it came to vulnerability of smaller systems to drought. But to your point, there's an interconnectedness here around conservation, and proudly, the governor himself, speaks to the 16% that we're still below 2013 in the last drought. But, and I don't mean to, we'll remove that, but we'll say, and we need to continue to conserve, that we are in very dry conditions. We'll hear just how severe here soon when it comes to even just the management of the projects in the state. And so, it is incumbent upon all of us to continue to see our part including our personal habits, to figure out how we continue to stretch these supplies, these continuing to be stressed supplies, in ways that hopefully very much help us weather the worst of what these dry conditions and continued increased drought will continue to bring to us. And so we need to continue to generate more data for these informationals so that we really continue to drill down and help everyone assess and understand how they can continue to do more. So I just want to thank all the very good work I know that's gone for many years, especially before I even joined this board, that decades worth of investment and previous lessons in droughts around conservation. Any other thoughts and questions? I know there's a lot actually in this space, and to Board Member McGuire's questions and points, there is a nexus here around then shortage and availability to systems themselves and the sort of mandatory and extreme conservation that communities need to undertake in order to stretch supplies where things are really stressed there. And certainly the Russian River comes to mind, but communities up and down the state. And so we're going to want to continue to be more informative and bring up to light the data that we're seeing so as to help guide where both the policy discussion should go. What is conservation 2.0, if you will, and particularly in this context of these dries that we're seeing, and how do we all work together and turn down what I know is sometimes the politics and the finger pointing that goes on in drought, certainly, is who's not doing their part, who needs to be doing more, but instead kind of look within ourselves and say, how do we continue to do more in the space that we're all leaders in. So anyway, I appreciate that. Board Member McGuire, would you like to add anything else?
Yeah, thank you. I agree with your comments that there's an ongoing dialogue here about what constitutes long-term water use efficiency, and I think that's a lot of the spirit of the conservation as a way of life regulations. And then we have the short-term here urgency about conservation and really saving to meet any anticipated water shortages that communities can maybe feeling now or maybe in the coming year. And so I just want to emphasize, this has come up with folks I've talked to a number of times recently, and that is just, the governor's drought proclamation doesn't currently cover the entire state of California, but that doesn't mean that we all, wherever community that you're in, whether it's covered by the drought proclamation currently or not, you should be looking at, water conservation and seeing what you can do at your home, with your business, in your community to help save water now. Because I firmly believe that anything you do now can pay, real dividends down the road. We don't know, we know we're in a drought now. We don't know how long it's going to last nor how severe it could be. I'm hoping for the best, that it's short term, it's just this year, and it's going to right the ship here this coming winter, but we don't know that for certain. And so I just would implore all of you, everyone who's watching, to please do your part and do what you can to help save water now, because it really could help down the road. So thank you.
Thank you so much, Board Member. More to come, certainly, in this space. And, I think, and I don't want to speak for Director Namath or, the work there, but I know even when it comes to the projects, knowing that this year was a 5% allocation ultimately for the State Water Project. Next year, need to continue to plan for what could be ongoing drought. And I know Director Namath is already there insofar as really thinking of how to engage the agencies that are dependent at least on the State Water Project. And it's similar work throughout the state that we're all going to be engaged with. How do we all assess our supplies? How do we really understand our vulnerabilities and help that drive, to your point, Board Member, what needs to be mandatory conservation in certain communities. So thank you. I think we can now transition then to our next item, which is actually a very, and hold on, no public comment, Ms. Townsend, correct, still?
That is correct.
Okay, thank you. Thank you so much, Ms. Eli, and thank you, Ms. Perino, for your work, sorry. Thank you. And so now we can transition to our next item, which will be, again, a rather exciting item for me, item number 7, and I know an exciting item for Board Member McGuire. This is the Los Angeles River Flows Project, which is the development of a decision support tool for flows in the Los Angeles River. And I want to give introduction, but I'll just let our own folks in the program do so. But just, thank you. This I know is a long ongoing project. Not unlike many of our other discussions here, it's about balance. And what does that mean to understand the context we make certain decisions, but particularly as it impacts watersheds and amounts of water that move within them. And in Southern California, we have a very unique hydrology. It's effluent based at times, certainly in the LA River. And so anyway, I'll stop and actually let our folks get into the item. And thank you.
Thank you. Okay, I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to kick off the presentation. So good afternoon, Chair Esquivel and members of the board. Can you guys all hear me okay? Okay, thank you. My name is Lori Weber, and I'm a senior environmental scientist in the Standards and Assessment section of the Division of Water Quality at the State Water Board. With me today is Dr. Eric Stein. He's from the Southern California Coastal Water Research Project, and Sam Bolin-Bryan, who is a supervising engineer in the Petitions, Licensing, and Registration section in the Division of Water Rights. So we've got 2 divisions and 1 outside agency covered at this presentation. We'll be presenting item number 7, which is an informational item, as you mentioned, on the Los Angeles River Flows Project, development of decision support tools for flows in the Los Angeles River. Next slide, please. Okay, this is just a very brief outline of the presentation today. First, I'll be giving you an overview of the project background and the overall goals of the project. Then I'll turn the presentation over to Dr. Eric Stein to provide an overview of the technical process and a demonstration of the decision support tools. And finally, Sam will wrap up the presentation with a discussion of next steps within the Division of Water Rights. Next slide, please. So a bit of background, this project was initiated in response to the need to balance water recycling and beneficial use support in the Los Angeles River. During the dry season, flows in the LA River consist primarily of discharges from 3 wastewater treatment plants operated by the cities of Los Angeles, Glendale, and Burbank. So that's the effluent dominated water body that you mentioned. These 3 municipalities would all like to recycle a greater portion of their treatment plant discharges. And of course, this would, additional recycling would have the effect of reducing in-stream flows within the Los Angeles River. Currently, these flows support both aquatic and recreational beneficial uses. On the aquatic life side, there are fish and bugs that live in the water. The in-stream flows support riparian habitat for birds, as well as in-stream habitat for wading birds. And on the recreational side, there are beneficial uses such as kayaking, fishing, and wading in the river itself. And finally, in order, on the procedural side, in order for the municipalities to reduce their discharges for recycling purposes, they need to petition the State Water Board's Division of Water Rights for approval pursuant to Water Code Section 1211. Next slide, please. And just very briefly, as I mentioned, the overall goal of the project is to support decisions regarding the balancing of recycling and beneficial use support within the LA River. Specifically, the project goals are to quantify the relationship between in-stream flows and beneficial uses, to provide a toolkit to evaluate 1211 petitions related to recycled water, and along the way to engage local stakeholders and receive feedback regarding the study and its application. Just to clarify, the outcome of this project is not a static set of numeric flow objectives for the river. The outcome is a tool that can be used to develop flow management targets to protect specific species, habitats, and beneficial uses. And it really provides a science-based framework for the Water Board and stakeholders to work together to evaluate different flow reduction scenarios and to facilitate equitable requirements regarding discharges to the river. The project was initiated back in 2018 and has just recently completed in April of this year. And we're here today to give you an update on the outcome. So at this point, I will turn the presentation over to Dr. Eric Stein from the Southern California Coastal Water Research Project, and he was the lead scientist on this effort.
Great, thank you, Lori. Can I have the next slide, please? Thanks, Lori, members of the board. It's my pleasure to present to you today. I just wanted to begin by acknowledging, like all projects, this was a group effort. And so I want to acknowledge my key collaborators, primarily the Colorado School of Mines and the research group of Dr. Terry Hogue, who led most of the hydrology and hydraulic modeling, and the Council for Watershed Health, and Ureli Sanchez, who led the recreational use assessment. So can I have the next slide? So I always like to start with the outcomes and then kind of work backwards from there. So as Lori mentioned, the goal of this project was not to develop a static set of targets or recommendations, but more of a process that could be used to work through a decision process to come up with a variety of different flow ranges that depend on the priorities that the stakeholders or the water board may have. And so we have a series of outcomes that came out of this effort. The first two are a set of tools, as Lori alluded to. The first one is a set of tools that will allow people to come up with flow management targets based on a series of priorities depending on things like season, location, and habitat or species of concern. The second is a set of tools that can then be used to evaluate a broad range of scenarios involving reduced discharges from either water reclamation plants or storm drain discharge, and understand what are the implications of those changes in discharge to the flows in the river and how they may affect beneficial uses. The tools were developed not only to support the current evaluations under the 1211 process, but really one of the stated goals was to develop tools that are flexible and transferable, because we understand that the LA River is not the only river in the state that may be experiencing these challenges. And the goals were to develop a process that could be applied to other systems that may have similar issues that they're working through. And then finally, as again, Lori alluded to, we had a broad stakeholder process. It was very important throughout this process to engage not only the potentially affected parties, such as the municipalities, but a lot of the communities along the river who depend on the river for recreational uses. So we had a very deliberate strategy over the course of the project to really engage and work with our partners and our stakeholders to make sure that their technical input and their concerns were embedded into the project. Next slide, please. So as Lori mentioned, upfront, one of the key decisions was that we were focused on both recreational uses, as shown by the kayaking, and aquatic life beneficial uses, as indicated by the species and habitats that use the river, as shown by this picture of this osprey foraging in the river. Next slide, please. So we took two different approaches for the two different sets of beneficial uses that we were evaluating. For the recreational use assessment, the approach was really a series of targeted interviews, what are called snowball surveys, where you lead to other people based on initial responses, and several focus group meetings where we had experts on recreational uses in the river. And through a series of breakout groups and interviews and discussions, we were able to identify what recreational uses occur in what parts of the river and get some understanding of what are some of the flow, velocity, or depth needs associated with the ability to support those uses at different times of the year. And the outcome of that was in this technical report, was available on the project website that summarizes the outcome of that analysis. Next slide, please. So for the aquatic life beneficial uses, we took a different approach. And so with this approach, we started by identifying, in concert with our technical advisory committee and our stakeholder group, the major habitats that occur along the LA River. And for each of those major habitats, we identified species that are associated with those habitats and represent the range of tolerances within those. So those could be species that have high flow tolerances or low flow tolerances within those habitats. So we call those end member species because we're trying to capture the range of species needs within each of those habitats. One thing I want to point out on the slide is you'll see at the top two rows represent habitats and species that are not currently supported in the LA River. The LA River is not currently designated as for cold water beneficial uses, but one of the early goals of the project was to evaluate not only the existing beneficial uses, but to also understand how potential changes in discharge to the river may affect the ability to support uses in the future, even if they're not currently supported. And for that reason, we included habitats and species that represent beneficial uses that aren't currently supported, but could be supported potentially in the future. Next slide, please. So this slide basically just a map of the river. So just a couple of things to point out if you're not familiar with the LA River. This is the Los Angeles River. We divided the study area up into 10 reaches, numbered 1 through 10. You can see the wastewater treatment plants are where you see Burbank, Glendale, and Tillman. The triangles represent the locations of the three wastewater reclamation plants that Lori mentioned. And this was the domain we covered in the river. Our focus was the main stem of the river, from just upstream of the Tillman plant down to the mouth of the LA River. So although we modeled all of the tributary watersheds, the focus of the analysis was on the main stem and Compton Creek and Rio Hondo. And the focus was on flows within the banks of the river. We weren't focused so much on some of the revitalization activities going on outside the river, but really on the flows within the banks of the river. The other thing to point out here is that you can see through the icon graphic that each reach of the river may be associated with one or more of the different habitats that we identified as important for beneficial uses. Next slide, please. So this is my main technical slide on the process that we use to come up with the numbers. So I'll walk you through this. The process is essentially a series of linked models. And so starting from the upper left, we generated a series of habitat suitability models based on relationships between different hydrology or hydraulic properties such as depth and different life history needs of the species that we were focusing on. So in this example, I'm showing a relationship between depth and an adult fish species. And by knowing these ranges, these tolerance ranges for different properties of flow, we can set ranges of tolerances associated with each species. We then relate those to the hydrology and hydraulic modeling that was done by the Colorado School of Mines to generate a probability curve like the one shown in the lower left. And what this graph essentially does is it relates a certain flow characteristic, in this case, dry season base flow on the x-axis, to a certain probability that a certain species can occur based on the suitability curves I'm showing in the upper left. And so if you look at the large graphic on the right, what we did in working with our technical advisory committee is we identified a series of cutoff points on this graph. And so what we identified is that if we wanted to ensure a 75% probability that a species would occur, we called that a high probability. I'll come back to these terms later. And if we wanted to ensure a 50% probability of the species occurring, we called that a medium probability. A low probability is anything below 50%. And we don't talk about that much because we generally don't aim to manage for low probability of supporting a beneficial use. We want to at least have a medium or high probability of supporting that beneficial use. And so this curve, for example, if you wanted to have a high probability of supporting this fish species, a 75% probability, you'd need just under 200 CFS of base flow in the river to support that species during that time period at that location. And so the important take-home message from this is that, like many things in nature, there are no bright lines and hard thresholds, and that's why we operate in probabilities. We want to acknowledge that there's uncertainty in our analysis. And so we're really based on what is the probability or likelihood of supporting a certain species. So an important caveat is just because there's a low probability doesn't necessarily mean that the species won't occur. And just because there's a high probability doesn't necessarily mean the species will occur. So it's all based on the probabilities. Next slide, please. So we generate a series of these curves for multiple locations in the river for multiple species, and then we have a decision process. I won't torture you by walking you through it, but essentially we have a decision process that allows the users to use the table that I'm showing you on the upper right that relates different species to different beneficial uses, and go through a series of decisions based on the species they're interested in, the location they're interested in, the season they're interested in, and based on those choices, they can generate a set of numbers that are necessary in terms of flow management targets to meet the objectives that they've laid out. So in this way, the process is very flexible because it allows the users to decide what they want to manage for and what their priorities are and come up with an associated set of numbers that are based on those agreed upon priorities. So if you go to the next box, next slide. So this is an example of what that might look like when you go through the whole process. This is the Glendale Narrows region of the river. And what I'm showing on the x-axis in the green box are adult and juvenile willow and cattail. So this represents willow riparian habitat and cattail marsh, both the growth form and the adult sustenance form. And what you can see is there's a range of bars that show the flow ranges necessary to support those species or habitats in that location. And so the gray sort of horizontal box just represents the overlap. So if you manage for that range, you would be able to support both willow and cattail marsh habitat in that reach of the river. You can also see on this graphic that I've shown the flow ranges associated with both the fishing and kayaking beneficial use and how they relate, and then in the white box, the current flow range. So you get a sense of what you might need to manage for the various beneficial uses relative to the current flows, and then that can be translated to a table, which is shown on the right. Next slide, please. All right, so that sort of wraps up the first part of the project, which is really the process we use to come up with sets of numbers based on the priorities that are desired. So the next important decision that we have to make is, once we have a set of ranges that we might manage for, the question is, how might changes in discharge from either water reclamation plants or storm drains, how might they relate to the ability to support those or reach those desired flow targets? So in working with our stakeholders, we made a decision that we did not want to identify a discrete set of scenarios, because that would be potentially limiting, because there could potentially be hundreds of scenarios that you might come up with based on the 3 water reclamation plants and the hundreds of storm drains and all the locations in the river. So instead of identifying a discrete set of scenarios to analyze, we came up with a process using what we call sensitivity curves. And next slide, please. And so this is an example of a sensitivity curve, and I'll walk you through it. This again is for the Glendale Narrows, same part of the river. And what this shows is it shows the relationship between dry season discharge from the water reclamation plants on the x-axis and how that relates to dry season base flow at the Glendale Narrows in the y-axis. And so the solid black line represents a median of all the years that we modeled. And so what you can see, obviously, is as you reduce discharge from the water reclamation plants, you reduce dry season base flow in the river. And you can see what that relationship looks like. A couple of other points, the vertical dashed line, that's the current condition. That's the combined discharge from all 3 plants, which is 73 CFS under current conditions. So we know what our starting point is. And the gray band represents the range that we see over all the years we modeled. So we modeled a range of conditions, including wet, moderate, and dry years. And that gray band represents the range of conditions around the median. Next slide, please. So again, we have another decision process, another flow chart. We can step through a set of decisions based on the different reclamation plants and what you decide to do. And that can come out, and using those sensitivity curves, we can then come up with some recommendations. So next slide. So in practice, what this looks like, I have 2 boxes overlaid here, and they're kind of laid one on top of each other. This is the same curve I showed you on the previous slide. I have the red box, which actually goes all the way to the top, and that represents the range of flows necessary to support willow habitat at the Glendale Narrows. And so if you just look at the red box, what you can see is you can reduce the discharges all the way down to something close to about 10 CFS out of the water reclamation plants and still stay within that red box and still support the willow habitat. So it gives you a lot of range to work with. Now, if we overlay the blue box, which represents the range necessary to support both willow and freshwater cattail marsh, and if you want to support both of those, because the cattail marsh needs more habitat, you can see that the overlap of those 2 boxes gives you a much narrower range. And so in that case, if you wanted to support both those habitats at the river, you would only be able to reduce the discharge down to something like 50 CFS and still support both of those habitats at that location in the river. And so the important part about this is it gives, again, some flexibility to look at a variety of different reductions in discharge and a variety of different habitat and goals. And you can make a decision based on what you're trying to manage for and how much reduction you might be able to tolerate from the discharges. Okay, next slide, please. And so what I've showed you here is the exact same graphic. I've just added a graph on the right that has 2 additional lines on it. And those 2 lines represent the addition of reduction in storm drain discharge in addition to the reduction in discharge from the water reclamation plants. So as many of you know, there's a lot of effort in the LA River watershed, like many watersheds, to implement BMPs, best management practices, in order to reduce dry weather storm drain discharge as a means of improving water quality in the river. So we wanted to understand what is the relationship between not only the reduced discharge from the water reclamation plants, but that reduction in concert with reduced storm drain discharge. And so I've shown two lines. The yellow line represents a 50% reduction in storm drain discharge from current levels. And the red line represents 100% discharge, which is actually a stated target in the municipal stormwater permit, is 100% reduction of non-storm discharges. And so that allows you to now look at those same tolerances for both the Willow and the Willow in combination with the Cattail Marsh and understand how reductions in flow of all reductions from all three sources would affect your ability to support the flow needs for those species and those habitats. So again, a variety of different things you can look at here and a variety of different scenarios you can analyze to understand the potential implications of the decisions. Next slide, please. And so to put all the pieces together, again, I won't walk you through this table, but just illustrates an example that you could generate a table like this for the Glendale Narrows that looks at different scenarios. In the first column, looks at different amounts of discharge, and then you can determine whether you have a high, medium, or low probability of supporting the different species that we've identified. And again, just to remind you, high probability is 75% probability of supporting that species, medium is 50%, and low is below 50%. So you could generate a series of these tables for every reach of the river. We looked at 18 discrete locations along the river that you can generate these types of tables for, and then you can put all of that together to inform your management decisions and understand the implications of those decisions on the ability to support in-stream beneficial uses. Next slide. So the last point I wanted to make is that as I spoke about at the beginning, I think one of the things that was very important to the entire project team, and I think I'm particularly gratified by in working through this process, was that we had a very involved community of both stakeholders and technical advisory committees, local community groups. We spent a lot of time meeting with them. And at the end of the project, I think we received a lot of positive feedback from the user community that everybody had confidence in the products and feels comfortable using these tools and these products to inform the different decisions and the proposals that they may develop moving forward in terms of how they might balance reduced discharge to support recycling and the ability and the need to support in-stream beneficial uses. Next slide. And so just to wrap up, the results of this are in a report, which is again on the project website. We're working on some web-based tools right now that will help users sort of navigate those decision flow charts in a little more user-friendly manner. Those are still being developed. We're also working on monitoring and adaptive management recommendations so that you can track progress if you begin implementing some of these scenarios. There's also additional analysis looking at the water quality implications of reduced discharges in terms of both reductions in loads and reduction and potential reduction in dilution effects. And finally, we're evaluating the effect of some of these reduced discharge on proposed restoration actions, including those included in the revitalization plan. Next slide. And so with that, I'll turn it over to Sam for the last part of the presentation. Thank you.
Hi, board members. My name is Sam Bolenbryan. I'm a supervising engineer with the Division of Water Rights. Could I get a head nod that my audio is working okay? Thanks. Next slide, please. So I'm going to just touch on a few points of how this project can be used and how we kind of plan to use it. And I did want to give a note that I'm sort of humbly carrying on the good work that board member McGuire started when he was in my position at Water Rights. But the main kind of outcome here is these technical resources that Dr. Stein just overviewed are going to be a really valuable technical resource and sort of help create a common vocabulary in the watershed around water recycling projects. And so the idea is that these are complex issues, and the scientific questions that kind of Dr. Stein walked through are challenging. But kind of what we have now is a lot of technical information, but also almost like a roadmap of how to navigate it. And so he touched slightly on the flow charts. Those are sort of different ways of accessing the same data set. And so there's multiple ways we can kind of approach these questions of how much more water recycling can occur in the watershed. And so there's a few different ways that we can use those flow charts and the technical resources. The most likely is through the 1211 process. This is also referred to as a wastewater change petition. And this is a process administered in the Division of Water Rights to evaluate reductions in discharge by wastewater facilities. And so just kind of a quick overview on what that process is. We could go to the next slide. There's a few kind of main steps in the water rights process when a petition is filed by a project proponent. So this is someone that's proposing a water recycling project that will result in reductions in discharge to the LA River. There'll be a petition package that's submitted. We will put it out for public notice. Members of the public will have an opportunity to submit protests to the project. And then the State Water Board kind of takes those protests into mind, directs the parties to kind of resolve any issues to the extent they can. And if necessary, the State Water Board will act on the protest through a hearing process if necessary. The board staff will prepare an order kind of acting on the 1211 petition and then issue that order. This process is subject to the California Environmental Quality Act and board staff doing an analysis of public trust resources and the effects of the project on those resources. So I kind of put this process out there just to point out that there are multiple opportunities to use the technical resources. So CEQA is one of them, and how we kind of factor in our public trust analysis. We have now a much more robust data set for the LA River for evaluating potential effects of a project. And if necessary, it can be used in the protest resolution process. So going back to what I said earlier about kind of a common vocabulary, people will be have a better way to kind of understand what other groups are saying about the proposed changes and how to kind of analyze those changes. And so through our process is one of the ways these tools will be used. One kind of other opportunity I want to highlight is that since this information is available now, it can factor into discussions at the local level prior to submitting a 1211 petition to the Division of Water Rights. And so this is really where the stakeholder groups that have been convened for this process and the project proponents can work together to kind of identify issues and potentially avoid protest processes. It may be more efficient to work out those details before submitting the petition. And that's where this technical resource will also be valuable. And so that when a petition does get submitted to the State Water Board, it can be kind of processed really quickly through the steps I identified. How specifically and to what frequency we use the technical resources is going to be driven by what kind of new petitions we receive. We don't have any pending currently. And so part of it is how the project proponents proceed, whether they kind of take a broader holistic approach and kind of file one big petition, or kind of do smaller incremental projects. And then we'll use these, we can use these technical resources on each of those incremental projects. So that sort of kind of remains to be seen. And then how much additional recycling is proposed in each of the subsequent petitions that get submitted. And the stakeholder working group that has been convened for this process, those folks will still be around, and we hope to reach out to them when we do receive more 1211 petitions in the watershed. And then, as Lori and Eric said, we will. I think there's hope here that this process and the workflow, essentially that Dr. Stein relied upon, can be duplicated in other watersheds. There's still a lot of obviously technical information that needs to be developed for each specific watershed, but the overall workflow is there now, and I think that could, not to put him on the spot, I think it could be done faster and then duplicated in more cases now that the process has been worked through. And that finishes my slides. Could we go to the next slide, please? Hand it back to Lori.
Thanks, Sam. Just to kind of wrap up the presentation, I want to thank Dr. Stein and to Sam for your your presentation and for passing on this information. At this point, we are available and happy to take any questions from board members. Can you guys hear me?
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
I have a question. I think this may be not one that you can answer, but I noticed in the list of future studies and things that you want to do that there's a whole bunch of really important stuff, great stuff there. Right now, top of mind for me these days is temperature, along with flows, because of the Delta watershed, and I appreciate you calling that out as an area of future study. I'm just wondering if you already, I don't know, just how you're approaching that and how you see that playing into this. And again, I know that's future work, but it seems like it's one of those, it's like many things. If you don't, you can have flows, but if it's too hot, it's, that it doesn't work. If you, I mean, same could be said on water quality and restoration, which are other things you had as well. So just, again, just because it's top of mind, I don't know if you can give a little sense of how you see temperature fitting into what you've done already, and maybe what the future work will focus on.
Yes, great question. Thank you for asking that. And I didn't talk much about the temperature analysis just in the interest of time, but I will say that part of the work that the Colorado School of Mines team also worked on was a temperature model. So we do have a temperature model for the LA River. And so there's several pieces of analysis we're working on right now. As you correctly point out, you cannot decouple flow and temperature, particularly when it comes to discharge from treatment plants, which is often warmer than the ambient temperature. And so what we're looking at now is how changes in temperature, there could actually potentially be some cooling that happens associated with reduced discharges. How changes in temperature may also affect the ability for certain species to exist in the river, or the ability to bring back some of the cold water species. So the relationship between flow and temperature and how they work together is something we're working on both in this watershed, as well as some of the adjacent watersheds, which are dealing with temperature issues as well, like the Santa Clara in particular. The other part we're doing is we're looking at, through some of the restoration scenarios, things like replanting of streamside vegetation, and even some changing of the substrate composition to change reflectance patterns, and how that might be used as a strategy to lower temperatures and potentially make the conditions more suitable for supporting the species and habitat. So it's definitely work that we're continuing to pursue here. And we do have the tools that we've are continuing to develop to do that.
Great, thanks.
Yeah.
I think it's possible we may have lost our board chair. I don't know, Vice Chair Diadamo, you happen to know anything about that?
No, I don't, but thank you for pointing that out. I have limited boxes on my screen here. So any other questions?
I don't have any other questions right now, but I could make a couple comments if you're ready for that. Okay. So I just want to thank everyone who's been involved for a number of years now with the Los Angeles River efforts. And for me, I came to this as Mr. Bull and Brian pointed out, as when I was working as staff actually in the Division of Water Rights, the issues of kind of this, the notion of this is a good problem to have about the Los Angeles River came to my attention, and that we had multiple cities who all really saw the opportunity coming out of the last drought actually to recycle essentially 100% of their discharges to the river. And, but a pretty quick recognition that really without understanding the impacts to the environment of the river, that was not going to be a winning solution for our ecosystems that the Los Angeles River does support. And I've learned so much about the river, that you can kayak on it, about the wading shorebirds, about fishing opportunities, about the habitat. I've been on a couple of tours, and I just really have grown to understand the significance of the river to the Los Angeles community generally, and just how important it is that we do everything we can. We're regulators. We deal with water quality issues. We deal with balancing water supply. There's a whole host of other folks with the cities along the river, with the Army Corps and others, conservancy groups that are looking at ways to physically enhance the habitat through revitalization efforts. And I know there's been so much invested in that as well. And I really hope that these support tools, these decision support tools, help inform those discussions as they go forward, because I think there was a recognition that there was just not a great understanding about these types of trade-offs. At the same time, I see this as a wonderful opportunity. I don't know, which curves the stakeholder groups will look at, or ultimately what types of habitat and species make the most sense here. But these tools will help us sort that out, and hopefully the stakeholders sort that out amongst themselves, ideally, so that at the end of the day, we can achieve greater recycled water. We can continue to support stormwater capture as a really significant and important opportunity in the LA basin as well, and continue to support the habitat that's there. So I think that I hope it's sooner rather than later that we can get to that point. There's so many efforts underway now with looking at Hyperion, looking at Metropolitan and LA County sanitation districts, looking at their ocean discharges and recycling as much as possible that they can do there. But there's looking at Burbank and Glendale and LA's facilities, there's other low-hanging fruit out there for recycled water. So hopefully through this, in the not too distant future, they can narrow down what that number looks like, what those opportunities are, and help balance the river going forward. So I just want to thank Eric. Dr. Stein's been great meeting you on I think associated with this project, and your contributions from SWRCB and your team that was involved with this, and Lori as well. So just thank you all for your contributions. Really appreciate it.
Thanks, Sean. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
I just want to add a thank you for the leadership, and just adding on one last thing to everything Sean said, who has been part of this for a long time, is just the importance of this kind of decision support tool as a empowerment tool for communities to be part of the decision making that affects them. And I think really a model, the way you all have approached it in terms of incorporating community into the development of the tool, and then also by design thinking about how it actually empowers locals to figure out and sort of self-determine what they think their communities and their watersheds should look like, because these are real decisions that affect people. And so I just wanted to highlight that as an additional, I think, real strength and highlight of the work you all have done.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Do we have any public comment on this item?
No, we don't, Vice Chair.
Okay, then I'll just ask a question, and I know that it's too early to tell, but Mr. Bullen-Bryan, could you kind of walk us through, or others, any potential issues that you would see with a petition being filed and potential protests? I know what we're looking at here, and the discussion has pretty much centered around consensus-based approaches utilizing this toolkit, but maybe if you could shed some light on potential areas of protest.
Sure, I can take a crack, and then the others can fill in anything I'm missing. But the key stakeholders, board member McGuire referenced in terms of dischargers, are Burbank, Glendale, and LA. And so we're really, I think, will drive the process is what amounts the next petitions propose for water recycling. And so if the next project proponent sees that their proposed projects will have kind of dramatic effect on beneficial uses in the LA River, they may look to the prior approvals given to the other discharges to reduce their discharges, if that makes sense. So there have already been some 1211 petitions approved in the watershed, Glendale and Burbank. And in those approvals, there was a kind of a condition noting that the approvals could be reopened with notice in a hearing in order to kind of work through a process to more equitably distribute, how much each entity could reduce its discharges. So it's essentially, I'm used to water rights, so it's harder to transplant the metaphor, but there's a certain amount that can be distributed amongst each of the entities. Normally it's water supply available, but in this case, it's how much can each entity reduce? And each of these parties has kind of different opinions there. And so the first question where this technical resource comes in is, what are the beneficial uses that need to be supported and how to balance those against changes in discharge. Once there is we know more through subsequent petitions of to what extent people want to reduce their discharges, we'll be able to say, is that more than kind of what one entity is proposing under one petition? And, do we need to kind of proceed to a hearing process? The hearing is, as all of you know, is kind of sometimes the appropriate way to kind of work through some of these challenging questions. But there's always, hope and opportunity that something can be negotiated locally as well. And this kind of the common vocabulary we now have will help facilitate that.
Great. Okay. Well, thank you all for this really interesting update, and thank you, Board Member McGuire, for your leadership and for encouraging all of us to continue to follow this really important regional issue that really is something that the whole state is potentially watching, for other opportunities elsewhere. So thank you for that. And with that, we will move on to agenda item number 8. And that's an update on the status of the underground storage tank cleanup program and underground storage tank cleanup fund and opportunity for public comment on allocation of funds generated from the petroleum storage fee.
Actually,
Ms.
Vice
Harper.
Chair Diadamo.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Vice Chair Diadamo and other members of the board. I don't know if the chair's back yet, but I'm here today. I'm Diane Barclay. I'm the Underground Storage Tank Cleanup Fund Manager and Division of Financial Assistance. And Matt Cohen from Division of Water Quality and I are here today to present you our annual update on the UST, or Underground Storage Tank Program. And Matt will go first and tell you what's going on in Division of Water Quality. And then I'll cover the fund portion, and I'll also tell you briefly about the fund audit that was just completed and present our recommendations for the allocation of the 3 mills of the petroleum storage fee. So Matt, it's all yours.
Thank you. Can we hear me?
Yes.
Good afternoon, Vice Chair and board members. I guess we don't have the chair at the moment. Thanks for having.
I am really sorry. We had a microphone failure here in the room, so I had to run over and figure out what happened. Before we begin this item, Vice Chair Diadamo, we do actually have a number. We had noticed that the drought item would not begin before 5 o'clock, or before 2 o'clock, pardon me. And Diane and Matt, could you give us a quick sense of how long you think this particular item would go? Because we're going to try to slot it as close as possible since we have numerous directors joining from other agencies.
Maybe 15 minutes without any, and then any questions? 20.
Do we have any members of the public that have signed up, Mr. Lawfer?
No, we do not have any speakers on this item. I would go ahead and suggest that we run through this item then, and then that will also give us time to get the remaining members and directors from other agencies joined while Mr. Cohen and Ms. Barclay go through their presentations.
Okay, sounds good. And then just feel free to jump in if I know that we have principals that have tight schedules. So if we need to, well, I would just suggest Ms. Barclay and Mr. Cohen, since we don't have public comment on this item, just move as quickly as you can. Thank you.
Will do. Thank you. So I'll pick back up here. My name is Matt Cohen. I'm the chief of the underground storage tank cleanup program and GeoTracker unit at Division of Water Quality. I'm going to talk a little bit today about the underground storage tank cleanup program and kind of where we're at. So this is next slide, please. This is an aging program. We've been running this program for about 40 years. In 1989, they established the cleanup fund. Since that time, we've opened 42,000 cases, and we've closed approximately 94% of those cases. As you all know, the low threat closure policy was passed in 2012. And we've closed approximately 6,300 cases since 2012. Next slide, please. So at the end of 2020, we had 2,243 open cases across the state. This slide shows a breakdown of those cases and where they're at. I can kind of move quickly past that. Next slide, please. So this is a closure rate. So closure rate since 2012, and as you can see, we kind of quickly ramped up, and our numbers have been dropping. Part of that reduction in closure rate is that the cases are becoming more difficult. That these are the most difficult cases that are left, the ones that were kind of put on the shelf, the stalled or stuck cases. And so I'll tell you a little bit about what we're doing about that in a minute, but we also think that there's other reasons that we're slowing down, that some of the agencies, some of the regional boards and local agencies are shifting resources away from the UST program or adding responsibilities to those staff. Some of the aging cases have run out of fund money. And because the cleanup fund is scheduled to sunset in 2025, we want to keep our foot on the gas. We want to keep moving, and we want to make sure that we can wrap these up in time. And we think that it's critical to move this program forward so that we can figure out how to transition the resources that we have to really go tackle the worst problems out there, the solvents and the nitrates and the things that are really impacting our drinking water. Next slide, please. So we took a look at the cases by age. As you can see, this chart here, approximately 770 of our cases have been open for over 30 years. And so we think that that's kind of a lot that we need to figure out how to resolve those and move those forward. Next slide, please. One of those things that we think will help is closure plans. We think that it's important that every case have a plan that we document. Okay, what are the impediments? What are the steps to resolve those impediments? And we work with all of the stakeholders involved to develop those. And we have a thing in GeoTracker, a report in GeoTracker where caseworkers can go fill that out. We took a look at those, and they're kind of hard to look at in aggregate. But when we look at, dates have passed, things haven't been updated, they're not complete. It looks like about 65% of those closure plans need some additional help. And so that's an area that we want to focus on and make sure that caseworkers across the state are really mapping out their plan and moving the cases forward. Next slide, please. So some of the things that DWQ is doing, Division of Water Quality is doing to move these cases forward. We have our stalled case initiative. This started in 28. It's a partnership with US EPA, and we took the worst 20 or so cases from each agency. We met with them. We outlined next steps to get them moving, and using EPA and state board resources, we're helping to move those cases forward. To date, we've successfully closed 84 of those cases and secured funding for countless other cases. Path to closure meetings. So this is what I talked about before, the path to closure plan. This is an effort where state board staff are working with agency and responsible parties to negotiate that path to closure. So we're acting as sort of a facilitator, trying to show them how to do it, and hopefully the caseworkers can take that and run with it and apply that to other cases. And then finally, we have a comprehensive case review where we're going through and looking at every case in the portfolio and trying to figure out, are they on track? Do they need help? Should we shift them to stalled case? Do they need a better path to closure plan? Things like that. So that's kind of where we're at Division of Water Quality. Next slide, please. So looking forward, as I mentioned, the fund is scheduled to sunset December 31st, 2025. Beyond that, our resources are unclear. We also have a new Cal EPA target to clean up and close over 1,600 cases, or 1,600 cases over the next 5 years. And then with the anticipated influx of new cases, we think that we would have approximately 1,000 cases by the time the fund sunsets in 2025. And so at that point, we'll probably be asking ourselves if it still makes sense to have a standalone UST program. Thinking about the transition, it seems logical to combine the site cleanup and UST programs and cross-train staff to work together on both programs. We already have a few smaller regions that have combined programs, and this model allows regions to be more agile with resources and shift between UST and site cleanup. And it allows us to sort of save some of those specialized, specially trained cleanup staff. So next slide. And so this is kind of the call going forward. We want to make sure that we, again, keep our foot on the gas, that we focus on closing cases, we focus on developing good path to closures, and then thinking about larger goals, keeping resources within the UST cleanup program so that we can have a softer, easier transition over to site cleanup. So that is it for me. I don't know if we want to ask questions now or wait till Diane's done.
Diane, I think you can go on. And apologies, everyone. I am back now, and sorry for having to quickly hand it over to my vice chair. And thank you, Vice Chair Diadamo, for handling things through here. But yes, Diane, please.
Sure. Next slide. Now for the fund portion. Next slide. I'm going to go kind of fast here because I'll try to highlight mainly what is different about the fund. Like Matt said, we've been around a long time, but there are some changes happening. So just as a background, we do provide financial responsibility to meet the federal requirement for owners and operators of underground storage tanks. We reimburse eligible costs, and we're funded by a 2-cent per gallon petroleum storage fee. And we do have the aid of the Office of Enforcement to help us with fraud prevention. Next slide. So in these, since 1989, these are cumulative statistics just to kind of show you the volume that we have. We have accepted more than 16,000 claims. We still have 4,200 of them open, but we've closed more than 11,000 of them. And we have, I think we're activating claims so fast off the priority list, which is something new in the last few years. We're down on, I think, around 200 now, and we expect not to have a priority list that's, because the ball is in our court anyway, by September of this year. So next slide. Reimbursements is what we're all about, and we paid almost 3,000 of those last fiscal year. We have 200 million in claim authority, and we hit that last year. And we have a 2-part process. We encumber it and then we pay it. So the encumbrances hit 200 million. and the payments hit 197. So this year so far, we've received more than 2,000 of them, and we released 2,800. So those are good numbers to me. We're getting them out at least as fast as we're getting them in. And we're going to reach that 200 million in claim spending authority, I predict, hopefully this year again, with another 160 million sitting there that we could pay if we had the authority. So I'll talk about what we did about that in a minute. Next slide, please. This year alone, we've received more than $250 million in requests for payment. And this slide breaks that down by priority class. As you all probably know, we have the higher priority claims, which are the small businesses with A, and the businesses get bigger until you get to mainly major oil companies at the D level. And because these folks are now being activated off the priority list, they can now submit their reimbursement requests, even though they've been waiting for a long time. And that's why we're seeing the influx of them that we're seeing now. Next slide. This is what we've released to accounting this year. This is the second piece that I was talking about, the actual payment. And we've released so far almost 141 million to them. We have 1 year to encumber, 2 years to do the payment. So we're getting some money out the door. As you can see, again, mostly D-level claimants, lesser amounts for the higher priority claimants. Next slide. We have some sub-accounts within the fund, and these have been the focus of some recent activity. We have an expedited claims account program where we put together a joint execution team that consists of the claimant, their consultant, the regulator, and a member of our staff. We put together those paths to closure. It's similar to what they're doing in water quality with the Stalled Case Initiative. And we've had some really good success there. We've had a 44% closure rate with more than 200 sites in that program. We have the emergency abandoned recalcitrant, where we're able to go and help sites that the regional boards nominate, whether there's no RP or a recalcitrant RP or an emergency situation. We're able to do cost recovery there with the lien on the property. Our orphan fund is something that we can use for a petroleum site that is not otherwise eligible for the fund and doesn't have an RP. And we find a lot of those are brownfield type urban redevelopment sites. We've had some success there. Our REST program is where we give grants and loans to small businesses to remove and replace single wall underground storage tanks and bring their systems into compliance. And our site cleanup sub-account is probably the most different and exciting account that we have. We have a lot of demand for this. It's where we have a small portion of our funding that's able to be used for grants and contracts to clean up sites that are contaminated with non-petroleum compounds. We also, it's not on here, we have a very small school district account as well. Next slide. So combining the items here, we are required by statute to submit our recommendation for public comment on how we allocate a small portion of that 2 cent per gallon storage fee, which amounts to 3 mils. And we are to allocate that between 3 of those sub-accounts I just mentioned. The REST account for upgrading and replacing tanks, the site cleanup sub-account, and the school district account. And this 3 mils comes to about $51 million a year. Next slide. So last year, this is some of the new stuff. We actually do have a finance letter that we expect the budget to include our recommendation from last year with 15% to REST and 85% to SCAP. And a one-time 2 million addition of funds to the school district account because the school districts are winding down. There's not a lot of work left to do there. The REST account has been pretty well funded. Our projections indicate that we're going to have plenty there. And SCAP, as I mentioned, the demand is quite high. And these are typically sites where there is significant risk to human health with vapor intrusion and drinking water supply wells being shut down. And there's also a focus in SCAP on disadvantaged communities. So we're going to recommend for 22-23 that same 15% to REST and 85% to SCAP split. And the finance letter has that, and it also is giving us some more positions for accounting and some more positions for SCAP staff to get the additional money out. Next slide. Want to briefly mention our audit. We're required by statute to have an audit every 5 years, and this is not just a financial audit, but it's a programmatic audit. And so they look at our process, they look at the finances, they look at everything, and I'm really happy to share with you that the audit showed improvements in nearly every aspect of our program. We're proud of that, but we do know that we are not done making improvements. Some of the things that the auditors mentioned as improvements were our processes, we're streamlining them. ECAP is a success, having the Office of Enforcement help us with deterrence and also actions to disqualify folks that have been defrauding from the fund has been very helpful. We have increased transparency, we have increased stakeholder engagement, and we contained our costs, as Matt mentioned, with the low threat closure policy, but also with budgets and some other items that we've been able to implement. Some of the things we need improvement on, as everybody probably knows and has heard many times, the implementation of Fiscal, the statewide accounting system, really threw everybody a loop, and especially us, because we have such volume and we're paying, not buying, but luckily my staff did an incredible job getting us rolling in Fiscal. And accounting is still having to deal with some of that. And so the auditors found that we're not having access quite yet to all the financial information that we need to make our annual reports. But everybody's working together on that, and we hope to have those as soon as we can. One of the other things we need to improve is some legacy cleanup in our database, which is SCUFUS. And like Matt said, the older claim closure, we're down to the nasty ones, so they're not as easy to solve. And we need to do a little bit better documentation on our secondary review. Next slide. So for Sunset, these are the things that are different, I think, than you're used to hearing about the fund in the past. In preparation for Sunset, several years ago, like I mentioned, we have been issuing, I think there were 3,500 sites on the priority list a few years ago. Now there won't be any in September. And we have been doing our review summary reports and ECAP to try to get those sites closed so that we can pay them before we sunset. I talked about our finance letter, and that is also going to increase our authority to 400 million. It's going to double it from 200. So we really can get the money out the door before we sunset. And as usually happens when the fund is about to sunset, somebody proposes an extension. We have AB 753 right now that is proposing to extend the fund for 5 years and also form a stakeholder group to look at what the eligibility for the fund should be. So that concludes my presentation. Are there any questions?
No, and I think, at least for me, only because you've just done incredible work, Ms. Barclay. I think, through the years now and each year having these updates and just the improvements that have come in through the program, the really good work of folks, these are incredible statistics and numbers to be continuing to get dollars out, to be cleaning up these sites that are providing benefit to groundwater quality and other benefits in communities. And so just, thank you for doing this good, quiet work. It is incredibly impressive. I am incredibly impressed knowing that there are challenges with some of the systems that we're dealing with, but that here, continue to really get the dollars out and improve the program in ways that are, again, audited and verified. And so just commendable on the continued great work, and just thank you. But board members, any particular questions? I know for me, that sunset date and then now the extension, it does kind of come to mind that the program will shift because of that and become something else. And I appreciate even the thought of already what happens to the unit afterwards and how might we incorporate it in ways that continue to draw a great benefit, knowing that, these are teams here that are well honed now and have really learned our programs in a way that, again, verifiably are improving our results in the state. So thank you.
You're welcome.
Board members, any other comment or thought? Okay, and thank you. And thank you again, Vice Chair, and everybody for the flexibility of quickly adapting there to, I think, maybe my leaving to my meeting caught a few folks off guard, but thank you, Vice Chair. That brings us then to, and I appreciate being able to take that item because it just brings us to really our last significant item, which is item number 5. I'm going to give everyone a 5-minute break to just kind of take a 5-minute break and come back, and we will then actually start. And I apologize, you know, I think we did caution and say at least it'll start sometime after 2, but we'll start here then at 2:20 for item number 5, and just provide everyone a 5-minute break. So thank you, and we'll be right back. And thank you again, Ms. Barclay.
You're welcome.
Okay, everyone, I think we're come back now. And we can begin item number 5, which is a drought update. I want to just begin by acknowledging the obvious very dry conditions, extreme drought conditions that are already exceptional drought, as I understand it, that are creeping into the state already. There has been a lot of movements, and we all discussed last 2 weeks ago when we first heard that the projects were missing about 500,000 acre feet plus of inflow that were expected, and the dire hydrologic conditions in April that really led to that. Since then, we've had an executive order that's expanded to additional watersheds in the state, including the Tulare Basin, the San Joaquin, and the Sacramento, and writ large there, the Bay Delta watershed, and including Klamath. It has been an intense couple of weeks as we've all tried to figure out what it is that we have insofar as now a system with the operators, but also how do we balance out what are incredibly limited supplies. I think I'll start by also saying that it's obvious that there is as much wet water in our system now than there will be, certainly by the end of the summer, and may very well be going into the potential of another dry winter. And so what we're really needing to do, and what has been the focus of a lot of discussion these last 2 weeks, and I just want to acknowledge and thank Director Namath and Regional Director Conant. We have Paul Souza from Fish and Wildlife Service, and also Barry Tom, and just thank them for joining us today to talk about the incredible and intense coordination that has been going on between our agencies these last weeks as we contemplate and understand not just temporary urgency change petitions, but curtailments and their impact on the system, salinity barriers that have been proposed by the project operators, and then also contributions that all of us in this system, particularly those contractors within the system, are needing to respond to. There was a lot of assumptions prior to April 1st in the way that this system was going to be operated, and this huge hole, which represents about enough water for 1 million Californians for a year, is the crisis that we are trying to navigate through. And we all, in our agency's capacities, are here to do our part and to balance. Certainly it's called upon the board to balance these many needs, but it's actually within the water code and it's upon us all. And we know that the operators operate a system that, again, itself requires balance amongst numerous state and federal laws amongst us. So I just want to thank everyone. I know that there's a lot of concern, I'm sure, and I've heard a lot of sort of discussion on the outside of this decision-making space between the state and the federal government, but just really appreciate everyone's patience and the opportunity here to hear from the project operators, hear from our biological fish agencies, and to discuss how it is that we're comprehensively seeing what are an incredibly number of impacts from incredibly and catastrophically dry conditions that, of course, aren't just impacting here in California, but we see throughout the West. Our models, and we'll hear more about this, really aren't just even able to account for just how dry a period we went through, and is part of our real need here to continue to be better decision makers amongst us, to be informed by the best available science and data, to make very difficult decisions in balancing between all critical needs of water within this state, but particularly as we is concerned to the Delta, which we know has been fragile before these points, continues to be stressed during times of drought. And here we find ourselves again with this balancing act. I think many of us are familiar with in our professional careers, if not directly in working with some of the agencies you see before us. We're also joined by Chuck Bonham, our Director of Fish and Wildlife. I want to note, I don't see him on camera yet, but I know he will be here with us and joins what is an incredible group of leadership here on the state and federal side. So with that, just introductory quick comments. I just want to thank everyone again, and I'll hand it over to Diane Riddle from our Division of Water Rights, and who has been a real critical asset in this space too, to just go over just where we are. Insofar as I believe just yesterday we received temporary urgency change petitions. We're not prepared to go in detail into those because we just received it yesterday and in the middle of public noticing around them. But we want to be able to provide, again, a space here for us all to understand and consider the decisions before us. Nothing will be decided today before the board. And again, this is all an attempt to make sure that we collectively as a state and as leaders here amongst us, understanding the space and decision-making we're called to have. So with that, Diane, if you don't mind, maybe kind of providing some context for us here and kind of how it is we find ourselves and what is a timeline, more importantly, that the public can expect around some of the decision-making points that we'll explore today, but won't be deciding.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you for the introduction. Again, I'm Diane Riddle. I'm one of the Assistant Deputy Directors in the Division of Water Rights, overseeing the division's Bay Delta Hearings and Special Projects program. I'll provide some updates on some of the activities that are going on in the division to address the dry conditions. And then I'll turn it over to DWR and Reclamation, who I think are going to elaborate on some of those activities and the dry hydrologic conditions. The first activity that I'm going to provide an update on is that the division has been working on, starting earlier in the year when we first got indications that we may be facing serious dry conditions this year. The board started working on methodologies to look at water supplies and demands within the Bay Delta watershed to determine if there were instances in which there was not adequate supply to serve water users at their priority of right. We've been working very hard on that effort. Staff has done a phenomenal job pulling all of the pieces together very quickly. We dusted off the methodology that we used in the prior drought, made a lot of improvements to that methodology, and we released a draft methodology for looking at water supply and availability in the Bay Delta watershed last Tuesday for public review and comment. We are planning to have a workshop on that methodology on Friday. Then written public comments on the methodology would be due on May 25th. And we have an informational item before the board to provide an update on where the methodology stands based on the public comments we've received. And what we're thinking about in terms of issuing notices of water unavailability to water users in the Bay Delta watershed. Based on current estimates, it's looking like water may be unavailable for all post-1914 users in the Bay Delta watershed as early as June. Again, we're going to refine the estimates. We had anticipated maybe taking a little more time to do that, but given the very dire hydrologic conditions, I think a lot of our efforts are being expedited right now. And we're really looking for input from the public on critical assumptions related to the methodology that warrant updating before we look at issuing potential notices during the June time period. As Chair Esquivel indicated, the governor issued an emergency drought proclamation that provides additional authority for the board to potentially consider emergency regulations. We'll be looking at that, determining whether that may be needed or not. Also looking in the future if there may be instances in which water appears to be unavailable for pre-1914 and riparian users. But the first step in the process is the workshop on Friday, hearing from the public on their thoughts of critical updates to the methodology that should be made before the board proceeds with using that methodology. Then, as Chair Esquivel indicated, we did receive a temporary urgency change petition from DWR and Reclamation yesterday requesting modifications to June and July Delta outflow requirements, as well as the agricultural salinity requirements on the Sacramento River from June through August. We are currently assessing that temporary urgency change petition. We are planning to issue a notice for the petition as early as today or tomorrow. Given the expedited nature of everything that's occurring right now, we're anticipating a quick turnaround on public comments. Pursuant to the provisions related to temporary urgency change petitions, the board may act on the petition prior to receipt of public comments. That may be necessary given the need for the change starting in June in order to help with some of the water supply shortages that currently exist, providing for some of this water to be backed up into storage for critical needs extending over the water year. So we're anticipating that we would likely take action on the temporary urgency change petition around the time that public comments would be due at the beginning of June. After we take action on the temporary urgency change petition, we can make modifications to the order based on public comments. And so that's still a part of the process. The other activity that the division is working on is on Friday, DWR submitted a application for a 401 water quality certification for installation of a temporary rock barrier at False River in another measure to help with salinity conditions, to allow the projects to retain more water in storage, to meter out over the season, to address the critically dry conditions. We issued a notice on the 401 water quality certification on May 17th, and we're anticipating taking action on the 401 water quality certification in early June. So that's the majority. That covers the big ticket items that the division is working on. We've also had a lot of coordination with the fish agencies, DWR, reclamation, surrounding all of these topics. And I think that our sister state and federal agencies are going to provide some more information on details around the items I talked about and the information surrounding those items. So with that, I can turn it over to DWR and reclamation.
Thank you, Ms. Riddle. Really appreciate it. Director Namath.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair and members of the board. I wish we were here under better circumstances, but it is certainly a roll up the sleeves moment for not just the state and federal water projects, but water users watershed wide. What I thought I would do is, I've got a pretty brief slide deck here. It's about 9 or 10 slides. Go through that. It's focused somewhat on project operations, but really this broader question about risk management and how all these pieces come together. Perhaps I'll start by noting that it was probably just a month ago when the board had its last update on drought and hydrologic conditions. And that was happening at a moment where we at the Department of Water Resources became highly aware of some very intense challenges and rapidly developing challenges in our watershed. And that really kicked off an enormous amount of work to dig into the information and present what we have to share with you all today. That's really about setting the stage. It's about how pieces fit together, and it's about a broader need to really manage risk in a year that, as you put, it's not going to get wetter than it is today. And we all, I think, are very focused on the desire to have a wet year, but also absolutely the necessary prudence if it does continue to be dry. Even if it's modestly wet, I think what we're starting to see in our system is that recovery will be long. And we all need to be thinking about this much beyond this fall or winter and really into next year, given the state of conditions. So I think the board is going to run this slide deck for me. Okay, good. Phew. So next slide, please. So as I was mentioning, I think, if we're all, reading the newspapers and sort of reading our favorite experts, we're all understanding that this particular water year has developed into one of the driest on record. We think it's going to wind up about likely the third driest in that 100-year record. It means that it's drier than the very deep drought that just ended, or if you're someone who ascribes to the fact that maybe that drought didn't end at all. We had a couple of wet years, but we're back in it.
and this is in fact drier than that 2-year period. We are the driest since 1977. And then 2020 and 2021 is the second driest 2-year on record. I believe in the Feather watershed, which of course is the state water projects where we have our facilities. This is actually drier than 2014, 2015, that 2-year combination. So all of this to say, every drought has its own kind of permutation and in terms of the sequence of temperatures, storms, snowpack, runoff, all these important things. So we did actually achieve a few firsts this year, and not in a good way, but in a way that we are planning for and responding to. So next slide, please. So we have had no significant precipitation since mid-March. The snowpack did not produce anticipated runoff. That's something that Chair Esquivel, you mentioned. What we saw happen was, despite the fact that we had 70% peak average snowpack, what happened with that snowpack was very dramatic in that the snowmelt accelerated with high temperatures, above average temperatures in the Sierra, and that snowpack infiltrated into very dry ground or evaporated into a dry atmosphere. So what essentially happened from the beginning of April to the end of April, beginning of May, is we saw that 70% snowpack really disappear into almost nothing. And right now, I think we're below 8%. I think maybe several days ago, I checked and we were about 8% average snowpack. What that has amounted to as it relates to the projects is we have identified a 685,000 acre foot shortfall relative to inflow that has developed between April and May. So, you know, we like to think about droughts potentially as sort of a kind of a slow moving disaster. This one was a fast developing crisis, and that's where we find ourselves now. And that has put all these kinds of tools on the table that frankly, a month ago, we were not anticipating. Next slide, please. So as I was mentioning, we have had significantly above average temperatures. I'm not going to read this chart for you, but as you can see, you know, some of the data that's coming in has very much affected our watershed and available water supplies. I would also say in my conversations with Secretary Ross, we're also beginning to understand what above average temperatures have done to the planting season this year. And that is we have folks who planted earlier than they ordinarily would in response to the dry conditions and warm temperatures. Next slide, please. So as we mentioned, inflow is much lower than we experienced in 2014 and 2015. 2015 was its own interesting year. There was that really amazing footage of then Governor Brown standing on a barren field. We thought we weren't anywhere near that when we were at 70% snowpack about 6 weeks ago. But now it's probably looking quite a bit like 2015, and that happened very quickly. And as I mentioned, the sort of at the end of the day, or at the end of the last several weeks rather, what we've really experienced is an enormous drop in anticipated inflow into the three major reservoirs of the state and federal project. So that's Shasta, Oroville, and Folsom. So a lot of our conversation today is going to be on those elements of our system. Next slide, please. Maybe actually, Ernest, this would be a good opportunity before we get into some of the details. If you could provide a little bit of perspective as someone whose territory expands beyond California, but you know, what are we really seeing westwide, and can you put this into a little bit more context?
Yeah, thank you, Carla. I think my speaker's on. Yeah, so as the chair alluded to, this phenomena that we've seen just kind of overnight where the forecasts have gone south and because of high temperatures and dry soils is something that we're seeing west-wide. And reclamation, we've particularly noted it not only here in California, but also with the Klamath Basin, the Colorado River Basin, the Rio Grande Basin, and the headwaters of the Missouri, to name a few, where we've seen this most pronounced. So this phenomena that has caught the forecasters off guard is something we're seeing west-wide.
So where we are a little closer to home here. We had been anticipating meeting our D1641 standards. Obviously, that did not happen in April. That came as something of a surprise to all of us as we were getting in, the real-time data. We had been planning for a 90% exceedance year, but with the increase in temperatures, it became very clear in April that the water that we had planned on releasing and were releasing from Shasta, Oroville, and Folsom was not adequate to maintain water quality standards in the Delta. That's somewhat related to inflow, of course. We're balancing against levels in reservoirs, but what we also started to see was a depletion rate, on the other side of the dam. So inflows coming into the reservoirs, and on the other side of the dam, we saw early system depletion that also was about double than what we were planning on and what we would normally see even in a critical year. So lots of changes there created that very negative situation in April. In April, we did suspend allocations to the Central Valley Water Project agricultural users. The State Water Project went from a 10% allocation to a 5% allocation. That is met exclusively from stored water supplies in San Luis Reservoir. And then the Sac Valley settlement contractors their contract amount was reduced, and the Feather River settlement contractors, their contracts were reduced to the amount allowed in that contract. Ernest can speak to the Sac Valley. For the Feather contractors, it's about 50% of their contract amount. Next slide. Go ahead, Ernest.
Yeah, for the Sac Valley or Sac River settlement contractors, it goes to 75% per their contract. And through voluntary actions they've taken, it's now closer to 60% that they'll actually be utilizing. Thanks, Carla.
So next slide, please. So we are now focused on early May and really getting through this month. Essentially, once we saw these conditions developing, we identified that hydrologic deficit. We've identified some major goals from a water supply perspective, but also from a temperature perspective. We do have temperature concerns at all of the three major CVP and State Water Project reservoirs due to low levels. We do have municipal supply concerns for folks who are fed by Folsom Reservoir. And we are, in an effort to do our due diligence and planning for 2022, we are looking at low carryover storages. We're going to do the absolute best that we can to keep those up, given where we are with State Water Project allocations, given some of the challenges we have for water quality down in the Delta. So all of those considerations have led to and will continue to lead to a difficulty in meeting these D1641 standards without modifications. And so the first signs of that is what was delivered to the board yesterday as a proposed application, a temporary urgency change permit. And then certainly in the governor's emergency proclamation, we've been directed to pursue the salinity barriers in the Delta as a way to help us maintain upstream storage levels. So next slide, please.
So as I mentioned, we are working through a variety of goals. These goals are beyond the purview of the projects. My colleagues who join me here have a lot to say, and we're working with them very closely on how we manage all of these pieces. You know, first and foremost, top on the list, we're focused on cold water needs for fisheries. We also want to make sure that we can protect storage in Folsom. And then we do want to maintain water quality in the Delta. In a temporary urgency change request, there are certain water quality conditions that we need to continue to meet. So that's part of our operational plan, our proposed operational plan moving forward. And then working to provide certain conditions that can lessen some drought impacts to fish and wildlife. And then of course, contingency planning for 2022. So these are our our guidelines for moving through the summer. And I think we expect as we move through the next couple of weeks and work with the board and get to some decisions about moving forward. I think we all realize that ongoing coordination and communication, understanding how the system is responding to these kinds of actions is going to be really important managing going forward. So I bet this is not the last time I'll be talking to you all about how we're working on things together. Next slide, please. So again, comprehensive action is what we're focused on. A couple of things I want to draw your attention to. Reclamation is releasing water out of New Melones. That's part of how we're meeting water quality conditions during May. We are requesting the change petition to take effect in the beginning of June. We will have that June period to put in the emergency drought barriers, and that's kind of the focus on how we're managing for salinity and other conditions down in the Delta. There are other things underway on behalf of on the part of the water users. For the State Water Project, we are delaying water transfers that would otherwise occur this summer until the fall. We are also implementing a groundwater substitution program, both in the Sac Valley, and there are other discussions underway. There have been voluntary reductions and conservation by water users. I'll have Ernest speak to where conversations are with the Central Valley Project contractors. With the state water contractors, of course, we're a slightly different animal, if you will, in terms of how we manage supplies once we understand the hydrology and activities south of the Delta. And then finally, certainly through the fall, we're going to get a jump on this summer with Chuck Bonham and Paul Souza about how do we want to be operating the system through late summer and fall to deal with some of the issues on the Pacific Flyway. So all of these things have to be balanced. And I think our best shot at balancing is doing as much pre-planning as possible, knowing that we're coming into this, I think, with a pretty abrupt set of circumstances that we didn't anticipate 6 weeks ago. But I think we all recognize the value of very intense planning, not just for the next 2 weeks, but throughout the summer and fall and into 2022. So maybe I will stop there, and Chair, why don't I turn it over to my colleagues on this panel to offer some of their comments, unless I'm actually remembering there might be one more slide. There it is. This is the slide. So we are working on a handful of integrated regulatory actions that we want to put into place by the end of this month as a way to acknowledge that all these pieces are actually need to be working together. I would say, having been around in the previous drought, but in a different role, we did have project coordination, but nothing like the way we're doing it this year, absolutely not. And that's a good and important development in our response to this drought. But where we are with the urgency change permit submitted this week,
the board will do its staff work. It's very similar to 2014, 2015. If there are additional questions, we can talk about them in more detail. Work is underway, not in my shop, but with other folks on Shasta operations and that temperature management plan. And then we do have a drought operations plan that is a new requirement of the state's incidental take permit that we do monthly when we get to these dry conditions. Additional information about carryover storage targets for Oroville and where we're going with Folsom, slightly different than the needs that we have on the Shasta and the Sacramento River system. That will also be included in that drought operations plan. Our goal is for the board and all of our stakeholders to see this bigger picture of an integrated approach that deals with balancing conditions in the Delta, balancing conditions across all reservoirs. We're, effectively sharing the pain across water users in this kind of a water year type. And then I certainly want the biological agencies to really talk about, what's happening in the environmental side, but that is clearly part of our thinking about how we move through this. So maybe with that, I will hand it over to my colleagues and thank you for indulging me on this PowerPoint. I appreciate that.
Oh, no, thank you, Director Namath. I know that we're all working long hours right now, trying to best understand this whole space. So I'll just, add on when it comes to this integrated regulatory space that we're working in. It's obvious that there's different timing for our Sacramento River Temperature Management Plan. There's TUCPs that are coming quickly. And more importantly, we have a system that we're quickly reassessing and evaluating. And here on the board side, relaxing environmental standards, doing curtailments, there's the salinity barriers. And again, as you said, amounts being generated either through supplemental groundwater pumping or where it's able and conforms with GSP plans or other ways that folks can contribute to ultimately a meta goal here, which is how much can we keep back up in reserve that this is the moment where we have as many options as we can amongst us. And it's incumbent upon us all to then contribute to what is a goal that it just, for the sake of just another dry year and a catastrophic space that we'll be in, prudent to have been able to generate this all amongst us, even though we know it comes at cost. So just thank you, Director, and would hand it over to Regional Director Conant here, and thank you for joining us as well.
Yeah, thank you, Chairman. Just a couple introductory notes. I think Carla covered the high points through this PowerPoint that we put together jointly. But just a couple notes. First of all, I just want to acknowledge and recognize the intense coordination going on between the federal and state agencies and the state board. And we appreciate everybody's efforts in that regard. Also want to acknowledge on behalf of Reclamation, appreciation for the leadership of the governor and issuing the emergency proclamation that many of you had something to do with, and appreciate the efforts of the board in carrying out those measures, which Carla has alluded to. I guess lastly, I'll just note, recognizing this very challenging year, in cooperation with the federal and state partners, we've been trying to think outside the box and take on actions that in some cases we've never done before. So the first example, of course, is what Carla alluded to. For the first time, we're providing flows from New Melones to assist with Delta standards and take the pressure off of Shasta and Oroville and Folsom, recognizing that New Melones is our one reservoir that's about average. So that's one thing we've undertaken that we haven't done before. And then another thing is a major power bypass at Shasta that's been going on to save cold water for later when it's most critical for the health of salmon. So those are a couple things that we're doing this year that haven't been done before. Certainly not on the scale, and we're going to continue to, work collectively with our federal and state partners to make sure we've turned over every rock in this very challenging year. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Conant. I appreciate your, long hours, not just here on the Central Valley project, but certainly in the Klamath and other places westwide. So thank you.
And we got our hands full up there.
Yeah, and there too, state prepared and is a partner, and I think with everyone as well. These are very difficult circumstances, and I've heard earlier about the fish die-offs happening within the system because of these conditions, and so yeah, just thank you. I just want to acknowledge that it's not just the CVP here that certainly is on Reclamation's plate.
Thank you.
Next, I think we'll hand it over to Director Chuck Bonham from Fish and Wildlife.
Great, thank you, Chair. Just let me check and confirm you can hear me.
Can, loud and clear.
Great. Nice to see you under a difficult situation, board members. I think after I'm done, I'd like to hand it over to Barry Thom at our federal salmon agency, who I think will flip it to Mr. Souza. And maybe Mr. Souza sends it back to Ernest and Carla to take questions. Hey, I want to do two things. I appreciate the time. The first is I want to talk about the situation we're in right now. And I want to speak in really plain terms. And what I want to do is provoke as much attention as I can, particularly from the public that's watching, because we need people to understand the precarious situation we're in as Californians as of today. So that's my first goal. And my second goal is to give you some sense of options, tools, actions, which will also reference some of the lessons we learned in the last drought. So what's the situation like? You got to start at the broadest level. Look, nature is really tough when we give her half a chance. But if we don't allow nature time to heal and rebound, we find ourselves in a very tenuous situation on the natural system side with our animals and our plants. There's no doubt drought produces significant, often disturbing impacts to people. Access to water, economics, agriculture for sure. But on the natural side, we can't think about this current drought without realizing what happened in the last drought. And for some of our species, they have these life cycles that run over several years. And some of the species y'all been discussing are still coming out of the last drought. And that's relevant, particularly when you start to look at some of our iconic salmon runs. So you've discussed before, many people know, there's this special salmon, we call it the winter run. It lives in a really small piece of real estate up near Redding in the Sacramento River below some large dams. That's its home. It can't access its historical habitat above those dams. The majority of those winter run salmon died in 2014 and 15 because of lethal water temperatures during egg incubation. So that's not that long ago. The last 2 years, looking backwards from today, 2 years, we call them cohorts, the group of salmon, the winter run in the last 2 years, had really poor freshwater survival when they were swimming downstream, migrating out into the ocean. We've also had this other intervening event. We're seeing a particular deficiency in some of these fish called a thymine deficiency. And that also likely negatively affected the winter run just last year. So we've got compounding events over a series of time. And these are fish that have a 3-year life cycle. So the less protective we are, you may be looking at 3 years of poor survival in a row, which is less about the individual fish and much more about the population effect. So 3 years in a row of poor survival, and you can get a population negative effect such that your population stability, or if declining or on an incline, drops off dramatically and heads you towards extirpation of naturally produced fish. So you hear it a lot, hyperbole, extinction's real. It's these pronounced moments of water scarcity that produce that challenge in the natural system. We see it right now with winter run. We also have this other pretty well-known run of salmon. We call it fall run. They're named around the time of year in which their movement's happening. And fall run is really our remaining backbone fishery for all the hardworking men and women who make a living in the ocean catching fish commercially, or the really large recreational industry in California that fishes for these fish for sport. In our fall run over time, it's not like they've been doing exceedingly well, but in the moment we're in now, if we don't think about our management decisions, both as to winter run and fall run, we may find that our fall run fish also tip over, and we begin to see a population effect in that fishery. If that were to happen, we would expect to see a real significant blow to our commercial and recreational aspect in the state. And if that part of the salmon run became more legally protected, the little management flexibility we have right now would continue to shrink even more. What we know right now is the water temperatures in the Delta itself are pretty hot as we've seen kind of historically detected. What we know right now is winter runners spawning up by Redding in the river. What we know over on the Russian River side is that we run a hatchery with the Army Corps, which is kind of the conservation hatchery to bring coho back to that coastal stream. We may lose temperature control over that hatchery in coming weeks. What we know up in the Klamath is a situation with little room to go in any direction. The federal government is challenged to keep lake levels in Oregon at a certain level for native fish in that lake, known since time immemorial by the Klamath tribes. The federal government's challenged to ensure sufficient flows in the river down in California. The federal government hasn't been able to provide any allocations to its farmers in the basin. We have some of the oldest wildlife refuges in America in that basin, which will be starved for water. And in the river in the last 10 days, as conditions worsen, flows lessen, temperatures rise, there's a disease we struggle with, Barry's team and mine, C. shasta. It's a spore, and it can produce pretty catastrophic mortality rates in the young juvenile salmon. About 2 weeks ago, the mortality rates were through the roof. They look like they're coming down a touch. It looks like the spore abundance has come down a touch, but we may be in a period of episodic up and down for the foreseeable future. It's not just about fish. I was on the phone yesterday morning very early with Ducks Unlimited, California Waterfowl, Point Blue, Audubon, Fish and Wildlife Service, Paul's staff. We're pretty convinced there'll be a dry landscape in the Klamath Basin, which is the first major pullover spot for birds as they're flying south. They're not going to pull over. There's nowhere for them to stop. They're going to come into the valley down here in the Sacramento Basin, and it's going to be dry. We'll have less rice. We're likely to have far more birds on much less space, which is just a recipe for disease and other management challenges when we get there. We know out in the ocean from Fort Bragg north this year, we'll have zero commercial fishery for salmon. I saw just this week that the Yurok tribe has declared on their tribal lands a drought disaster declaration in the Klamath Basin. So that's the situation we're in. It's plain terms, it's precarious. How do we get out of it? I don't know. I think one of the things we must do is go through this together. We can't tolerate parts of California pointing fingers at each other as much as we need to inspire all of us to think about this as a California challenge, and we get through it as Californians together, which is why I'm glad the 5 directors of the relevant state and federal agencies on wildlife management and water supply have come together to you. That was one of the most important lessons we learned from the last drought. The directors of these relevant agencies have to be engaged on a daily basis together, trying to solve these problems. They're hard choices. They're not easy. They're gonna hurt. I mean, I don't stand up and say the thing I want to see happen the most in the Delta is construction of salinity barriers. But as part of a package, it's something we need to consider doing. What we learned in the last drought is our staff, we redirected about 200 staff, and they spent about 150,000 hours of time. They conducted over 930 fish rescues of 38 different species, exceeding 270,000 fish. In one instance, our staff went out to the Modoc Plateau and picked up tiny little McLeod River red band trout, found nowhere else, beautiful fish. They brought them back to our hatchery outside Mount Shasta, the oldest hatchery west of the Mississippi. They refused to put them with the hatchery fish. They refused to feed them trout feed. They put bug zappers on the property and caught bugs and tried to keep these fish on native food as long as they could. And then they took them back to the streams when the conditions improved. This will be true on the terrestrial front as well. Paul's staff and mine, there's about 60 of a cute little fuzzy rodent called the Almarosa vole down in the desert left. What's its home? Wetlands. Not much of those in a drought. With UC Davis and Paul's staff, we brought about 62 of them into captivity, held them in refuge, and then put them back. It's an all hands on deck, precarious situation. Extinction's real on our side of the equation. Here's a last tool, I think. As I understand it, Folsom and Oroville will end up having an end of September storage target, carryover target. I think we're also in discussions amongst ourselves on how to treat something similar for Shasta. In my view, this idea of an end of September storage target is a prudent one. It's about acting with care and thought for the future. The higher we can keep our reservoirs, the main ones, Oroville, Folsom, and Shasta right now, the more we'll have an ability to keep water cool for the fish benefit right now. But also, I think more importantly, the higher we can keep these reservoirs, the better prepared we are for next year. That's also a people benefit. That's a health and safety, drinking supply benefit for next year. It's really hard to get people to think about the long term. Our brains are wired for the in the moment. And this really difficult conversation we're having about how you manage your reservoirs needs to balance the short term. And no doubt where you set this target has all kinds of implications, including to our partners in agriculture. But you need to be thinking about avoiding a domino of long-term effects. So I would submit that amongst all of our tools, one of them is how we handle right now these decisions around the reservoir storage targets. I'm thankful the governor has a $5.1 billion May revised drought contingency kind of resiliency plan. For us at the department, it will provide immediately almost $51 million to spend over 3 years and to onboard 55 staff to do all those things we know we're going to need to do in conjunction with you, Barry, Ernest, Carla, and Paul. And with that, let me flip it to Paul. Actually, did I say Barry? Let's flip it to Barry. We'll go to Paul. Paul, I'll kick it back, and then we'll take questions. I appreciate y'all giving us so much time.
Director.
Thanks, Chuck, and thank you, Chairman, for having us here. And hi to members of the board. I've never been before the board before, so nice to meet you all virtually. Chuck set some good context there for the situation we're in, so I'd probably make my comments a little bit briefer. I did want to highlight a couple things today. One is just the coordination piece. Talk a little bit about the temperature management, which tends to be a big focus, but also talk about some of the other factors. And just recognizing, like Chuck said, it's going to be a bad year for salmon. And from a salmon agency, we recognize it's going to be a bad year. But working together, it's trying to figure out how we actually work together to make it the best we can, given the bad hand we've been dealt moving forward. And so there is a tremendous amount of coordination going on. From NOAA Fisheries perspective, we have sort of two pieces here. One is from sort of the science side, from our Southwest Fisheries Science Center, how can we provide the best, most objective, transparent data we can on the impacts to fish, given the different scenarios we're looking at, and there's been a tremendous amount of work going into that, tremendous amount of modeling scenarios in sort of real time, recognizing that with that real time, because there is a lot of data going back and forth, the communication is critical. We know, and trying to keep coordinated between us, between the settlement contractors, between BOR, the state. There is always a work in progress to maintain that communication across those, but recognize that people all have their sort of best interest in mind and trying to provide objective, transparent information so that you guys can all make the best decisions you can moving forward. On the regulatory side, we both, in addition to the work we're doing on temperature management and other pieces, we'll also be pushing forward on our voluntary drought agreements like we've had in the past in 2014 and 2015. Working with the state, and that's even up in the Scott and Shasta, up in the Klamath, thanks to the board and others for being partners there to do what we can up in the Klamath. As Chuck mentioned, it's a pretty bad situation. We're also working with Paul and the Fish and Wildlife Service and others, and Chuck on hatchery management, trying to pull more winter run into the hatchery, so we actually have some brood stock and can secure those fish for the long term, given the impacts that they're going to have out there. A couple things I'll highlight on the temperature management side. So we tend to be laser focused on temperature management. We get criticized for that in some cases, and other people think that's a big benefit. And I'll talk a little bit about that. The temperature management is critical. And as Chuck said, even going into this year, we've already had one really bad year last year, a couple bad years for winter run. So we're going into a pretty bad situation and need to do what we can to maintain winter run survival and reduce temperature dependent mortality. And that's critical. But at the same time, if we aren't doing those other, dealing with those other impacts in the system, whether it's main stem freshwater, main stem habitat, floodplain habitat, and increasing the productivity of those stocks, those investments in the temperature related in reducing that temperature mortality don't pay any benefits if they actually die somewhere else, and vice versa. So last year, the temperature dependent mortality was low. We actually did really good on temperature, but we lost those fish somewhere else. And so we're really challenged with this balancing act of keeping everybody in the game to do everything we can across the full life history of the fish to actually make some progress if we're going to want to maintain a winter run moving forward. So that's, I think the biggest thing we're trying to figure out is, how do we work together? I'll recognize, Chair, that the conversations have been good. We are doing a lot better job than we did in 2014 and 2015 in communication. I think we have a lot better science to base that on, and recognizing that we can use that to actually make some good informed decisions and do the best we can moving forward. And I'll just stop there and I'll turn it over to Paul Souza.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Chairman. It's an honor to join the board. This is also my first time having a chance to address the board. I wish it was under better circumstances. I think all of us have sounded the alarm, and it's something we all need to understand because it's going to be tough going forward. We care deeply about our relationship with the state. We are working among these 5 directors every day on multiple issues, doing the best we can with a difficult set of circumstances. We definitely appreciate the governor's leadership with providing the funding and the emergency declaration, and it sets the right tone for what's to come. We've seen, as Carla said, an extraordinary deterioration over the past 6 weeks, largely unprecedented. So we're walking into this drought situation when we didn't have an expectation we were going to be facing this difficulty. So all of us acknowledge that we're in uncharted territory and we're doing everything in our power to work together to address it. I do have to briefly mention the Klamath. It's been covered well by my friends, but the Klamath is in crisis. The farmers and ranchers for the project are essentially getting no water. Barry and I have a tough conversation after this as we're trying to balance the need for salmon and Lost River and short-nosed suckers in many tribes. We have one of the most important wildlife refuges in the country. It was established in 1908 by President Theodore Roosevelt. It's the Lower Klamath, and it will get no water. Last year, we had 60,000 birds succumb to botulism because of dry conditions. And so we are deeply worried of what's going to come for our birds also. I'll focus on 3 issues and try to provide a few different nuances than my friends have shared. Number 1, Delta smelter on the verge of extinction. We have deep worry about their condition and obviously low flows that affect the low salinity zone, which they need in the Bay Delta, are going to be very concerning to us going forward this year. We have what we believe to be an exciting effort that we're working with Chuck and his team on right now to try to reintroduce 40,000 Delta smelt to the Bay Delta in the fall in an effort to try and jumpstart the population and see if we can build toward recovery. So the drought conditions are going to be extraordinarily important for us to consider as we find a methodology that's scientifically based to try to recover Delta smelt. Salmon was covered very well. I'll just add 2 points. We have an important pair of flagship salmon hatcheries up by Shasta, Coleman and Livingston Stone, and we release over 12 million salmon every year. We have had to take some measures this year that we don't particularly care for, but just because of the deterioration in hydrology, we thought it was necessary, and we made these choices in conversations with the commercial and recreational fishermen. So we have trucked about 1 million of our salmon to Marin to release them to help the commercial fishery and recreational fishery in the ocean. We don't like to do this because the fish get stranded. They can't find their way back to where their natural home is located, to the hatchery where they were raised in the upper Sacramento River. But these are the kind of actions that, as Chuck articulated, we have to take in desperate times. We have another release tonight by Marin of some of our salmon and one more Wednesday. And that will mark the end of our releases for this year. But it's been said, well, we need to start thinking about next year. And that's a recurring theme that I know the board is going to focus on. Relatedly, and this really reflects Barry's point, we have a tremendous science apparatus. So the good news is our monitoring at Red Bluff and Lodi, our stations, we have boats on the water all the time, important screw traps to understand fish returns, they will be in full force. So we will be able to see what is going on with Chuck's team in terms of the impacts of the drought on our salmon. The third point I'll mention is refuges. Broadly speaking, we have an extraordinarily important network of refuges across the Pacific Flyway. As Chuck said, we think Lower Klamath is largely going to be lost this year, which means the birds are going to be moving into Modoc and the Central Valley and trying to make their way south. So there will be a lot of birds in a few places where there's water. So we're doing everything in our power. We appreciate the leadership of the state in trying to be creative around groundwater for targeted efforts to help our Pacific Flyway. Honestly, the refuge system with Chuck's efforts and rice fields and other irrigated agriculture, they represent the centerpiece for the health of the Pacific Flyway. And in a wet year like this, we'll have to find ways to deal with it and do the best we can. I'll just say in closing, the messages have been clear. Working together is everything. This group of people work together every day. We're trying to solve problems. We need the help of the public. We welcome your advice. It's a committed partnership. As Chuck said, it's all hands on deck. And not just thinking about this year, but thinking about next year with reservoir capacity. If we have a year like this next year, all the drama we're facing now will be multiplied by a factor of 10. So thinking about next year now matters. I'll stop there and pass it back to you, Chairman.
Thank you. Thank you all so incredibly much. There is not, I know earlier during public comment, we heard a request to really, make win-win decisions or find win-wins out there. And I think it's the reality and the soberness and the somberness, I think, that we need to bring to all of this, that it's really about how we're going to share unfortunate circumstances together and get through this time, and regrettably, no easy win-wins on the table that, at least at this point, I have found unturned. And that turning of those rocks, of finding those options, is all through your all leadership. And I appreciate, again, the tight coordination that this has required. The fact that it is such a tight system now that all of these actions, whether it's TUCPs or curtailments or the Shasta temperature management plan, all need to fit together in a common decision-making space amongst us to see how best we balance out very difficult circumstances and not leave any consideration out there. And that's where I really do appreciate I think we have 23 or so individuals here to comment on this discussion, to hear their concerns, to hear their thoughts here, because it's critical that everybody come to us with their self-interest and that we collectively realize that there are things above any individual self-interest that we're trying to attain and reach for. And we're doing so in a way, again, driven by rapid assessment and modeling with supercomputers that we didn't have in the last drought to be able to evaluate and know that there is no perfect model. That, I mean, this moment itself showing sometimes the limit we have on our models when we quickly moving into a climate that simply no longer exists, and that we're having to all ensure that we are adapting our water systems and the way we all even think of this resource together, so as to make it through. And there, just acknowledged, Director Chuck, your comments around the investments that were also recently announced in the last week. It's, we're not going to get through this without spending resources to adapt our water systems to a 21st century. And so those investments are a down payment, and what I know is a national discussion around how we, again, not just unique to California here, but West-wide, adapt our water systems to a 21st century and give ourselves the best chance we can. So just thank you, and open it up for my fellow board colleagues for comment, questions here of the directors. I know this is a lot. I know there hasn't been the space, I think, for certainly us to come here publicly to be able to lay out some of the considerations that are before us here, and the criticality of really bringing them together here really very soon, so as to be able to move on to what are going to be a lot of real-time operations as the actual system that here we're modeling out and trying to make our best assessment of balancing actually unfolds before us.
So I have a few questions.
Vice Chair, please.
Yeah, and before asking them, just want to provide some big picture comments. And first of all, to thank you all for your tremendous leadership. I too agree that this feels different from the last drought. I think we were sort of scrambling and asking for real-time collaboration and interagency coordination. And that just happened, right at the start. And I do really appreciate, Director Nemeth, your comment about the slow moving disaster versus the sort of, hit you over the head crisis that we're seeing here. And so the need to just move really quickly. And I do appreciate what you're all doing, and also our staff. But I do want to use this as an opportunity to just also really encourage that good outside the box thinking, not just interagency, but also with the stakeholders. So if I look at just any one piece here, whether it's TUCP, curtailments, or temperature management, the suite of actions, if we look just at that one piece, if any of us as agency heads and those that are working on this look at any one piece, we may miss those opportunities for some, maybe wouldn't go as far as to call them a win-win solution because of this being so tough, but just not as bad and a pill that people can handle. And Director Bonham, just as you've indicated, a concern about that cascading effect that you see if we miss out on some opportunities, and then ongoing issues with disease and temperature and year class. I too have that concern. I think we all have this concern regarding the trade-offs on water supply. And any action that we as a board could take, or any of you could take, a regulatory action, sometimes there's unintended consequences that we may miss. And so that's giving that space, not just with the agencies, but also with the communities at large, to be looking at unintended consequences, maybe better approaches. And thankfully, a lot of really good actions that have been put on the table by the water supply community to maybe avoid a regulatory action. And so just really want to encourage you all to continue having those good discussions and appreciate what you've done so far. I just have two questions. Really, one is more of a request for Mr. Tom. So that temperature workshop that we had a few weeks ago, I found it to be quite fascinating. I don't have a scientific background, but all of that information from the Science Center and the different runs and that rapid assessment tool. And then, you know, a few weeks later, receiving your thoughtful comments on temperature management and the inclusion of, I think there's a chart in there on some of the runs. And I know that, you know, there's quite a wide range. And as was indicated at the workshop, still a great deal of uncertainty. But again, getting back to this issue of space, recognizing we have to move quickly, but space for outside groups to review models and comment and provide, you know, their own thoughts with the idea toward improvement. Where are you, where is NIMS on this issue of the release of the data and the models, so that if these models that are being used are the underpinning for some of the decisions, more input could be provided from stakeholders?
Yeah, thank you, Madam Vice Chair. Yeah, so in terms of that, we have tried to make the information, the previous modeling efforts, distributed that out so people do have that so they can comment. There are some, you know, it's sort of ever evolving modeling effort and trying to true those up given the assumptions and the changing hydrology. We are in the process of trying to develop a website to actually post that information so that it actually is available to the board, to the contractors and others, so that they can actually have visibility on those modeling results. But I don't have any time frame for when that might be up and available. But we are trying to do what we can. There is a challenge of trying to, you know, like you probably understand, in terms of truing up the modeling efforts. And I know early on, given the rapid assessment tool, you know, with those efforts come, you know, finding small errors and other things in there and trying to true that up. And so that's always a constant challenge we have of what we can put out there, given the assumptions, and how, you know, making sure that it is the most accurate, but recognizing that there always are going to be tweaks to that moving forward. So take it as a grain of salt. I would actually say, you know, and you referenced the table in our temperature management comment letter, of one of the utilities of those modeling efforts is not just focusing on the specific numbers in those tables, but really the comparative across those scenarios is really where that becomes valuable, looking across the scenarios and the benefits. I mean, nobody has to explain to too many people that, you know, fish need water and fish need cold water. But I think looking at the comparative nature for decision making, I think is important between those different scenarios and what could be best.
That's helpful, thank you. And I think with regard to the comparative nature, one of the things that has been a challenge is looking at trade-offs and sort of the comparative nature, as well as those different scenarios are considered. What sort of impact would that have on trade-offs in terms of other species, and also water users, and potentially groundwater use and drinking water supplies. So
yeah, thank you, Vice Chair. Oh, and sorry. Then, oh. No, go on, please. I just want to acknowledge, I think Chuck also maybe wanted to add a little something.
Oh, I didn't realize. Thank you.
It's hard to keep track of the Hollywood Square. There's so many faces on that. Hey, Vice Chair, nice to see you. I hear you. I personally wouldn't take any of these decisions lightly, because there's ramifications no matter what we decide in all directions. And those impacts could run to people I consider to be colleagues in the water user and agricultural space. I mean, we have real leaders in the Sac Valley for sure. I think the message for me, though, is these are going to be hard decisions that require us to be thoughtful. We don't have a lot of time to dilly-dally, but we also need to be super deliberate and try to understand that balancing, particularly at the board whose charge is to balance. And I hear you on the request for creativity. In the last drought, we came up with an approach where if landowners would join us in doing approaches and the package was, would substantially help, then we would agree not to, enforce under the California Endangered Species Act during the period they would be doing those emergency voluntary commitments. And then I think Paul would say with me, the way we're going to make the flyway work is we think about our refuges, our public properties, and nearby adjacent private parties. And we see if we can get some private partnership in conjunction with the public space and preserve enough postage stamp that there's wetted habitat for birds. So partnerships is going to be essential.
And then my second question has to do with curtailments. So I'd like to better understand from Directors Nemeth and Conant on if you were to just look at right now the releases that are occurring and the demands, whether it's in-basin demands, exports, water quality standards, and any gap that exists on, I don't know the best way to describe it, but losses in the Delta, just to better put this in perspective on the intense need that we have right now to protect stored water releases. As we move forward in this workshop on Friday, I think that can help to sort of frame the discussion.
Ernest, I don't know if you have a number available about what we were seeing with depletions.
Yeah, I've got a cheat sheet here just of, just our current conditions, but it doesn't really fully answer the Vice Chair's question, which maybe we could better elaborate on for Friday. But just in terms of our releases today, we're at 8,800 at Keswick, which Shasta, 2,500 at Oroville, 1,000 at Folsom. But Edmonton's salinity standards are controlling, so we can't really reduce the releases. Exports are at about 1,200 with the two projects. And so delta outflow is actually a little higher than required, but it has to be because of salinity's controlling. So the missing part there is just what the diversions have been and what we would estimate, out of priority diversions would be. So maybe we can work on refining that more for you, Vice Chair. And I just don't have anything readily available to precisely answer your question.
Thank you. That would be helpful. Just another tool in the toolbox there as we move forward on the curtailment issues. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Chair. And I agree with you that getting the data out, making sure that we have a very transparent process around the sort of tools that are being used or developed here is really important. And also important to note, though, there is no perfect tool out there. That we are at this point, these are all sort of tools in their own space. I know that Reclamation and DWR have their own modeling efforts when it comes to their actual operations. Then you kind of layer on the Science Center for kind of considerations of different scenarios on temperature benefit and other things. But all this together, I think we kid ourselves if we think we will have a perfect tool in this, and it is then incumbent upon us to make that right judgment call. But here again, informed with the best available science, the best available tools, even knowing that just on fundamental data of who has right to what or diversions on the curtailment side, we know we're a little behind. And so we'll continue to just do and drive as best we can, I think, in that space. But just to caution that, there is no I don't think there is no perfect tool at hand yet, but hopefully continue to build one through cooperation and through the coordination of everyone, including, and importantly, to your point, stakeholders on the outside of this discussion. Director Nemeth.
Yeah, thanks for that question, Vice Chair. I think I don't have the number, but I know that some of my technical staff did, and I don't want to misspeak, but I'll go find that. But basically, what we were seeing is, you know, obviously in an anticipated ability to meet water quality conditions in the Delta during April, and so we released the volumes of water that we thought would do it. But instead we were in violation, which does speak to a depletion factor. We always consider a depletion factor, but it was, I was told it was about double what we thought. The actual sort of CFS, I don't know, but we can get that information and bring it to the table in time for the workshop, because I do think that's kind of a key piece, and that was obviously a piece that took us by surprise. Before I go, I just, Chair, I see this little screen of my Microsoft Office is deciding it's going to update in 7 minutes. So in 7 minutes, I'm going to transition to my phone. You won't see me on the screen, but I will be active in the conversation. I don't know how to shut it down without shutting it down. So sorry about that.
I've had one of those too, and I've been in a Teams meeting where suddenly Microsoft says, well, we want you to re-authenticate yourself because that's just how our security standards are. Okay, thank you. I appreciate that.
Sorry.
Oh, no, no worry in the least. Other board members, please, questions and or comments here. And we do have about 23 folks that are going to look to provide us further input here.
Yeah, I just want to thank all the directors for being here today. And I could echo and repeat all of the comments that are already shared by everyone, including my fellow colleague board members, about how critical this time really is. And I've been, I wasn't on the board during the last drought, but I have spent a lot of time coming up to speed on my responsibilities as a board member and the authorities that we have, whether it's considering a TUCT for Delta operations, whether it's looking at curtailments and how far and extensively those need to reach. Whether it's our capabilities to embrace voluntary agreements in different watersheds and how rapidly we can do that. And, in all cases, it's a little bit untested and unclear. But one thing I've realized is how we do really need to think about all this in an integrated way. And what I've been hearing today is that we're moving in that direction. And I'm really encouraged to see all of you together, to see all of us talking here in a public space, knowing that we have over the next couple of weeks here, at least at the board, we have, and you as well, we have a lot of very difficult decisions that need to be made and balancing with a very small bucket of water this year. And a number of watersheds that really are facing conditions that we, frankly, at least that to my knowledge, have never experienced before. And so none of these decisions are going to be easy. And Director Nemeth, I believe you mentioned you may have to return at some point. I appreciate that offer whenever that appropriate time is. And for those of you who this is your first time here, thank you very much. This has been incredibly helpful just to hear your download and your perspective on what's been evolving over these past 6 weeks or so. So thank you.
Thank you so much, board member. Really appreciate it. Board member Firestone.
Yeah. So I will echo everything that's said. I do have a few questions, but I also just, want to emphasize how much just you all are so busy. Your leadership and collaboration is amazing. And I also really appreciate the time to come to this public space and public forum to talk about these things that are really challenging. I think it's, helps create this space of all hands on deck. Let's create a common understanding of where we are, and then also try to understand and be well informed in our decision making as a board. And I think all of the work that you're doing from some of the stakeholders and interests that maybe you aren't necessarily engaged with on a daily basis. So I really, really appreciate that. I guess I also want to say, and we talked about curtailments and and other responsibilities and tools that we have in this real crisis time as the area within our responsibilities. I do feel like the regulatory actions and our role as kind of a backstop are necessary to create kind of more of these creative and innovative solutions and collaborations. It needs to be done in a way that actually does facilitate that. But I don't think it's incompatible, and I think we can do that, and we have a responsibility to do that in a way that is well informed, so that we don't have unintended consequences, but also takes that need in terms of our role seriously. So I have a couple questions. As I was listening, and I'm trying to understand this as somebody that's relatively new to these spaces, I know I see things in kind of three boxes in sort of the drought crises that I've been part of to date. This is so much more complex and integrated than anything that I've been a part of. But I think that the overall structure of, how are we adjusting our management planning to better manage for this new normal? And secondly, how are we mitigating and responding kind of immediately to the immediate term issues? And then lastly, how are we really accelerating the structural changes and investments in creating real resiliency, so that we're not in this, the situation. As we know, this is going to be really the new normal and much more frequent. So just within those three buckets, I guess I just wanted to hear kind of highlights. I think I heard a lot in this presentation around all of the risk management and planning work that's going on. So I don't want to have you have to reiterate any of those things. I'm wondering, I think in particular in that area, if just given the real, you all mentioned this really unexpected shift in terms of snowpack translating to runoff, for example, and just really high temperatures. And just given that, we do see, we can anticipate that there's a new normal with climate change that is going to have more of these extremes and changes. Does that change, are you factoring in, does that change the assumptions that you're factoring into the the operations and planning work that you're doing? I know you've been working on temperature management plan and drought plan, but overall also operations planning. Just if you can talk a little bit about whether, whether things that have happened this year may result, where you see that may or may not result in changes in the assumptions you're bringing into management and planning.
I think Carla's computer is reset on her, but I think she is on her phone now, though. Carla?
I am.
Okay.
I am. Ernest, I think, had his hand up, so why don't you go first,
okay.
Ernest? Yeah.
Yeah, Member Firestone, I'm kind of addressing your question, which I think is talking really about forecasting, which, we all got caught by surprise. And so Carla and I have talked about this. We rely upon DWR largely. DWR has the preeminent forecasting organization probably in the nation. And throughout reclamation, as I mentioned, we've seen the same issue come up this year. So I know at reclamation, we're going to be taking a fresh look at forecasting from a West-wide perspective, and working with our local and state partners. Exactly how that's going to evolve, I'm not sure, but I know it's a key action item of my leadership. It's something we've taken note of, and I'm sure we'll be collaborating with DWR working through, is there a better way to approach forecasting?
Thank you, Mr. Conant. Chuck.
And board member, I'll give you an example in each of your areas. They may not be as globally significant once we can crack the innovative nut on hydrology forecasting. But I think on my side, I can't speak for Barry or Paul. I mean, we're adjusting planning, taking into account where species are going to shift over time because of climate. I mean, some species may no longer have tolerable habitat conditions. Some may need to migrate to different spots. And one of the things we learned in the last drought was a really high increase of human wildlife conflicts. We had bears in downtown Bakersfield. Now, I couldn't tell you its causation, drought equals bears in downtown Bakersfield, but I do think the data would suggest there's correlation. Scarcity animals look for food and water. We've actually seen a 300% increase in the last 5 years of those kinds of interfaces, conflicts. So we could see this one coming in the current drought, and we've pre-deployed cages and staff. So that's an example of planning. Mitigation responding. We're better positioned for this drought coming out of the last one because we spent a lot of money to go to our hatcheries with Paul and Barry, and we installed water recirculation systems and chillers and fish rescue units and UV systems to kill pathogens. And all these things we didn't know we would experience in the last drought because of this dynamic. So our infrastructure is a little bit better prepared. And then structural change. The fact of the matter, though, is you need landscape scale change, right? So there's a lot of conversation in connecting our rivers to our floodplains. That's an example. But I'd also say in the governor's budget is I think it's 30 million to the Wildlife Conservation Board for fish passage and wildlife crossing. At the end of the day, on the animal side, in my view, freedom to roam is a single most important adaptation strategy to climate impact. They have to have an ability to get between habitats. And you're involved in this, but there's 350 miles of habitat above dams on the Klamath River where fish can't get to now. So that's a very large fish passage project, but there are countless of them along the coastal zone in California. That's an institutional change at scale.
Great, that's really helpful. I don't know if Carla wants to jump in and have a second question.
I do, thanks. First, before I forget, Vice Chair, to your earlier question, basically the projects were releasing water from the reservoirs, and there was about a 5,000 CFS sort of deficit once it got to Freeport. That's about 1,000 CFS more than we saw in the 2015 drought in terms of a depletion rate, and it started happening about a week earlier. So that's just a kind of a data point for you. But Board Member Firestone, this is a really good question, and as you can imagine, this is something that we're thinking about very intensely in our State Water Project Office. A couple of things. One of the things that we are doing with our state water contractors is we are looking at next year and not only examining, through our models, it's this kind of 90% exceedance, but we now have experience with a 99% exceedance, but also really starting to dig into the soil moisture data and starting to understand that is it's not entirely new to the department to look at it, but clearly that factored far more significantly here. So that's going to, I think, emerge as another key parameter of hydrology and what we can expect. And I think that, we are likely to see these intense dry conditions persist into next year. And so we are, really gearing up for a high likelihood that that next year is also an outlier year, probably in a way we can't quite conceive of, because that's the sort of stress of climate change, right? Once you think you've got, some view that it's a different sequence, it's a different set of issues that come upon you. But we are very much looking at that, and that will be part of our planning that, we'll share with board staff and others as we go forward. One of the things that is kind of stunning about it to me is that, in 2020, when the State Water Project pursued incidental take permit that was separate from a consistency determination from a federal opinion, which is typically how we sought California endangered species compliance. One of the things that we did in our project description was, having learned from the last drought, we started to carry over 300,000 acre feet more in Oroville to deal with a consecutive dry year challenge. So the good in that was, actually, since 2020 was dry, we carried over more water than we ordinarily would have. The not so good about that is, here we are. So 300,000 acre feet, that's about, I think it's 20% more than we had been carrying over before. So it was a significant policy decision to, start really thinking about climate. And ultimately, it meant that last year, with our 20% allocation, we met that entirely out of San Luis Reservoir, to leave Oroville, to kind of be doing other things, if you will. We've got other water users that we supply. There's, temperatures issues. There's, all sorts of things that we're managing for up there. So I say that as those are some concrete things we've been doing. I think we need to do more. And I think, as a department, we'll be working together with Ernest in this larger sort of forecasting issue. And, what does it mean to be outside of a 90% exceedance? And how do we start incorporating that into our thinking? So I would imagine that in this sort of year over year, set of activities, we're managing in pretty tough times, but we're going to be making, a number of decisions that will be carried forward in terms of, how we measure extremes and how that gets into our sort of our overall assessment. For example, of, we do a water reliability report associated with the State Water Project. And for the first time ever, we actually had a climate aspect to that, where we are layering on climate assumptions to reliability. That's the first time ever last year for the State Water Project. And we also actually just hired a climate person who works for the State Water Project, who's going to be bringing all of that. We were lucky to have him back. He was at the Stewardship Council doing fantastic work there, and he's coming back to the department. And we're really excited about incorporating that. And it is a position within the State Water Project, so that it gets really, it really does become much more part of our planning parameters.
Great, thank you all so much. I'll just make it one more question, although it probably touches on a couple of things. So in these buckets of kind of mitigation response and maybe also within kind of the resiliency, sort of structural changes and investments, I think one of the pieces that hasn't been as in the forefront of people's minds all the time has been some of the environmental justice concerns. And I think particularly one thing we heard from a lot of folks in public comment that have been bringing up these issues for a while at the board, and I think some folks that'll probably just be here for public comment pretty quickly now, is concerns around HABs and harmful algal blooms, especially in the Delta. And, certainly that I think one of the many challenges with that is that there isn't one agency that's has an existing HABs regulatory program. I think what I'm interested to hear is, are there ways that you all are looking at kind of being able to try to integrate mitigation for HAVs impacts for management decisions, and then also I guess that's both in terms of the more immediate response, as well as more long-term kind of resiliency. Are there discussions around things that can be done that are more investments and structural around trying to look at how we can reduce those impacts of this new climate change reality that we're in? So I thought maybe a harder question, but I bring it up because I know it's one that's come up for us a lot at the board from the community, and I think hasn't always been as visible and integrated into a lot of the management decisions that are going on, but that does have a particularly an environmental justice concern.
Yeah, thank you, board member. I'll just flag, I know that there's the issue of HAVs is an issue throughout the state as well. I know there's good work with our folks at OEMA and our program, but then also Clear Lake as a specific project that I know also suffers from HAV issues. Dos Palos as well, a community that comes to mind with harmful algal bloom and then their toxins issues in their water. But, and I know Director Namath, I don't know if you would like to speak at all to some of what I know is at least the projects as well, and a growing understanding and desire across the system to really figure out harmful algal blooms.
Yeah, so a couple things on that front, and I do kind of want to reflect on board member Firestone's comments about, it lives in a few places, and I think that that's been kind of a flaw. Frankly, it does feel like it gets a little bit too orphaned. So there is work to be done on that, and I learned about a year ago that there is an algal bloom council that we work on with the board, and I believe Cali, PA. So that is something that at DWR we've been working on, bringing new energy to. We've been having some conversations with the city of Stockton, and Restore the Delta has raised that as an issue. And it's definitely something we need to figure out where the resources lie across multiple agencies and set to work on it. There really aren't easy solutions. And I think as it relates to the Delta itself, I think a key partner in that is likely to be the Stewardship Council and some of the work that they've been doing on climate change and vulnerability in that system, because I think that that's emerging there as well, and bringing those folks together. One of the things that we learned in the last drought, and I'm pausing because I want to make sure I get it right. One of the things that we learned was, how salinity intrusion affects vegetation, particularly in the western part of the Delta and other places in the Delta. And I think we had been hoping for, we had done some sort of test areas, where we could, we were removing some of the of non-native vegetation. And I think ultimately that effort was overwhelmed by temperatures and salinity. And I think it's something that we've been talking to DFW about in the recent past. It's probably something we have to put back on our radar in terms of drought management, because there's definitely an interplay between, removal of this kind of vegetation and, making sure that we're not harming, fish and wildlife species there as well. So I think there are a couple of to-dos there. And I would just, welcome more direct engagement with the board on the topic, particularly as it, relates to activities in the Delta.
Yeah, thank you, Director. And I think what comes to mind is that Water Quality Monitoring Council that we're jointly part of, and really a good place that we can maybe even see better coordination with communities that are particularly impacted by harmful algal blooms. So yeah, thank you for the good quick thought, knowing that not necessarily prepared to respond fully to the comment. And I think it's about more work there. So thank you, Board Member Firestone, for connecting the dots there. Thank you. Any other questions from fellow board colleagues before we move on to public comment? And I want to thank the directors. We've now had an hour and a half of your time, and know that you are all very, very busy. So do know that you can stick around for public comment, or I respect and understand if you all need to move on to other work as well. But we'll continue to be talking. I mean, the board will be here to hear the comments, and we'll certainly bring them back to our discussions as we continue to balance out a very difficult system. But any other thoughts, anything further to leave us with we haven't had a chance to cover before we transition to additional comments from folks?
Chairman, I'll just note that 3 of us have to leave to talk about Klamath. I think our deputies are on. If any further questions come up, you could defer to them. If any board members have any further questions. Does that sound okay?
Yeah, that sounds great. Thank you. No, realize there's a lot going on. So thank you for just taking the hour and a half here to begin with.
Absolutely.
Take care. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you again. Now then, I'd like to transition over to comments. And I think our first commenter is Alex Beering. And thank you for your patience and sticking with us then instead of speaking this morning. And hopefully now maybe reflecting, hopefully we answered a few things, or at least shed a little more light into what it is our thinking is, and can now and welcome everyone's comments and thoughts and reflection. And so at this point, I think it is about 23 folks. We'll go ahead and keep it about 3 minutes. If you need to go over a little, that's fine. If you're under, that's fine too. But let's just say 3 for now. And thank you. Good for you to join us. Good afternoon.
Okay, great. Yeah, good afternoon to you, Chair Esquivel and the board members. My name is Alex Beering. For those that don't know, I work for Friant Water Authority. Just wanted to make a couple of comments. We know you're reviewing, as you said earlier, Reclamation's draft Sacramento River Temperature Management Plan, and the Friant Division CDP contractors have a special interest in Shasta Reservoir operations, and I just wanted to mention a couple things about that. As you know, our water supply is made possible by the purchase and exchange agreements between Reclamation and the original water rights holders on the San Joaquin River. Part of those agreements allow for those water users, the exchange contractors, to call on their reserved rights to the river when the Sacramento River supplies can be delivered to them from the Delta. That happened twice, as you know, in 2014 and 15, and in both years, the exchange contractors instead received their water supplies from Millerton. In a year such as 2021, which is going to potentially meet even the driest years on record for California, implementing operational decisions and conditions beyond what's in the draft, Sacramento River TMP will probably reduce Sacramento River exports from the Delta enough to potentially trigger another call on some amount of Friant supplies by the exchange contractors. The results of that could be pretty devastating to.
Oh, yeah. Go on. No, I'll let you finish your comment first. Sorry, I do want to follow up on that point, though. Go on.
Okay. Yes. So, I mean, the 2 things that we're most concerned about are, by reducing the amount of surface water that's available for irrigation and groundwater recharge in the Friant Division service area, you're potentially impacting the quality and quantity of groundwater that is available for dozens of communities that rely almost entirely on groundwater. So that is something we saw in 2015, and it's a concern here as well. The second thing that we're concerned about is reducing the potential cold water pool behind Friant Dam through the fall months, which could increase temperature dependent mortality of the spawning population of spring run Chinook salmon that was established through the San Joaquin River Restoration Settlement and Program. And that's something that, we've had several successes over the past 6 years or so with salmon returning. And so that's something that we want to be able to protect. So we just want you guys to give consideration to those impacts as you think about how conservative you want to be in trying to conserve Sacramento Valley resources in 2021. That's all. Thank you.
No, thank you, Ms. Beering. Point of clarification, as I understand it in my discussion with the operators, a call on Friant is because of this hole that we discussed about the 500,000 acre foot hole that's in operations. I just want to make sure we are clear on that, and not necessarily that the temperature management plan, which as I understand is still based off of pre-April hydrology that doesn't take into account that big hole, is like the cause, if you will, of a need to call on Friant, because I think we should be very clear with that, because I was pretty clear from the operators at least that this moment where we have the hole is what's causing a call on Friant, not any deviation from the temperature management plan, which of course would have the effect of increasing perhaps that call, but would note that the hydrology of the plan as submitted is pre-April, or at least before our understanding of this massive 500,000 acre foot plus hole in the system.
No, that's a good clarification. And you're right about that, but it's the sort of domino effect of all these types of things and where it ends up. So we just wanted to note that, and within the context of these decisions. So thank you.
Definitely.
Appreciate it.
That's very helpful. Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Beering. Next, we have Thad Bettner.
And Chair Esquivel, Mr. Bettner has not joined us at this point in time, so we can keep the queue if he rejoins later.
Okay. Sorry, and Mr. Bettner, if you are viewing from one of the other platforms, please just join us back here. Would appreciate your comments. Next, then we have Doug Obigi.
Good afternoon, Chair, board members. Doug Obigi on behalf of the Natural Resources Defense Council again. There's a lot of talk today and a lot I want to respond to with very little time. And it's hard to express just how frustrated we are with the lack of action to curtail diversions over the last several months. As you know, we sent a letter to the board 2 months ago asking the board to take immediate action because we saw this slow moving train wreck happening. And unfortunately, that is what's happening. We are now faced with TUCPs that sacrifice water quality for some communities in the Delta to improve water quality for the export projects. Shasta temperature management that will devastate not just winter run salmon, but fall run salmon that are the backbone of the state salmon fishery. And ultimately, we're in this position because the board hasn't been allowed to update the Bay Delta Water Quality Control Plan, and because DWR and the Bureau of Reclamation have refused to plan for these kinds of droughts. Indeed, in the CEQA document that Director Nemeth was describing before, we asked DWR to model what happens in those droughts and account for TUCPs, and they said it was quote unquote speculative to make those kinds of plans. We've lost a lot of ground just in the last 2 months of inaction because we've released so much water from Shasta and these other reservoirs, largely to satisfy demands for growers along the Sacramento River. And to board member Adamo's question, just a couple of weeks ago, on May 10th, we were releasing more than 17,000 cubic feet per second of water from just Shasta, Oroville, Folsom, and New Bullards Bar on the Yuba. And we were only seeing like 6,000, 7,000 of that reach the Sacramento River. So the vast majority of this water supply is being diverted upstream of the Delta. And I do agree that we need to think about all these actions in tandem: Shasta temperature management, TUCPs, salinity barrier, just as the board did last time. But I think we're missing some of those connections. First, even as DWR seeks to violate their water rights obligations, they haven't reduced their state water project allocation to zero. That would conserve another 200,000 acre feet of water. As you know, water quality standards are already far weaker in dry and critically dry years under Decision 1641, and the board has recognized in the past that the existing standards are not adequate. Given the record levels of water storage for many state water project contractors, particularly Metropolitan, I think it's unreasonable for the board to allow the state and federal projects to violate the terms of their water rights and these water quality standards before reducing the state water project allocation to zero. Similarly, I think the board needs to account for the conserved water if TUCPs are granted. You know, we saw last time in 2014 and 2015 that reduced storage releases by well over 1 million acre feet. And I estimate that the TUCPs that have been proposed would reduce delta outflow by approximately 120,000 acre feet in June and July. Now, that may not be the final answer, but I think you have to consider that when you're thinking about setting carryover storage targets. We do think that it is critically important to set a carryover storage target at Shasta and a cap on reservoir releases. And the only somewhat protective operational scenario that I've seen is the one analyzed by NIMS on April 27th, which capped Keswick releases at 6,000 CFS and results in a 1.47 million acre foot end of September storage. You know, that resulted in killing 50% of the endangered winter run salmon and meant that fall temperatures would be around 60 degrees, giving fall run Chinook a fighting chance. Well, that reduces Keswick releases by about 500,000 acre feet. It still leaves carryover storage far less than the 1.9 million acre feet target from the 2009 NIMS BIOP. And anything less than that appears unreasonable. And finally, I think it's important for the board to recognize that the water allocations to many of these settlement contractors that DWR and Reclamation are making this year is far more water than these parties would be entitled to under their water rights. That includes the Sacramento River settlement contractors, the Feather River settlement contractors, the San Joaquin River exchange contractors, and CVP contractors on the Stanislaus River. For instance, DWR's allocation to the Feather River settlement contractors is 600,000 acre feet, largely delivered over the summer, even though the full natural flows for April to July on the Feather River is only 460,000 acre feet. The CVP's allocation to the San Joaquin River exchange contractors is approximately 156% of the full natural flows for April to July on the San Joaquin River. And the same, albeit smaller amount, is true for the settlement contractors on the Sacramento River. The implementation of these water supply contracts this year, when the projects are violating their water rights obligations in the Delta and below Shasta Dam, is unreasonable under the state constitution. These contracts are not inviolate, and the rule of priority must yield when it leads to unreasonable results. Cutting these contract deliveries to the amounts they are entitled to under their water rights would significantly improve the ability to meet Delta water quality standards and increase carryover storage, which is necessary for temperature control this year for salmon, and as all the agencies acknowledged, necessary for water supply if next year is also dry. I don't envy the board's duty to make these decisions. I know sometimes it sounds like I'm cavalier about this, and I'm not. And I know that you have a really difficult job. But it is incredibly frustrating to see that we're now the third year in the last 7 that we're violating Delta water quality standards. And the third year in the last 7 that we're going to have massive mortality of winter run Chinook salmon. And it's clear that the system is breaking and we can't act quickly enough. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Obiji. I appreciate the comments and contributions here. And certainly it's not lost on me, and these last weeks and their intensity certainly just reinforcing that we have a system we've all inherited collectively that we're needing to reconcile because we simply don't have the hydrology it was built for. And its meaning, again, we all have to continue to best see how we contribute to what is going to be not an easy time ahead, certainly, as we make the investments we need to transition to a climate that we obviously have before us now. But just thanks, I appreciate it. Next, we have Rachel Zwillinger.
Hey there, I'm Rachel Zwillinger with Defenders of Wildlife. I just have 3 quick points to make. First, Defenders would like to ask you, similar to NRDC, to require operations that are consistent with the recent NIMS modeling that minimize temperature-related mortality to winter run. That means limiting releases from Keswick to 6,000 CFS through the summer and targeting carryover storage of more than 4 million acre feet. And it seems to me that the alternative is just unacceptable. It would mean unnecessarily killing the vast majority of a year class of gravely endangered winter run and setting us up for the possibility of an ecological, humanitarian, and economic disaster next year. And so on this front, I would ask you to act quickly before it's too late. Second, a quick note on the Pacific Flyway. We're really concerned about habitats for birds and other wetland wildlife this year as well. I think this is a space where there are a lot of opportunities for creative solutions to safeguard Pacific Flyway birds, giant garter snakes, and other wetland wildlife. I think first and foremost, safeguarding and prioritizing refuge water supplies is essential. Second, prioritizing having some water available for rice straw decomposition in the winter is going to be really important for waterfowl and shorebirds coming through the valley. And third, to the extent we are looking at water transfers and rice idling for other reasons, trying to make sure we're idling rice in patterns that are protective of giant garter snakes and ensure some habitat connectivity. And in this space, I think it's important to underscore that we can absolutely protect the Pacific Flyway and other wetland wildlife in a manner that's consistent with also protecting winter run. I think sometimes we see rhetoric about trade-offs, but I think there are creative ways that we can work together and implement solutions and safeguard all of the Sacramento Valley's important wildlife. And then finally, I continue to think that these conversations about drought underscore the need to update the Bay Delta Plan, that we are consistently failing to protect fish and wildlife beneficial uses. And the old system simply doesn't work in a future and in the world we are in with climate change and increasingly frequent and severe droughts. And I think the board needs to stop waiting for voluntary agreements that may never arrive and move forward with the Bay Delta Plan update. Thanks.
Thank you, Ms. Willinger. Appreciate your time and comments today. Thank you. Next, we have Shelley Cartwright, and then followed by Ellen Weir.
Thank you, Chairman Esquivel and Vice Chair D'Adamo and members of the board. Thank you for the opportunity to comment. My name is Shelley Cartwright, and I'm speaking on behalf of Westlands Water District. First, I wanted to thank the board for seeking a reasonable balance that helps mitigate the impacts of the severe drought without putting one beneficial use above the others. As you know, reclamation did not put itself in a position to have issues with Shasta related to temperature control this year. In fact, with the implementation of the 2019 biological opinions, reclamation had more water in the reservoir going into this year than they otherwise would have. The allocations to CVP contractors and the CVP operations plan were based on a conservative 90% exceedance forecast. Unfortunately, as you know, we are experiencing the driest year since 1977. Westlands appreciates the need for all agencies across the state to come together and find the most efficient use for the small amount of water in the system. As such, it's important for the board to focus on utilizing water and enforcing water rights throughout the system, rather than micromanaging only one part of the system. The projects only account for a portion of the water diverted in the system. For instance, today, DWR calculated the total delta inflow at approximately 9,474 cubic feet per second. And the delta outflow index was approximately 5,700 CFS, meaning that there's about a gap of 3,774 CFS of inflow that was consumptively used or diverted in the delta. Roughly of that 3,800, the projects only accounted for 1,100 CFS. This means that more than 2,670 CFS of water was consumptively used or diverted in the delta, and some of which is illegal diversions, as you know. As part of its consideration, the board should understand how water is being used and ensure that all available water is used as efficiently and effectively as possible. I've also heard many discuss the litany of catastrophes that are certain to befall the species unless certain actions are taken. And there is no doubt that drought is going to impact their species, and there is a need to protect those species. Equally clear is the effect water shortages will have on the communities and the livelihoods throughout the San Joaquin Valley. However, unlike the specific needs of the species, we do know exactly what we can do, and we can quantify the specific needs of those in the valley. In 2015 in the Central Valley, the drought caused an economic impact of nearly $3 billion and resulted in over 20,000 lost jobs. Because of Proposition 218, the cost of drinking water to smaller and disadvantaged communities skyrocketed. Wells went dry, individuals were standing in line to collect food grown in China. Well, that was until the food ran out. The San Joaquin Valley was hit very hard with COVID, and the district appreciates the board's efforts to seek solutions that protect the food, the jobs, and the livelihoods of those in the valley. I know, Chair Esquivel, that you and all the board members understand the disastrous consequences that are being realized now and that will be continued throughout the year. Westlands and many other water districts stand ready to support the board in measures that protect the fish while also balancing the needs of other beneficial uses. In implementing measures regarding temperature management within reclamation's reasonable control, it is essential the board does not prioritize one species to the detriment of other species and other beneficial uses. For instance, the delaying delivery of some transfer or purchased water to protect cold water pool may be appropriate. If the board considers such a delay, it should consider the balancing the delay and the needs of the one listed species with the needs of the communities south of the Delta, as well as the needs for other listed species. For some, this transfer water is the only source of water besides groundwater. Further, delaying the transfer too long could impact fall run Chinook salmon. If water is released too late, there is a risk of stranding fall run reds. Ultimately, balancing all of these needs is consistent with the direction provided to the state board by the governor in his recent drought proclamation, as you I'm sure well know. As Governor Newsom stated in a February 4th guest commentary in Cal Matters, this time of unprecedented challenges demands unprecedented partnerships. As such, the district supports and commits to continue the efforts of the state board staff, the California EPA, the California Department of Natural Resources, the California Department of Water Resources, the U.S. Bureau of Reclamation, and other public water agencies to promote comprehensive collaborative efforts to advance California's water resiliency needs. As we are in the driest year since 1977, tough choices will need to be made. We appreciate the board's willingness to work towards a solution that protects all beneficial uses. Thank you for your consideration and your time today.
Thank you, Ms. Cartwright. Really appreciate your good comments today and your contributions here, knowing that oftentimes, regrettably, there can be a fish versus farmer sort of false dichotomy, which I've certainly been so tired with in my previous iterations of working in these conditions. And so just appreciate, and I know I may be working off of a little less sleep than I should, but appreciate what I heard was actually a commonality between you and Doug Obigi from NRDC in really wanting to ensure that our water rights system is being protective of this very difficult circumstance we're in, and that it is a need here to protect project water, to ensure that only those diverting have a right to diversion in this incredibly dry condition, and to make sure that we have a system here that can cogently be administered. I thought there was some commonality in your comments there. I won't directly connect you too hard there, but perhaps a sign of maybe some of the, again, common way we can all continue to look at this system and see data and information and good decision-making off of the best available therein within the water rights space, or even, again, in these balancing and other regulatory tools we have, try to continue to drive towards something in common. So I appreciate the good comments and the constructive contribution today. Thank you.
Thanks, Chair.
Next then, we have Ellen Weir. Good afternoon, Ms. Weir. Thank you for joining us.
Good afternoon. Ellen Weir on behalf of Grassland Water District. It's been good but sobering to join you all today. I have a brief update from our Central Valley wetlands and a request to keep wildlife refuges in mind as part of your statewide drought management actions. So the good news is that since the last drought, we have implemented recycled water and water recirculation projects to improve our incremental level 4 water supply for CVPIA refuges. During the last drought, our level 4 allocation was only 10%, but with these new projects, we're looking at and hoping for a 30% allocation this year. And the bad news is that the habitat throughout the Pacific Flyway, as you've heard, is suffering greatly. There's little promise for any water on the key refuges in the Klamath Basin and the acreage of winter flooded rice in the Sacramento Valley will be greatly reduced. Our Central Valley refuges will be the backstop for the wetland dependent species this year. And with a critical year allocation of level 2 water from the Central Valley project, refuge managers are conserving every drop in order to meet the baseline habitat needs for migratory waterfowl that will be arriving back here in California in 3 months. So I cannot emphasize enough the importance for our ecological management of ensuring that the refuges receive their level 2 water deliveries. In the last drought, the board acknowledged a minimum pumping level from the Delta that is necessary to meet the baseline water requirements and avoid a system-wide crisis. This minimum pumping level is sometimes referred to as health and safety pumping, but it has always expressly included the environmental mitigation needs of refuges south of the Delta. So we know this is an incredibly difficult year, and we ask that the board proactively include baseline wildlife refuge needs in the balance of the many competing needs during this drought. Thank you.
Thank you as well, Ms. Weir, and thank you for, I know, the long-standing leadership at Grassland on all this work. So thank you, and for flagging the critical need to keep that in mind when we talk about base flows or base exports in the Delta. So thank you. Next, then, we have Joel Del Bosque.
Chairman Esquivel, am I coming through?
You are. Good afternoon. Thank you for joining us here.
Thank you, and Vice Chair Diadamo and the rest of the board for giving me an opportunity to express some comments regarding the drought. My name is Joe Del Bosque, and I'm a farmer from Fireball on the west side of the San Joaquin Valley, where I grew up on a farm labor camp. My parents settled here after many years of migrant work between the Imperial Valley and here. With little more than a pickup truck, with lots of work experience and a dream, I started my own farm in 1985. Today, I farm organic melons, organic watermelons, organic sweet corn, and almonds. Until recently, we had produced organic asparagus. This year's drought has already forced us to make difficult decisions. It eliminated the water supply for our asparagus, which we have already had to pull out. And lack of water has also decimated our melon acreage. The remaining acreage is now in peril of being lost if we did not get water deliveries in time for our crop's needs. At 72 years of age, I suppose I could just fold up and retire. But what do I tell my employees? Some who have been with us for more than 20 years, or the next generation, my daughters. Our employees are just like my parents. They came here for work and to create a better life for their families. Many of our employees have children in local schools and colleges. They have invested in homes in their communities. They have worked incredibly hard to create a future for their families. In prior droughts, we had unemployment rates of as high as 40% in towns like Mendota, where many of our team members live. Most of these folks have no safety net like you or I, and limited help for the inevitable hardships caused by the lack of water. Many are too proud to ask for a handout. The loss of work can cause anguish, shattered dreams, and even families. They will suffer silently or will uproot their lives, their families, and move away. What many people don't realize is, or simply do not care about, is that every acre we fallow is not simply lost food production. It is thousands of dollars in lost wages to those who are least equipped to lose those wages. It is an attack on the economic and social fabric of entire communities in regions that there are no other types of jobs. We can fallow land, and we will, because drought impacts affect every sector of society, and we must do our part to help others. However, doing so in communities like mine have dangerously real consequences to people. What is ironic is that less than a year ago, these same people were facing potential for contracting COVID and were considered essential. I do not envy the hard choices that you and your staff have to make to balance all of water needs of the state in a year with such little water. I know it's not easy, but I urge you to consider that striking the right balance means no single community or single segment of society bears a disproportionate share of harm. Only a year ago, during a pandemic, we were essential. We are no less essential today. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Del Bosque, for your comments. And just know that, you know, my grandfather was a palmero, a bracero actually, that came to the Coachella Valley, worked at Laughlin State Gardens, now Oasis State Gardens. And my other grandfather worked at Seaview Ranch in Oasis. And so, you know, I am incredibly aware and know how critical it is for our communities and for our families when it comes to the need for ag and the space that it creates and the opportunities it creates for generations. And so, thank you. I know these decisions are not at all ever taken lightly, certainly, and do know that when it comes to the way I view these things at times, just know it comes from a very personal space. So just thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks. Next, I would like to call Ben Gallegos, which I think he is not currently in the platform with us, nor are the next three commenters, Freddie Valdez and Sean Brewer. I do apologize. I know today, today's item is a little later in the day. If you're still viewing on one of the web streams, please do try to join us back here on the Zoom platform, and we can come back and make sure that we come to your comment. So then next I'll go to Sarah Singleton.
Good afternoon. I'm Sarah Singleton. I'm the Assistant Manager of San Benito County Water District. Our CVP contract supplies water both to agriculture and to municipal customers. We want the board to be aware of some of the impacts to our community of limitations on the delivery of the M&I allocations, because there is somewhat of a domino effect downstream. Several other speakers have talked about domino effects. I wanted to just help you understand the effects in our community. We rely on the delivery of the M&I CVP water to blend with our groundwater to be delivered to our urban customers in the Hollister area. Our groundwater has a high natural hardness that if it is used exclusively for M&I purposes, it drives our customers to the use of water softeners. This in turn degrades the wastewater quality to the point that the domestic wastewater treatment facilities can't meet their waste discharge requirements. It also makes the recycled water from the treatment plants unusable due to the high salt content from the groundwater and the softeners. It's taken us 15 years to convince homeowners in our community to get rid of water softeners. If we have to begin delivering water to our urban users that has a high percentage of groundwater, they're likely to go back to water softeners. So limits on our M&I water will negatively impact all the work that's been done to get the wastewater facilities in compliance in terms of their waste discharge requirements. And it will significantly impact our recycled water program. So just thank you for consideration about impacts to the communities such as ours as you weigh these critical issues. And like others, I don't envy your position, and thank you for your consideration.
Thank you, Ms. Singleton. Really appreciate the good comments and flags, and look forward to continued engagement with your community and others around just our general and response around drought, but also certainly any knock-on effects from decisions that this board makes. So thank you. Next, I'd like to call up Lon Martin, who will be followed by Gary Bobker.
Good afternoon, board chair and board.
Good afternoon.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak before you today. I'm the general manager for San Luis Water District, which is a district here on the west side of the valley, starting essentially at the San Luis Reservoir and following the I-5 corridor for about 30 miles. Some of the most productive agricultural land in the valley, and we have some of the most efficient farmers you'll ever see in California. As you all know, our CVP allocation has been reduced to zero, And we recognize that the entire state is going to be impacted with this drought and the decisions, the very difficult decisions the board and other leadership agencies such as DWR and the Bureau have to make. We completely recognize that. And we want to make sure that we are participating in the solution. And we have about 90 family farmers, including Mr. Del Bosque is one of our farmers. We have 89 other folks like him that have started with a dream and continue and hope that they can continue to farm in some of the most productive ground in the San Joaquin Valley. For example, what San Luis Water District farmers have done to date is compared to the drought in 2014 and 15, our farmers have been deficit irrigating to the tune of 14%. So what our farmers have done is they've invested in agronomic practices, real-time ET and soil monitoring. So they have actually improved their efficiencies. And that's what we've learned from 2014 and 15. Now, what makes that more critical is that precise operations and the timing in which they received water. So because they're operating their farms so precisely that they're irrigating literally to the hour so that they get the right amount of water to the crops to maximize the efficiency of their operations. And this leads me to the fact that most of the rescheduled water that was in San Luis Reservoir that we saved and brought into this next year, most of the landowners are going to exhaust that supply come August. So they've been using their supply, preparing for this year, using it very efficiently. But this is where the North of Delta transfers are going to be extremely important for the Valley contractors and specifically San Luis Water District. What's unique about San Luis Water District is we don't necessarily have the backstop like other districts do with groundwater. Because we're on the side slope of the coastal range, we're above the groundwater elevations. And not that there was once groundwater here, it's just the location in which, due to our elevation and the soil profile, groundwater doesn't exist. So we're solely dependent on surface water, including two of our communities, San Luis Hills and the disadvantaged community of Santa Nella. So although we know that there must be a balance, and we know that these transfers are both important for the temperature management plan for the fall run and winter run, and want to make sure that those transfers can maximize the temperature benefit. But also we're hoping that through the improved modeling through DWR and the USBR and better science, that we could start moving some of that water in August. Timing it when our landowners are starting to run out of water from the San Luis Reservoir. We're hoping most of that water can be held in Shasta and be moved when it can provide the maximum temperature benefit for the salmon run. So the delicate balance that we're talking about, there's going to be several landowners that once they get through this harvest, they're going to let their trees die. And they can let their trees die for a multitude of reasons, but some of them are going to let their trees die because they don't have any more water for the rest of the year. So it would be really important if we can start moving that water so at least these landowners can get the final crop. And so that's really important to allow them to get the final crop off their orchards. Some of their orchards will be let to die because they've aged out and they need to transition their orchards, but some of them will lose their orchards because of the lack of water, and we'd sure like to get them the last crop possible. And I think, as Mr. Del Bosque explained, we want to do our benefit by being as efficient and creative as possible and devising solutions to benefit the environment. And we're not all about ag, but we're here to make sure that both the environment can receive as much benefit as possible. And if you have any questions, I'm willing to answer those.
Thank you very much, Mr. Martin. I do appreciate your good thoughts and contributions to today's discussion. And again, the balancing here that we're all collectively called to do, but thank you, much appreciated.
Thanks for the time.
Thank you as well. Next, we have Gary Bobker, who will be followed by Chris Schutz.
Great, thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. I'm Gary Bobker. I'm the program director at the Bay Institute. There's three main points I want to make today. The first is that, it's important to remember the history here. In 2014 and 2015, the board relaxed Delta water quality standards, ostensibly because they were assured that that would help reserve water upstream for cold water pool and protect upstream fish and wildlife habitat. In fact, the failure to maintain temperature control wasn't just a failure of methodology. It was also a result of the decision to deliver much of the water that should have been held back to Sacramento Valley contractors. And as a result, we lost 2 classes of winter run and probably spring run and saw record or near record low levels in Delta resident native species. So it's important to remember that as we look at what we're doing here this year. Second point I want to make is, so let me draw 2, maybe a little oversimplified, but it's 3 minutes. 2 lessons from 2014 and 2015 that I want to emphasize. The first is that ecosystem resilience is at an all-time low. I think Director Bonham did a good job of describing the situation for salmonids that extended to actually fish and aquatic resources throughout the system, especially in the estuary. And that's a result not just of coming out of several years of drought, it's a result of bad management decisions that were made during the drought that I think we all acknowledge. And it's a result of the failure of the board to update the basic protections, through the Bay Delta plan, because what we're failing to do is to provide the conditions for the populations to rebound and regain their resilience when conditions are good. And all those come together to mean that we're in a pretty bad situation. The second lesson is that, there are limits to what you can do with discretionary approach. I mean, we all, I think that the efforts of agencies and water users to try and, contribute and reach agreements. I don't discount that or look down on it, but frankly, reducing Sacramento settlement contractors from 75 to 60 is that doesn't actually, it shows that it's a modest drought for some and an extreme drought for others, and that there are boundaries within discretionary approaches of what agencies think they can do according to their contractual obligations. Whether they're right or not is not the point. That's the way they operate. Whereas the board, under its Public Trust Authority, its Clean Water Act Authority, its Water Rights Permitting Authority, et cetera, has the ability to look beyond contractual obligations to those efforts, to those measures that are necessary to protect beneficial uses. So that leads us to my third point. So what do we do now? And I think that the board really has to exercise its authority and not rely on some of these discretionary approaches. Ensure that water that is saved for upstream storage is actually saved at the magnitude that needs to be saved at, and you track the progress. So in other words, the reference earlier to end of September storage targets that are, between 1.5 million and 1.9 million acre feet, is something that is necessary to preserve salmon, and release targets that are geared to meet whatever that end of September target is. I think that's one thing the board needs to really consider. I think secondly, you've really got to get moving with curtailments and make sure that actions to reduce deliveries, reduce exports to minimum public health and safety standards, et cetera, which they are now, are in effect if you're going to consider any waivers to water quality standards in the Delta. And thirdly, you need to really get started with and complete the update of the Bay Delta plan and implement it so that we are not back in this situation every year. Because the years that we have where we have decent conditions are our chance to rebound these populations. And right now we do not have the regulations in place, the protections in place that allow that to happen. So until that happens, we're going to be back doing this every year. So I'll end my comments by saying that, I appreciate the complexity of this situation, and there certainly are a lot of nuances, to any choice that you make. And I appreciate the board's, interest in encouraging cooperation and collaboration among the parties. But at the end of the day, the board has a statutory responsibility to protect wildlife to protect all beneficial uses of water. And in terms of fish and wildlife beneficial uses, while all beneficial uses are being impacted, fish and wildlife beneficial uses are actually in danger of being extinguished. And if that happens, you've failed. Please don't. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Bobker. Do appreciate that. And no, when it comes to, I think we said earlier, all these activities that we're doing are affecting a system. And we're wanting to ensure that we have the accounting in place so that we understand how it's meeting big targets like carryover targets on the 3 main reservoirs, and really building these collective actions, building toward that resilience toward another dry year next year. And it is, to your point, really important, and discussion already all amongst us about how do we continue to assess that system, and especially as we move into the actual reality of the way the system reacts, understand what's happening and how do we continue to try to meet what are these important targets up there in a way that again minimizes the direct impact to any one sector or space, but in totality helps us really push this system into the 21st century where we really need it to be, and accounting for dry conditions going into the next year. So thank you. Next we have Chris Schutz, who will be followed by Ben Eichenberg. Mr. Schutz, you should be invited to unmute. There we are.
I have been, thank you. Thanks very much for the opportunity to speak today. Chris Schutz with the California Sport Fishing Protection Alliance. Like Mr. Obigi, I'm feeling like I have an awful lot of things to say, and it's hard to choose where to start. Unlike Mr. McGuire, I am a veteran of the 2014 and 2015 meetings at the board, and went through an awful lot. It seems like we're doing many of the same things we did then. I'm just going to choose some things and see what I can do with those. First point is reclamation has limited its option and yours by over-delivering water to settlement contractors, in particular in April and May. The releases from Shasta have been far in excess in the last couple of months of what the values that it showed in the May 5th temperature management plan. So that leaves the board in a difficult position, and in a position where it needs to make decisions quickly. They will be painful. They will be less painful the sooner you make them. And so please make them. Reclamation is not going to make the call on who to cut back. The board needs to make the call. It needs to make an immediate interim call to stop the bleeding of Shasta releases, and it needs to make a long-term call very, very soon. And the reason the settlement contractors need to be cut back is not because they're bad people who haven't done good things. It's because they're the ones who are getting much of the little water that's available this year. CSPA and its partner organizations have developed a comprehensive temperature management plan for the Shasta Trinity Division. We're completing the write-up of it. We hope to have it to you by the end of the week. It's close to the delivery and storage values that Mr. Obigi and Ms. Zwillinger discussed from the NIMS run. 6,000 CFS, about 1.5 million acre feet, maybe a little less on the releases. It also looks very carefully at Trinity. I think Trinity is something that's been overlooked considerably in these discussions. It's sort of the less important reservoir, but we've heard a lot about how bad things are on the Klamath and in the Trinity this year. And there's a lot of people who are relying on what little we can do with managing Trinity water to make things better for another very important series of fisheries. Finally, I want to go back to something that Ms. Firestone said earlier about looking at things for the longer term. A lot of what we've heard today has been about how bad it is and how bad it's gotten in the last several months. But we saw this coming in 2020. There was water in 2020, at least in the Central Valley and its reservoirs to manage. And a lot of water was delivered, and the carryover storage that was left has proved to be really insufficient. So I think we really need to rethink and revisit what it's going to take to prepare for this changing climate and hydrology. And we haven't actually done good enough, in my opinion, with the previous hydrology. We've left it to the discretion of the projects to determine what they're going to do. I wasn't aware, as Ms. Namath stated, that they'd increased their target for Oroville, but we're still in a pretty bad situation this year. I've been calling for many years in many venues for numeric carryover storage targets, and I think it's really important and it's time to look at those. I also think in the longer term, we need to really carefully look at allocations to various parties in non-critical years and whether those are sustainable. In the first year of first dry year following a wet year, can we continue to deliver as much water as we have, having seen what happens? And the last point I'm going to make is, in general, in the operation of the projects and in water in California, there's been this notion that the requirements are requirements, and good water management means to skate on the edge of those requirements. And I think what we're seeing with HABs in particular, but also with many of the other aquatics and both plants and fisheries, is that type of management and that kind of way of thinking of things is not adequate to the kinds of protections that need to happen in order to keep our ecosystems going. There isn't a clear line that says if you release this much, you're going to have HABs. If you're going to release that much, you're not. And so that type of thinking of releasing exactly to the right amount needs to change somewhat, and there has to be a way of managing a reserve or thinking about it more holistically. so that you can't just assume that because you've met the requirement, everything's going to be okay. Thanks very much, and we'll try to have you something by the end of the week.
Thank you, Mr. Schutz. Really appreciate you tracking these issues and your contributions. Thank you. Next is Ben Eichenberg. You should be invited to unmute here momentarily. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, yeah. Or maybe good evening at this point, Chair Esquivel and board members. My name is Ben
Sun's
Eichenberg.
going down.
I'm speaking on behalf of San Francisco Baykeeper, our more than 5,000 members and supporters. Chair Esquivel, you've mentioned striking an incredibly difficult balance, but I feel that it should be pointed out that balance was already struck when we established water quality standards within D1641, the related decisions and temperature management decisions. When all of those were made, balancing was a central consideration. So to rebalance now, especially in the middle of a crisis, means picking winners and losers. And the losers here are overwhelmingly the environment and the communities in the Delta. Even worse is the use of the crisis to abrogate legitimizing public regulatory processes and disenfranchise those hardest hit. The tone that's being struck, nobody could have seen this coming, just falls flat. It's better to confront reality. We did not prepare adequately. So at least let's follow the first rule of holes. When you find yourself in a hole, stop digging. Following the theme of confronting reality, we have to acknowledge the current management by the Bureau of Reclamation is designed to kill salmon. Dam releases at Keswick peaked at about 9,400 CFS on May 11th, remained above 9,000 CFS as of 2 days ago. Releases have been ramping up since April 20th. Instead of conserving water in a time of scarcity, the Bureau is releasing more. They're releasing as much as they can get away with. Modeling done as of April 27th didn't show releases that high until June or July, if at all. Has the Bureau modeled this operational scenario, or are they just a rogue agency? Another example of the Bureau going rogue is the fact that it has been releasing high temperature water in a misguided attempt to conserve cold water storage. As a result, they may well succeed in wiping out winter run salmon. Adult fish pre-spawn mortality is spiking due to the high temperatures. Temperatures at Clear Creek were above 57 degrees, which can be deadly for adult fish, according to EPA guidance, 24 hours a day from April 30th all the way to May 15th. It's only slowly dropping back down, and only at night. At Bend Bridge, that started on April 28th and remains above 57 degrees now. At Keswick, it started on April 30th and didn't drop until May 12th. The Bureau is a perpetual bad actor, so we can no longer act surprised when they once again make mistakes that result in the need for drastic actions like TUCPs. Just a couple more points to make. All of this is taking us back to the same mistakes the board made during the last drought through the TCPs and salinity barriers. We can trace any problems that came from that, and we know that they're going to come from the TCPs and salinity barriers now. It's unfair and unconscionable the state board is asking Delta communities and the environment to take this hit when 5% of the state water project allocation is going to DWR, and senior water rights holders are getting millions of acre feet more than their water rights should give them in these circumstances. Failing to cut deliveries to water users, such as Met, with record storage while allowing potential fisheries and HAB impacts is not an appropriate use of water. Temperature predictions for the American River are 74 to 75 degrees. That's lethal for overwintering steelhead. And as other speakers have said, we'll need at least 1.5 million acre feet of storage at Shasta to protect some salmon at least, preferably more storage than that. But we need to be careful not to end up doing more harm than good. It's that theme has been hit a couple times, but the truth is there's no participation trophy here. If the state board doesn't do enough, it won't be enough, and we'll lose both fish and communities. Everything you need to know, you know right now. You don't need more time. I understand that you want to meet all needs, but unless you actually meet the needs of the fish, they will die. And unless you meet the freshwater flow criteria, we'll have massive harmful algal blooms. We have the data to know those as scientific certainties. And we wouldn't be in this situation if we had prepared for drought. Executive Director Sobek just wrote a memo to the Bureau of Reclamation saying they appeared to be preparing to violate standards in large part because they failed to prepare for drought. And if the board had adopted phase 2 water quality control plan standards or to otherwise constrained the Bureau's withdrawals, we wouldn't be in such a hard situation now either. In closing, I hope we can learn some of these lessons and, as Mr. Bobker pointed out, utilize the trust entrusted to the State Water Board by the California Constitution. So thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Eichenberg. I appreciate your comments today. Next, we have Louis Baer, who will be followed by David Guy.
Hello, Chairman Escobar. I seem to be unable to turn on my camera.
Oh, it's okay. No, we're in the least. We can hear you well.
Okay.
Oh, yeah, there you are now. Good to see you.
All right. Well, thank you, Chairman Escobar and members of the board for the opportunity to speak today. I wanted to speak on behalf of the Sac River Settlement Contractors, and I wanted to just share with you some of the things that we have done. And sorry. Starting last fall, this drought did not start for us this spring, or we didn't get surprised. Last fall, we knew storage was low, and we agreed to delay the diversions for flood up for the Pacific Flyway and rice straw decomposition so that the Bureau could reach minimum releases, which has resulted in a beneficial carryover storage over what would have happened otherwise. In the spring, we realized that we were going to be cut by 25%, and we fallowed land to make that happen. We also saw that the system was strained, and we agreed to reduce diversions by an additional 10%, and we fallowed land to make that happen. We also fallowed land to provide transfers so that junior water right holders with permanent crops would have water to make it work through this year without deep cuts and pain. Finally, when we saw that there was an additional change in the hydrology in the spring, we agreed to do the only thing that we had left to do, and that was to turn on our final groundwater wells. We don't have a lot of groundwater, much like the rest of the state. We're very different. We've had senior water rights, and we just simply don't have wells. All of our wells are on to keep our crops alive at this point. Any additional cuts will mean drying up of crops and drying up of the wetlands in the Sacramento Valley and the home of the Pacific Flyway. So I'm a little more optimistic than maybe some of the speakers before me. I do think that there is a way for us all to proceed forward without dramatic reactions. This is possible because of the cooperation, the sacrifices that water users have taken on, the risks that we have compiled a series of actions that are all interdependent. And with that, I believe we'll be able to put together an operations scenario that, although will be difficult for everybody, including fisheries, including species in the Sacramento Valley, including our disadvantaged communities, we will be able to work our way through this year. However, there is kind of a breaking point to all of those things. And pushing beyond that will change the pain factor for what I see as a small incremental improvement in some of those areas. I ask that you please keep in mind the temperature-dependent mortality modeling results and keep those in perspective. It's unfortunate, but we don't have the information necessary to create models that accurately forecast temperature-dependent mortality with the precision that some of the modeling results would suggest. I think Barry Tom was referring to this and suggesting that we look at incremental improvements versus absolute numbers. Sorry. The fact is the data that we calibrate these models to would be lucky to be within 10%. The monitoring isn't possible. And then we have unknowns like last year's thiamine or suspected thiamine deficiency that produced data points that we're calibrating to that add to the uncertainty. But I do believe these models are very useful. I think we can use them as guides, and we should. I personally am very invested in salmon recovery, like I know so many of us on this phone are. I'm a water district manager and an agricultural engineer, but I spend every day working on salmon recovery in the Sacramento Valley and building partnerships around that. The potential for salmon recovery in the Sacramento Valley is squarely dependent on implementation of the fishery agent's salmon recovery plans, and not small tweaks to survival in one life stage of one salmon run on one river in an extremely hostile year. Success of the recovery plans require partnerships like the one we have worked so hard on in the Sacramento Valley over the last decade. A decision by the state board or its staff that doesn't reflect an understanding of the realistic benefits and the significant trade-offs is exactly how you will unwind these partnerships necessary for revolutionary change, frankly. You risk driving us all back to our binaries and courtrooms and derailing these salmon recovery efforts and forcing the fish to suffer another decade or more, missing the real opportunity to change the future of salmon. I ask you to make sure that you understand that those implications are real. I also urge you to follow up with water rights. There are folks that, I've heard folks talk about Sac River Settlement Contractor water rights. Well, we don't just have water rights. We paid for Shasta. We also have storage water rights. And that's what we're relying on in years today. And that's why we paid for the reservoir for the last 50 years. So we urge that you work on curtailments for those that don't have those rights. And there are many. With that, I'd like to share with you that many of these comments today are fairly generic, but we have been working on detailed approaches for this year that I referred to earlier that I think kind of thread the needle to minimize pain across the board. We will share those with you in a letter tomorrow in written form so that you have those for reference. So with that, thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Bear. Much appreciated. Next, we'll go to Mr. David Guy, and Thad Bettner, I believe, is now on the platform with us. So we'll go ahead and have Thad go after Mr. David Guy.
Good afternoon, Chair Esquivel, members of the board. Thank you for the opportunity to share some ideas today. I'm David Guy with the Northern California Water Association. Great to be with you here today. I think the theme today that we're all looking for is how do we find balance? We're all searching for balance in a challenging year like this. And let me just first kind of give you a view from the ground in the Sacramento Valley on what is happening. The cities and the rural communities, as you know, are all conserving water. Many of them have switched to groundwater pumping. They're sharing water across communities. And of course, they're asking citizens to conserve water in every way they know how. The farms in the Sacramento Valley have anywhere from about 0 to probably 50 to 55% of their water supplies, depending on which part of the valley you're in. But all the communities are suffering. Some have switched to groundwater pumping. They're recycling water, they're sharing water, they're transferring water, and there's hundreds of thousands of acres of idled ground that we will see this year. Fish and wildlife are obviously being challenged this year, but I think there's a concerted effort in the Sacramento Valley to focus on salmon. That includes the winter run that you're hearing so much about. It includes efforts on spring run for Butte Creek, Mill, and Deer Creek that I think are really making some good progress. And of course, we're all very excited for the Pacific Flyway actions this fall in a very challenging year. And I really appreciated the governor's proclamation, kind of giving a shout out for that. Todd Manley, I believe, will share some more thoughts on some of the fish and wildlife efforts. I also just would note that I know there's been a lot of direction today about the Sacramento River settlement contractors. And boy, I mean, for anybody that knows the Sacramento River settlement contractors, and you just heard from Lewis, and you'll hear from Thad as well, but boy, they've been the leaders, in my view, in the flyway. They deliver water to the refuges, they delivered water to the rice lands that are obviously the food source for the Pacific Flyway, and they've really been the leaders in salmon recovery actions across the life cycle of the salmon. And so I think for folks who are interested in the Sacramento River settlement contractors, please come up and visit. I think come out on the ground. Let's walk the ditches. Let's look at what's really going on the ground, and let's not look at it from afar. I think it's important to get out on the ground and see what they're actually doing before suggesting that they do something different. Bottom line is the managers are all searching for balance in these kinds of years. Managing water for multiple benefits, much like the State Water Board, we're looking for the same thing. We're not trying to point the finger at anybody saying there should be winners or losers. We're trying to serve water for all of these purposes in a very challenging year, and that's what I think we have to roll up our sleeves and do. I would just offer in general that I think the governor's proclamation last week and the previous one as well provided a really nice roadmap in our view for some of the voluntary measures that we think can really help us get through this year. And I think there is an important role for the State Water Board, obviously. Several of you have used the word backstop, last resort. I think there is a very important regulatory integrated program that you've mentioned, and we hope that you will utilize this, but we hope is what you'll really do with that is to inspire water managers to be better, to be more creative, to think outside the box. And I think there's a lot of things in the proclamation that talk about that. The drinking water provisions, obviously in paragraph 10, the water transfer provisions in paragraph 3 talk about not only utilizing that water for cold water pool management, but also then helping with important needs throughout the state. The flexible operations in the Delta that you're going to be working with DWR and the Bureau on, and then of course the Pacific Flyway provisions as well. And then on the Sacramento River temperature issue, I think the paragraph 14 in the initial proclamation, I think said it well, that let's work together to solve the problem. Let's preserve fish the best we can, but let's also balance water supply needs. And I think that's what the folks are really working towards. And I think we're going to find that sweet spot, but it's going to take some hard work. We also think the water rights process is very important, and looking forward to your workshop on Friday. Appreciate the progress that's being made there. But I think it's important to also note that in 2015, you had already issued a curtailment notice by May 1 of 2015, just a note. And we obviously encourage you to think about that as you head into this workshop, and we hope there'll be some follow-up right after that. I think the sanctity of the water rights process is critical in years like this. And then obviously careful management of storage going forward, something I know that everybody's focused upon. And I think let's maximize the use of our storage this year, I think for all of these multiple benefits. And then obviously we need to be thinking about next year, but California has an amazing way of recharging its storage reservoirs over time if we give it an opportunity to do it. I would just close that I think the governor's plan for $5.1 billion is really a great catalyst for some of the thinking that we're hearing today and we'll be hearing in the future. We're very excited by that. We're working on ridgetop to river mouth water management, as you all know, and that includes things like floodplains, headwaters, health and forest management, sustainable groundwater management, and things like sites reservoir that we think would sure be nice to have in a year like 2021. So we really thank you for kind of encouraging this conversation. Hopefully you'll inspire us all to be better at what we're doing. I think there's a lot of good creative thinking going on around the state right now, and we look forward to being part of that. So thank you for your thoughtful discourse today.
Yeah, likewise. Thank you, Mr. Guy. I appreciate the comments and the commonality in focusing in on the water rights system and the real need to have a robust water rights system that actually helps us adapt to climate change. And I think there also a discussion, obviously, of resourcing that water rights system and hopefully a common ally for that as well. Also appreciate the flag on parts of the EO, very familiar language. And so I think we did a good job in totality amongst us in making sure that we both had the authorities here, but also set the right message around how we're going to be engaging. And so thanks for that flag. It's appreciated.
Thank you.
Next, we have Thad Bettner. Mr. Bettner, thank you for joining us here. Apologies. I know we've gone long here and just appreciate you joining us.
No, thank you, Chair Esquivel and board members. I apologize for stepping away for a few minutes. I had to host a technical meeting talking about temperature. So again, apologies, and I know it is getting late, so I'll keep my comments brief. I just did want to first just start out and just continue to echo our commitments to what we talked about in the temperature workshop last month. We've continued to take actions to reduce diversions. As Louis Bear reported, we've started up an emergency groundwater program to try and add additional local supplies in coordination with reclamation to further decrease diversions. We are doing everything we can to try and assist in temperature management and benefiting the species. So again, we just reiterate our commitment to doing that. And as a matter of fact, last Friday we had an emergency board meeting just to get that CEQA process going on our groundwater program. So again, taking all the steps that we can. We continue to stay committed to providing you better and new information. So, working with your staff on improved modeling and new scenarios, again, for temperature management. We remain committed to that. And Louis reported we'll be providing a letter tomorrow that would summarize more of that information, which we shared at the technical meeting that we just had. I think just for us, sharing with you, I guess, again, we would ask, and you've heard this already, is that, you'd please implement the water right priority system, as it was reported that, there's over 1,000 CFS of excess diversion happening. That's coming out of storage. And, certainly somebody just spoke about increases out of Shasta, and that wasn't us. I mean, we've been staying on our schedule or below our schedule, but certainly those just other water users diverting water that reclamation had to make up out of storage. And unfortunately, that's impacting storage and temperature. So, just implore you to expedite the water right process, and look forward to the workshop on Friday. Just ask and implore you that, again, as we provide more technical information to your staff, that they'd be sharing that with you, so you can remain as current as possible, because, things continue to change. And again, I think we remain optimistic. We know that you have tough decisions to make, but anyway, we can be helpful to providing you information, assistance, questions, please let us know. Again, we want to be solution oriented here. I know you mentioned the win-win thing, and it is a tough year to have something like that. But again, the more we can bring, all the information, we hope it would inform those decisions. So again, thank you for your time and the long day you've had.
Oh, thank you as well. I really appreciate the continued engagement, of course, and look forward to what are going to be just a lot more discussions this summer and into the time ahead. So thank you. Next, I'd like to call up Todd Manley, who will be followed by Lee Bergfeld.
Great, thank you. Good afternoon or evening, whatever it is now. Chair Esquivel, you guys have had a long day today. And thanks to you and the members of the board. I am Todd Manley. I'm with the Northern California Water Association. And as David mentioned, I would like to take the opportunity to discuss the range of voluntary water management activities being implemented in the Sacramento Valley to benefit fish and wildlife during this dry year. It's important to note, as we heard earlier, that all surface water supplies in the Sacramento Valley have been significantly reduced this year. And during a dry year, it is easy to develop a singular focus on impacts to a specific water use or even a single species. But water managers in the region are managing the resource for multiple benefits and must look for opportunities as well as trade-offs that result from water management decisions. In addition to working hard to serve water to cities, rural communities, and farms, the water resources managers throughout the Sacramento Valley are creatively managing and making limited water supplies available to help ensure water for fish and wildlife. For salmon, the water managers, in coordination with the state and federal agencies and conservation partners, are implementing actions this year to benefit all 4 runs of Chinook salmon, including managing water in the reservoirs to preserve cold water pool, deploying release schedules to benefit incubating salmon, and also providing for additional beneficial purposes downstream, and continuing work with our partners to implement the Sacramento Valley Salmon Recovery Program, which includes efforts in all reaches of the rivers. It includes improving spawning and rearing habitat on the upper reaches, enhancing migratory corridors in the middle reaches, and floodplain reactivation in the lower reaches of the river. On Butte Creek, where more than 2 decades ago, a comprehensive program was implemented to promote salmon recovery, we are seeing a remarkable return of spring run Chinook this year. We are working with Ducks Unlimited and California Trout to seek improvements to Weir 1 and additional project to further enhance fish passage on the creek this year. For birds in the Pacific Flyway, some of this has been discussed. Water districts will continue to deliver surface water to the national wildlife refuges and the state wildlife areas this year. And although the rice acreage planted this year is down 150,000 acres as a result of the curtailments and actions to help manage cold water, we are working to maximize habitat on the remaining rice ground. And water suppliers and landowners are preparing to pump groundwater if we do not see fall precipitation. We are encouraged that this initiative to pump groundwater was prioritized in the recent governor's emergency proclamation. So to wrap up, this is going to be a difficult year. It is our hope that these proactive and collaborative efforts will help to maximize benefits for fish and wildlife, as well as farms and local communities. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Manley. Appreciate the comments and contribution today. Thank you. Lex, I believe Lee Bergfeld is not on the platform with us, so I think next is Lenore Kitts.
And Lenore is on both via phone and computer, and we've invited Lenore to unmute in either of those platforms, and so far, no takes.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Kitts, if we can come back to you if you're able to unmute, and thank you. So next then we'll go to Barbara Berrigan-Perea.
Hi, you hear me okay?
Yes, we can. There's a little bit of an echo.
Hi, let me get rid of the echo. Hi, I'm sorry, I'm multitasking. I'm on another call at the same time. So thank you for taking my call. I've been actually waiting most of the day, and I'm a family farmer and wanted to kind of give a more personal perspective about what the cutbacks are doing and what we see. So I prepared some remarks. I'll just read them.
Thank you, Ms. Kitts. And I'm just sorry, Ms. Barbara Berrigan-Perea, we'll come back to you. Thank you. Ms. Kitts was there and she just unmuted.
So hang on.
No, it's okay. You can continue on. Thank you, Ms. Kitts.
Oh, would you like me to continue?
Yes,
okay.
Yes, please. Sorry.
All right. So here they are. So you know my name, Lenore Kitts. So I'm calling in to talk to you. This is the first time I've ever called, just in an effort to broaden the discussion about how the cutbacks are impacting small family farms and also the natural ecosystem in Sacramento Valley. So in this, I first want to echo Lorraine Marsh's remarks this morning about the importance of looking for collaborative solutions that help all parties to survive this entire drought cycle. So my family grows rice. We've been doing so in the same tract of land north of Sacramento for about a century. Many of my neighbors have been farming for an even longer period of time, stretching back to the 19th century. So our long historical relationships with the sand and the water give us a unique perspective on big weather events, such as the really serious drought that we're all in now. Our relationship with the land is more than just economic. Although we have to strive to keep our livelihoods viable in order to maintain farming operations from one year to the next, we also balance the commercial pressures with our long-term goal to maintain the land and water on which we depend. So as custodians of these resources, we are actually very vigilant about the type of practices we adopt. We try to observe what works well and what does not from one year to the next. And like other farmers, rice growers constantly seek to innovate and become more efficient with our use of water in particular, as witnessed by a variety of efforts being developed now by the rice industry to help protect the salmon runs. So my family has fouled about 70% of our production this season due to the water shortage. We've been warned that additional cutbacks will threaten the crop in the only field we've been able to plant thus far, but that we will plant. Thus, we would like to urge the members of this board to keep in mind how more cutbacks could harm not only rice production across the Sacramento Valley, but also the natural ecosystem that our fields sustain. So my family's farm is home to more than 100 different species, bird species, and other wildlife, including several endangered and threatened species, such as the sandhill crane, tricolored blackbird, and both golden and bald eagles. Meanwhile, the giant garter snakes come out of their winter dens each year to live on the levees in our rice fields during the summer growing season. A variety of shorebirds also nest to raise their young in rice. A biologist from the Natural Resources Conservation Service has informed us that a diminishing water supply sets the stage for the spread of diseases that decimate bird populations, as others have already commented today. When large tracts of rice fields are fallowed, as they are now, waterfowl suffers since it lacks nutrition on which it relies. In turn, as the nesting habitat shrinks, diseases like avian cholera can erupt and spread. Adult populations shrink in size, and many birds weaken, and the chain reaction can impact other species as well, like the birds of prey, eagles, and so on that hunt waterfowl on our land. Each winter, thousands of waterfowl arrive on our farm to feed in our fields after they are harvested in the fall. I've been told that 70% of all snow geese in the Pacific Flyway head directly to the rice fields of the Sacramento Valley from Alaska, Canada, and even as far away as Russia. The sights and sounds of this mass winter migration never cease to amaze us. For all these reasons, we want to implore the members of your board to take measures that allow family farms to survive this difficult season and the next season. Helping family farms benefits the agricultural workforce, that's clear, the domestic food supply and security, that's very clear, but also the natural ecosystem. We are not enemies. It would support the state of California's mandate to protect a number of endangered and threatened species like those we have on our farms. But I'd like to close by emphasizing that family farms like ours really do consider ourselves as custodians of the land that we care for. Because my grandfather and father shared this belief, it is now my turn to watch over our land and water on behalf of my elderly mother and siblings. In your vote, I thus urge you to factor in our concerns and to consider how your decisions will impact the health of family farms in the Sacramento Valley in the long run. Thank you for taking my comments.
Thank you so much for your time today, Ms. Kitts, and for sticking with us here and providing us your good comment. Thank you. Now we can go to Barbara Berrigan-Perea, who will be followed by Barry Nelson.
All right, can you hear me?
We can. Good afternoon or evening, I guess.
Yeah, good evening. Thank you for your attention and for your long day. You heard from our community this morning extensively. I can't stress it enough when you are thinking about how you balance things in the state. The Delta has not recovered from the last drought. Conditions for our environmental justice communities have worsened every year since that last drought. And nothing changes. Never, not for us. In our 2016 testimony to this board for California Water Fix, we said that significant reductions in runoff due to dry soil conditions in the Sierra and increased evaporation were conditions that were just around the corner. We are kind of flabbergasted with what we heard this afternoon. If our scrappy little group could figure that this was coming, we don't understand why the Department of Water Resources and the Bureau of Reclamation didn't plan for potential quick loss of snowpack. We don't understand why they didn't begin escalating or scaling up programs for enhanced protection of our watersheds back in 2017. What I feel like I'm hearing today is a rehash of what we have known for years, recast as surprise. In addition, the Delta cannot be the source for fixing groundwater shortages in the San Joaquin Valley as it was during the last drought. Surface water cannot fix decades of overplanting and overpumping of groundwater for crops that cannot be sustained, permanent crops. We understand that DWR and the Bureau of Rec almost lost control of salinity at the pumps a couple weeks ago. It would have ruined water quality for exports. That's why we ended up with the new Lonis releases. Similar mistakes were made in 2014, and the Delta water quality protection issues never rise to the same level of importance as making sure that the system isn't lost for exports. That's just like 2014 and 2015. We're the ones who are going to be left with the stagnant polluted water and salt barriers while exports continue. Worse, the governor's drought package, everyone's talking about all its great features. it did not provide for any enhanced funding for water quality testing, warning signs to put up so that we could protect people from staying away from polluted waters, or HABs tracking in a bigger and more significant way. The programs that Director Nemeth referred to today within your own agencies are really underfunded. They need to be scaled up because this isn't just a temporary drought. We are moving into an era of permanent dry conditions. Last, I want to say that protecting the Delta is not about self-interests only. Protecting the largest estuary on the west coast of the Americas is not only a state interest, it's a national interest. Caring about environmental justice communities means more than talk. It means taking actions that make environmental health a priority, offering equal treatment in the present, and compensating for the environmental damage of the past. We have not seen any of that yet. So we just want to urge this board that it's not just balancing, there is a past that has to be corrected for. And we want to know when our water quality conditions are truly going to matter. Thank you for the chance to comment. I know it's been a long day. We appreciate it.
Thank you as well. I appreciate the good comments and contribution here. As always, thank you. Next, we have Barry Nelson, who will be followed by Molly Colton, because I believe Lorraine Marsh is not on the platform with us.
Hello, Chair Esco, Barry Nelson. Can you hear me? I can't. Oh, there's my video starting.
Yes, we can. Good evening. Good to see you, Mr. Nelson.
Thank you, Chair Esco and board members. Barry Nelson with Golden State Salmon Association. I'm just going to speak today about Shasta temperature control if I had more time. And if it were earlier in the day, I'd talk about the Bay Delta update plan process, but here we are. The conversation we're having here today is painfully familiar. Chuck Bonham reminded you of the massive fish kill below Shasta Dam in 2014 and 2015. At the Golden State Salmon Association, we saw that fish kill coming. We knew that the optimistic models from the Bureau were inaccurate. We knew that voluntary efforts had failed to prevent it. The explanation at the time was that the event was unprecedented. State agencies said that they'd learned from this painful experience. It was widely seen as perhaps the greatest single regulatory failure during the last drought. But here we are today facing exactly the same problem. We have seen this before. We know the solution. The solution is monthly release caps from Shasta Dam. The modeling to date suggests that 6,000 CFS is probably the appropriate cap. There may be new modeling that we haven't seen yet, and that a carryover storage requirement of somewhere around 1.47 million acre feet, as Doug Obigi mentioned earlier today, is probably a reasonable target. I would remind folks that we formerly had a carryover storage target under the federal biological opinions before they were eliminated. It was far higher than the number suggested today, the number that I just mentioned. That, to be clear, that level will result in a bad year for winter run salmon, and a bad year for fall run salmon, and a bad year for our industry in the future. But it would not represent complete destruction. That carryover storage level will also give us a modest reserve in case next year is dry, and we have to think about that as well. We urge you to act as soon as possible. We urge you to act this week. Every day of irresponsibly high releases, the risk to the species, to the listed run, to the fall run, the most important river in the state for the salmon fishing industry, those risks grow. The impacts to our industry are already severe. Before this potential fish kill happens, GSSA is hearing on a daily basis of fishermen who are trying to decide if they have to sell their boats, fishermen who are afraid of bankruptcy, fishermen who are worried about the impacts of a bad salmon season following a bad crab season, fishermen who feel that they are forced to fish when they're allowed to fish by the season we see this year, in more and more risky conditions where they're literally risking their lives. Fishermen who are wondering if the state board will act to protect their entire industry. to protect a foreseeable environmental and economic disaster. This would require a modest reduction in releases and deliveries. We know that's painful. We also know that growers have alternatives to make it through droughts. Fishermen and fishing industries may not make it through the conditions we face if the state board doesn't act. The alternative path to taking action is a massive fish kill of a state and federally listed species and a near complete loss of fall run naturally spawning salmon in the Sacramento River, the most important river in the state. Would remind folks that fishermen have seen their season cut by more than 60% to ensure that enough salmon return to spawn. Fishermen are feeling a lot of pain because of conditions we're facing today. No one has suggested a 60% reduction in irrigated acreage in the Central Valley. That's unthinkable, but that's what the fishing community is feeling this year. And unless the state board acts, they could face more dire conditions in the future. We're simply urging the state board to ensure that all parties share the responsibility to ensure that we maintain and do not kill off salmon runs in our salmon fishing industry. I'd like to close by just speaking briefly about the call by many to solve these problems through collaborations and agreements. I strongly support that approach. So does the Golden State Salmon Association. I've been part of approaches along those lines for 30 years. They have great value, and we appreciate the water districts and the users that have come to the table productively as part of those voluntary efforts. But those voluntary efforts do not always substitute for regulatory action. We remind the board that no one asked the fishing industry if we would volunteer for nearly all of the next generation of naturally spawned salmon in the Sacramento River to be killed. No one asked Barbara Berrigan-Perea if the Delta would volunteer to suffer from the harmful algal blooms they're likely to see this summer. We urge the state board not, in this case, not to wait for a voluntary negotiated solution to emerge. We do not believe that an adequate solution will emerge through those discussions. The board has run out of time to wait. We urge you to act as the regulatory agency that you are. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Nelson. Appreciate your time and comments today. Thank you. Next, we have Molly Colton. I think our last speaker here will be Justin Fredrickson.
Hello, Chair and members of the board. My name is Molly Colton, and I'm speaking on behalf of Sierra Club California. I'll keep my comment short. It's been a long day. I'm here to urge you all and the administration to prioritize the needs of communities and ecosystems in the Delta during this increasingly severe drought that California is facing. The governor's drought declaration has severe implications for the Delta. One of those implications is the waiving of Water Code Section 13247. This allows for violations of Delta water quality standards and temporary urgency change petitions, or TUCPs. Unfortunately, the approval of those TUCPs will detriment Delta communities and the ecosystems that rely on freshwater flows through the Delta. Please consider these impacts on vulnerable communities and do everything you can to mitigate them. Thank you for your time today.
Thank you as well, Ms. Colton. And next then we have Justin Fredrickson.
Hello, can you hear me? Okay.
We can.
Good afternoon, Chairman Esquivel and members of the board. I'm Justin Fredrickson. I'm here for the California Farm Bureau, and I wanted to make sort of a general statement, kind of sort of big picture, and then I'll zoom in response to some of the comments made earlier in the day. And this is a prepared statement, so I hope it's not too boring. The general statement I wanted to make is that a year like this should be an urgent wake-up call. Our system is too tight, our system is too fragile, our system is too vulnerable. Speaking to the new normal alluded to by Board Member Firestone after the lesson of 2014 and 15, and the lesson of this year, we as a state are now too vulnerable to the threats of recurring drought and shrinking snowpack. In a year like this, let's be honest, nobody is wasting water. It's tight all over, and we're all just trying to get through. We're all in this together. There's a very clearly an urgent need in the interest of all water users and all Californians to come together and begin as quickly as possible to build a resilient system. There is no water category that does not benefit from such resilience. Central to building such resilience is an ability to capture and store water in wet years to tide us through and dry. We need more pots of water north, more pots of water south, more pots of water underground, and also more flexibility connectively and collectively north to south and east to west. We need to find the will to re-envision, reinvent, and adapt our system. California and California farmers, beyond a doubt, are adaptable, resourceful, and tough. But we need policies and institutions, processes, and strategic societal investments to help make this transition. This generation of leaders will set the direction irrevocably for where we go from here as a state. It's time for leadership and vision, now or never. There's no time to waste. That's the general statement. Now, switching topics in response to some of the calls earlier in the day to regulatorily cut, reduce deliveries to some of the most senior of senior water users in the system, I wanted to offer a few more thoughts. As you know, in terms of water surface, many farmers around the state are at zero or will soon be at zero, making hard decisions and faced with a very frightening year. The reality is that the water delivered to users like the Sacramento River settlement contractors and the San Joaquin River exchange contractors is a lifeline, not only to these most senior of users, but also to the rest of the system through the built-in flexibility of water transfers. This is not misplaced water, it's vital water to make a year like this just barely survivable. The operators of these systems and the resource agencies know this system and are working closely together, like the rest of us, just doing their best to get through. The TUCP already teed up before the board is the established mechanism to conduct some of the delicate balancing that you mentioned, Chairman Esquivel. And that's not a binary choice, it's a complex and nuanced one, and there's no magic wand. It's also a public process. It's a tough year and there are no villains here. We're all doing our best, very clear and very clearly, collaboration, not punitive measures, provide the best way to get through a crisis like this year. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Frederickson. I appreciate your comments here and bringing us home a bit on the public comment portion of things. So thank you.
Okay,
I think that brings us to the end of comments then for the item. I know that was a lot. I know it still leaves things still undecided. You heard, I think we have really just I think less than a 2-week window here really to land these various parts. It's really, again, not any one component, the TUCPs or curtailments or where we leave targets for our major reservoirs, but how it all fits together and how we're able to communicate how it all is additive. These actions are building toward both better circumstance for this difficult summer, but certainly also in preparation, as you've heard, of a dry year next year, which would be catastrophic for many of these systems. So we have to begin to already be looking at our challenge in that frame. Fellow board colleagues, I don't have too much more to add at this point of the day. You know, I do appreciate that we're having to make a determination here on Sacramento River temperature management. That will have to be done here probably definitely before we meet again on June 1st. And because, as we've said here, it's not just the relaxation of environmental standards, the TUCPs, and the need for an accounting of where that water goes in the system and accruing to these goals and targets that we're setting, but how in totality all these things landing at the same time, because we don't have, unfortunately, the time or it would benefit at all our discussion if we somehow parsed out a discussion on Sacramento River temperature management amongst all this activity that's going on right now. And so I think to my mind, what I do want to make sure is that the modeling that the NIMS Science Center is doing does get out publicly, so we do have confidence amongst everyone what we're dealing with. It sounds like we're receiving a letter tomorrow from the Sacramento River Sacramento settlement contractors regarding temperature management. It'll be great to see what is all in there. I think what we have all said is we're needing to make some big goals here because of the difficulty of the system that we find ourselves. I would just remind everyone as well that part of the difficulty here certainly is how far in the year we already are, but also that the temperature management plan is received now from the board. and water transfers, et cetera, all this movement in the system, there was a before April moment and then an after, where a hole of, again, over 500,000 acre feet appeared in the projects. And so I think to my mind, it's why this does kick us into a different space, and why, for everyone, and I know the difficulty on the system is, where does that leave? Both a lot of obligations and agreements that were there based on a hydrology that isn't there anymore, and how we're going to balance out that system. Yeah, I will actually stick to what I just said, and I guess I don't have too much more to add, but just do open up to my fellow board colleagues. Here's the opportunity to, give some direction as well to our folks as they're engaging with all the state agencies. This is our collective space in decision making, but I've done my best these last weeks to try to shepherd along and create the space here for what I hope is just our best shot. And again, it's as wet as it's going to be right now. It doesn't get any easier any day or week from here. And so we're all needing to best assess, know there's no perfect tool, and find where we land and start to manage in real time in the days and weeks and months ahead. Colleagues, anything further? Vice Chair, I invite you, please.
I don't know what I did, but I've got a pin. I think there we go. I think I clicked something incorrectly. Thank you, Chair Esquivel. I just want to thank you and your leadership. Of course, we don't all know exactly, all the shuttle diplomacy that's been going on over the last week. And of course, we're not able to speak to each other. So I just do want to use this opportunity to be very general in my comments, let's just say, that, which is what I was attempting to do earlier as well. So again, thank you for your leadership, and I want to thank all the agencies for spending a lot of time on this. My main concern has already been addressed in that we don't have any one piece of this standing out on its own that is not considering the other components. And so the integration is exactly what I was hoping for, and I'm very much appreciative of that. But I also want to use this as an opportunity that we can't use, at another time, to just continue to raise some concerns that I have. Specifically on temperature, getting the modeling information out, I think would be helpful. I'm anxious to read the letter from the settlement contractors, and really am just hopeful that we can add in that additional piece of where there are incremental changes in the targets, what that means on mortality, recognizing that these are models. We don't have accurate models, so there's going to be a range. I'm not looking for anything precise. So I concur with what you've said there, but really wanting to just better understand those ranges and where that fits in the context of redirected impacts to other beneficial uses. I am particularly anxious to see what the delay in transfers means for fall run, and also the ability for that water to actually be utilized as lawn from the San Luis Water District and Joe Del Bosque mentioned. And so those are areas that I'm anxious to hear more about. I continue to be concerned about the call on Friant, even though I've been told that it doesn't appear that there would be a call on Friant, just because of those, the potential there for the sort of cascading effects on the exchange contractors, refuge water supplies, groundwater, overdraft, and drinking water loss of wells. So it sounds like it's okay in that area, but it's such an important issue with potentially devastating impacts. That's something that I'd like to look at. And then lastly, on the issue of, I believe the NIMS letter refers to targets. Director Bonham referred to targets. I think others did as well. And I'd be concerned about an actual requirement. So that's just something that I'd like to flag in light of the fact that, again, we're not in an area where we can entirely count on precision and potential for enforcement and other issues. And with targets, maybe we can get more on the table from those that could submit additional voluntary measures. So those are my thoughts. I think today was long, but it was really helpful. I took a lot of notes and I look forward to further updates.
Thank you very much, Vice Chair. Really appreciate the good thoughts. And to my mind, just to flag, there's a lot of rearranging going on in the system because of this hole that was found, right? And what it means for then the operation of the projects, what was assumed to be things like meeting environmental standards. And I want to just make sure we're very understanding and aware, what are those impacts already? And then as opposed to what impact is further generated by where we leave Shasta in that system. And I think the difficulty is it's not that precise of a system, but I think the importance here, particularly for us around the consequence of our balancing, is like what's what in there, because I think I've heard at least different things. So, just a little exactness, I think, from everybody. And again, I think this gets back to the desire to have the better accounting so that we know what's happening in the system. How is it that these activities, both on the curtailment, relaxation of environmental standards, which, as Chuck said, for, that and salinity barriers aren't, they're not desired in here, but we're all saying these are things we're having to do in order to meet these big goals, like keep more up, not just for this year, but for next year in Shasta, but also Oroville and Folsom. And it's really kind of driving toward that. So
yeah, and I'm sorry, but there was two things that I forgot to mention. One is just a plea to everybody, please bring us your ideas to the workshop on Friday. I think our staff is doing a really good job, but there's a lot of really bright folks out there that have been working on water rights and curtailments for a number of years. So whether it's voluntary agreements or different approaches, I'm convinced that we need to move quickly in this area. So looking for good suggestions. And then the other piece, which was also why I had mentioned the issue of targets. Temperature, if we were in silos, which I'm so glad we're not, but if we were looking at temperature management strictly on the temperature issues, but we're trying to look more broadly on carryover storage, being better prepared next year. And so again, wanting to really, if we were to confine things, then, maybe just on temperature, maybe I'd feel more comfortable with an actual requirement. But because we're looking at broader issues, beyond temperature, I think I'd be more comfortable in the space of targets. Thank you for that extra time.
Of course. No, thank you, Vice Chair. Appreciate it. Board Member McGuire.
Yeah, thank you. It certainly has been a long day, but very, am I too loud? Oh, but it's been a long day, but certainly a lot of very helpful insight and information and context from everybody, from the agencies, from stakeholders. And I thank you for all of that and for sticking around with us. I'm predominantly, I concur with Vice Chair Diadamo's comments and her concerns just about wanting to better understand redirected impacts, wanting to better understand temperature mortality ranges and just the uncertainty inherent in the decisions that we imminently have to make here. I think it is important just to, for sake of transparency, to have all that out there so everyone can see it. And then just with the last comment there on carryover targets versus requirements, that's an area that I need to understand better in terms of, our authorities and where we need to be taking action. I think with regard to temperature, that's certainly one where, as we're looking at temperature management, we have made historical water rights orders in that area. We've established rules, and so our decision is predominantly in that space about protecting the fishery, about managing temperatures, I share all the concerns about carryover, about thinking about next year, about the likelihood that this could be another, a third dry year, and all these impacts could just, I think Paul Souza mentioned it could be, a factor of 10 worse next year. And I can appreciate the urgency then, and the need to carefully think through, not just Shasta, but all the reservoirs in the system, and what carryover storages are appropriate for those contingency measures. And I think we even heard today about Friant, about how there's temperature concerns on that reservoir. And actually, I don't really think about the temperature issues on Friant, but that's something that I put a pin in to get a little bit better understanding of the trade-offs that might be there if there's, for example, a call on Friant or other actions that might add concerns to that reservoir. So I want to also just talk about our staff for a second, and I just want to say thank you to everyone who I know is active. Probably even right now while we're talking here, they're probably working on a lot of these issues that we're discussing. And I know that you've all been working late nights and weekends and putting in exhaustive amounts of effort. And I really appreciate all of your contributions so far. And I know we have a long ways to go, but I didn't want today to pass without me acknowledging the work that you're doing and all the contributions that, our board members, we rely on our staff of 2,000 plus to give us your expertise and insight. And, so much of what you do is just really critical to us, making ultimately our decisions, which are hard in and of themselves. So that's my accolade. And then my ask is there's clearly a consensus around needing to be incredibly proactive in making decisions about curtailments this year. And what I heard is, in particular, I think in the Sacramento River watershed, I'm a little less clear about the San Joaquin River watershed at this point. I appreciate the need for transparency and that these things take time, and that there's a public workshop on Friday. My ask is just that as soon as reasonably feasible after that date, whatever that nearest date is, that we have our data, our facts in place, and we're reasonably confident that the method is sound, we need to take action. And I just want to leave it at that. And I know, different dates in June have been bandied about, but everything that I've seen has suggested that it could be in any time. So then, I also just wanted to mention that back on Sacramento River temperature management, it sounded like CSPA actually is also preparing a comment letter. So I look forward to both, the Sacramento River Settlement Contractors letter as well as CSPA, and in particular, the comments about the trade-offs with managing the Trinity system. That is a component of Water Rights Order 90-5. And so, that's the area that I want to better understand here. And not lose sight of those other redirected impacts and trade-offs that we might have to make. Just recognizing the really equally critical concerns in the Klamath River Basin this year as well. And the last comment I'll make is just on, I appreciate all the commenters on discussing harmful algal blooms and their concerns about their proliferation, and how, yes, in all likelihood, we're going to see more of those this year. We've been witnessing this as climate change has continued to progress. And just an acknowledgement that there are some knobs here. I mean, there's flows, there's temperature, which we have some modest control over at certain times, but not all the time. We can't control air temperature. And then there's the water quality components, which are nutrient sources. And so that's the other piece I will say that, the board, our staff is looking at moving forward with, policy enhancements down the road. These are longer term actions, but we are looking at this. Obviously, resources have been an issue there as well, but it is certainly going to be a focus area going forward. So I think I'll leave it at that for now, and thank you all.
Thank you, board member, for your good comments, and just echo your thanks. I've been reticent, and I've been needing, I wasn't reticent, I would say, I've been needing to make sure and thank as well. And so thank you for making sure to acknowledge what is an incredible amount of work that goes on behind the scenes, both to make this meeting happen as smooth as they possibly can, but also just the actual work on the policy side for us. So echo your thanks and thank you for acknowledging. Board Member Firestone.
Yeah, I am not going to be as articulate as everybody else. I'm pretty fried because I found this incredibly helpful for me. And I think just really appreciate the time that, you know, folks put in and that leadership put in to come here today to talk about it, that stakeholders and leadership have been, and our staff have been putting in to just work through this every day, try and figure out how we're going to respond and understand our options, and to be able to help us, you know, inform good decisions. I agree that I think we all agree that there's incredible urgency here, and that there's, you know, I do think we need to take actions on curtailments as quickly as reasonably feasible. I am concerned about, I just think we need to be moving forward, planning and expecting the worst. And I think we need to be prudent in our, and relatively conservative in our assumptions on what may happen next in terms of informing how we come down. And I think today was great. I mean, I love these public meetings because it is so real how the different, just every aspect of our state and users and ecosystems, like this is going to be bad on everybody. And I hear I hear also well, it's going to be worse for some than for others. But I do think at the end of the day, this is bad. We're going to all have to be figuring out how we get through it. And I guess I just, you know, keep coming back to what we can do in our part at the Water Board is both, I think, what staff are doing in terms of digging in with everybody, all the other state agencies, really digging into the science and models and shared information and talking with folks about what we can do. But also, I think we need to be not afraid to use our authority, because that's our responsibility. And I think if we don't, then we're going to be in much worse shape down the road, or potentially. And, you know, we're going to have to mitigate impacts on lots of different levels, no matter what this year. And I think we saw, I mean, I just appreciate learning for myself more about all the mitigation and sort of options around ecosystem impacts and the sort of compounding nature of things. And also you know, I know very well that there are real economic and community and job impacts from changes that ag has to make, and water supply impacts that are indirect for communities, because you know, especially down in the valley, move to groundwater pumping, and those are really real. You know, there's going to be impacts. It's not like if we do something different, we're going to avoid all these impacts. And so I just hope that one of the things we can be doing is is also coming together to look at what kind of mitigation programs we can provide for our most vulnerable communities and species. Because they're going to be impacted the hardest. And I think there's things that we can do in the short term while we, you know, make the kind of conservative and hard decisions that we need to make. And then also, just really try to accelerate these sort of structural changes in terms of ensuring we can do the accounting, the forecasting, having the regulatory tools to be able to take action faster, the kinds of structures in place, Sigma. I mean, there's a lot we need to really accelerate. And so, yeah, just thanks for everybody. And thanks for just all the leadership also from my fellow board members on this.
And thank you as well. It really is our collective leadership space here, and just thankful for all that each of you brings as a unique perspective to, I know, what is a complicated space for the entire state, let alone for us here, but just appreciate the collegiality and the attention to the outcomes. And I know there's a lot of false, dichotomies that kind of get brought up. It's either or. It always feels like, at least when it comes to us, and the way things are sometimes framed out. But I know that that's not the spirit we all understand our work to be. And it's actually just, for me, again, there's these big outcomes, and whether it's a regulatory path or a voluntary path, it's all based on the same data and good decision making amongst us all, trying to get to really difficult outcomes. And so just know we're here to continue to be as informed as we possibly can by everyone's positions, interests, and perspectives, and collectively try to just be the best decision makers we can be amongst us, and knowing that particularly in this drought, it's at the local level that incredible decisions are being made already, balancing understanding of supplies and resources. And we're here to facilitate a continuum from that local level through the state and the federal government to say, let's manage through this. It is a crisis, but it's indicative of crises we'll continue to face. So let's get to it. And we have a different opportunity. We're in a different century, different generations amongst us in this work, some from longer in it than others, but I think collectively it isn't just about the opportunity we have to be better decision makers off of 21st century tools and information. And it's not lost on me that, and I heard it as well, that we're actually in a worse place than we were last time, and or a feeling like it's just deja vu, but I really do see advancements. I really do see just in the tools that this board has in this decision that we didn't have in the last drought. And so, and again, it's not perfect, and it doesn't spit out some magic solution that doesn't allow for any pain in a year like this, but at least we can do our best job to try to balance out those many different factors. So thank you. And it is just this collective space amongst us here as a board, but more importantly as a state, that we'll do our best and try to get through it. So I will, certainly, I don't want to speak because I have not asked the directors to come back to at our next board meeting, but I think it'll be important to maybe just have a touch point, come back, and just maybe some follow-up. But I want to say now, I don't want to surprise those directors, and there may be scheduling things, but we'll need to be all continuing to circle back. And I know at this point there is weekly meetings at that director level, let alone the staff happening at the work happening at the program level amongst staff to feed what are these difficult choices all amongst us. So just thank you again. I'll just, I believe that ends that item. Thank you, drought item number 5, and appreciate everyone's incredible flexibility today as we try to land calendars for the directors and also handle other discussions like once through cooling policies and informational items on the LA River and urban conservation. And there's a lot, and there will continue to be a lot. So I just appreciate everyone. And so then we'll move on now. We've thankfully, and thank you again, Vice Chair, for quickly managing the meeting and actually getting our last informational item done before this. So we just have board member reports and the executive director's report, and then we can go all have dinner and have a good rest of the evening and day. Board member reports. As you can see, I think this has been a lot of what my report would have been. It is just this work that we've been working on. I don't believe I have any public speaking engagements come in the last 2 weeks to really highlight. So just that's my report. Thank you. Other board members?
I just have one item to report on. Last week at Aqua's conference, I chaired a panel of 3 distinguished guests, Michael George, Alan Lilly, and Eric Ekdahl. And we were there to talk about, actually, this was a request came my way before we knew about the dire situation that we would be in. And so it was quite a timely topic to talk about water rights and drought. And so we focused quite a bit on the curtailment issues, and then the Aqua wanted to receive an update. So of course we provided information about Friday's workshop, and then they were anxious to hear our thoughts about voluntary agreements. And so of course, all 3 speakers did a really good job talking about potential areas for voluntary agreements or collaboration at a minimum. So it's a good workshop.
Fantastic. Thank you, Vice Chair. Thank you for doing that. It was great to see that panel, actually. And I really appreciate your good leadership and all of that. It is, again, I can't help but feel that, you know, what Sigma was to the last drought, certainly water rights in this drought, continue to hear and appreciate everyone's good focus on the need to have a system in place that will continue to work and allow us to adapt to climate change. So thank you, Vice Chair. Other board members?
Yeah, I didn't make any public presentations other than my state board liaison reports to the Los Angeles region and Manhattan regional boards. And I just wanted to say that they're both very interested in drought issues. And so part of the discussion was about, you know, they were reacting from the governor's proclamation and just wondering, you know, how, because the regions largely weren't covered in the proclamation, and wondering how that then affected their regions and what they should be doing. And so I talked about messaging and some of the things I brought up this morning about water use efficiency and steps that we can all be taking to just get prepared. But just wanted to flag that we have lots of folks at the water boards generally that are interested in helping and doing their part as well. And then one of the board members also brought up and reminded me of the impacts of ongoing unauthorized cannabis diversions. And in this case, it was in the Mojave River watershed area. I won't get specific, but just that, you know, this is an ongoing challenge that we all face. And that program, I know, has been also challenged with funding and resources, like so many other programs that we have. But I think, you know, just thinking about the North Coast area and its drought challenges this year, and knowing how many thousands and thousands and thousands of cannabis cultivations I know still remain in that area, that's just, and then in this case the conversation was about the Mojave River area, but those impacts will be seen in streams, especially now in times of, you know, dry, low flows. I think they will be measurable and noticed. And so just want to flag that we'll be looking to hear more information about what we can do to address some of those concerns as well. I know there's a lot going on, I get it, but that doesn't mean that we shouldn't be thinking through our cannabis responsibilities as well.
Thank you, board member.
Let's see, a couple. I was on a PPIC panel on drought, on are we prepared for the drought, and it was recorded before the governor's newest drought proclamation. So I feel like we should talk about it again now because I think a lot has changed.
It's incredible how quickly things get stale at this point.
I feel like I would highlight very different things just a week later. So two things, I guess. One, just to highlight, a huge thing in my mind, in addition to drought, has been the budget proposal from the governor, and there's so much in there, but specifically there was $1 billion for water debt relief that was proposed by the governor. Also $1 billion that had been proposed by the Senate prior to that for debt relief. And and at least in the governor's budget, it looks like that would be coming to the state board to administer if that's in the final budget. So that's a huge deal for us, incredibly important and exciting to have, and also something brand new for us to try to figure out as a board how to do justice to that kind of funding and need. And then, I think equally is the investment in there was so much there, but in particular, 1.3 billion for drinking water infrastructure, drinking water and wastewater infrastructure, particularly for disadvantaged communities. Just I think really builds off of the good work that everyone did on the needs assessment and really trying to highlight, where needs are and what the funding needs are and what the sort of pathway is to actually solving this crisis. And being able to have that, I think, meant that we can be looking at prioritizing that and targeting those investments when we're in this unique time where there's money that can be dedicated to it. So again, excited for that, and also, worrying about the challenge of how to make sure we can do justice to that commitment and need. And so those are really top of mind in addition to drought. One thing I didn't mention, but I just wanted to bring up because I've been asking staff about it, but it's probably in relation to the drought item that we just discussed, but is really looking at reporting enforcement and water rates reporting enforcement to make sure that we do have adequate data, and not just enforcement of existing requirements. Did you file a report? Also improving the quality of that and just making sure that we have that data as a state, not just as an agency, but as a state. I think I also just feel like for me personally, I look at what is happening in the urban water sector, and just feeling like we need to have, a similar level of accounting in throughout the state in terms of water use. And I feel like that's really urgent. And given where we are today and what we know this new normal is, I just don't see how we can do our job and manage the state without that kind of data. And I think we need to do everything we can to make sure that we're getting it as a state. So I've been really interested in and appreciate the work that staff has been doing and just trying to dig through what we have, look at how to get there. And so those are things I'll highlight.
Thank you so much, board member. Yeah, I think, for all the sobering information, certainly and discussion that we had today, we're also in this incredible moment where we have generational reinvestment happening in our water systems, and the governor's budget is a down payment for what is a national discussion around how we transition our water systems. How do we actually prepare them for the reality of the climate that they're in now, and do so quickly, because we were already behind the ball, I think, as some had indicated, even in the last century. And so we're accounting for an aging infrastructure in a climate that doesn't exist anymore. And those investments are just, they're a slight silver lining, certainly, to this. And I think it should drive the real imperative and sense of urgency to continue to make those investments and see the water sector as critical at the federal level as transportation and other things that receive this important investment societally, because we need them, these systems. So anyway, thank you. And thank you for letting me just crib and add on top too. Executive Director Sobek, I think that brings us to item number 10, your Executive Director's report, which is always incredibly thorough.
It's also dated, even though it was only put together a few days ago. I just think this has been one of those weeks, and thank you, Board Member Firestone, for bringing up the budget item. It's kind of, it says something about the urgency of our drought work that we didn't mention the close to $3 billion that the Water Board is maybe getting in the May revise, well, at least in the governor's budget. We went from really frantic, preparing the budget materials last week. It was announced by the governor on Friday, and then the legislative hearing started today. There was a hearing this morning in the Senate, tomorrow in the Assembly. So there has not been a moment's pause. You guys are absolutely right. That's sort of the good news story of what the board's work is going to be this summer, but it's coming at exactly the same time that we really have to redirect a lot of resources to the drought work. It is going to put a burden on staff throughout the state board especially this summer, as we're standing up these new big programs and trying to be responsive and getting ahead of drought, because we all know that responding to emergencies, the more you can do up front, the better. We've already lost that race in a lot of important ways. So it's really going to be important for all of us, both staff and with guidance from you all, to figure out how to best prioritize our work and make sure that we're successful on both fronts, both responding to drought and getting these important, really fantastic and important financial resources out to the people of California. So we're going to be working on that. I'm just going to leave you with saying that we're going to try to figure out ways to keep you updated on all of these matters in as efficient a manner as possible. Obviously, we're going to have to touch base one-on-one on a lot of issues, but for some of there's a lot going on. We'll try to have a section in the monthly executive director's report where we pull together drought-related items. We'll try to have, we do have a standing drought info item at every board meeting. We'll try to bring you some quick updates on things that are going on so that you can be kept current. We'll try to have some regular internal updates for you as well. And then obviously we will try to respond to any specific items for individual board members that aren't covered in those more general communications. So thank you for being patient during what was a pretty busy week or two for staff.
Thank you as well. I know there's just an incredible amount going on. So just double up on board member McGuire's thanks of just everybody just really pulling in incredible ways and sacrificing weekends, sacrificing Mother's Days, and really helping us all just do what we need to do. And so it's appreciated and not lost. It's a significant ask that we make of our folks, and just appreciate it. Okay. I think that's the end of our agenda. And so I think that brings us to the end of our day here. I just want to thank everyone again for their work, patience. It has been a long day, but we've gotten a lot done and a lot of discussion taken place. And so our next board meeting will be on June 1st. And so at that, and I want to make sure and just flag that the temporary urgency change petitions and the Sacramento River Temperature Management Plan those are signed and administered at the executive director level. There's no vote that the board takes on those. We will be taking votes when we institute curtailments. That is something that needs to come to us for a vote. So we will come back on June 1st. As I think we communicated clearly, these things need to be wrapped up before then. So do know that a lot of work will be going on before that next board meeting. I think it's important to come back and communicate where everything is, and more importantly, how we continue to see the summer ahead and just bring everyone along in that decision making. So please do get letters to us regarding the plan, temperature management plan, the temporary urgency change petitions, and engage in our curtailment process and workshop on Friday, where again, we're trying to move quickly, but we're moving quickly with public comment and input as best we can, because we depend upon that as decision makers, everybody's contribution to that shared space of ours. So thank you.
And Chair Esquivel.
Yes, please, Vice Chair.
I just thought I'd mention the curtailments would only come to us for a vote if we adopted a regulation.
True. Yes, yes. Thank you. Thank you for clarifying that. When it comes to the board's emergency regulation authorities that were granted through the executive order, that's when the board would have to adopt something that is different than our process otherwise, which we're moving quickly and through. So thank you again, and thank you for that clarification, important Vice Chair. And we'll all see you then June 1st, and plenty of discussion and see you even before then. So thanks again to everybody. Have a good rest of your evening, and we will see you in 2 weeks. This meeting's adjourned. Thanks all. Thank you, Mr. Lawfer.